Hello, everyone. Good evening. Happy Thursday, and welcome to another episode of Achievement Chasers. It has been a while, almost 2 months to the day. Our last one was June 12th, because it has been a bit busy for both of us. One of us, it's been good things. The other, it's been some not so good things. Dude, what's up? How are you doing tonight? You doing things looking up for you?
They're looking up because I'm starting to go through the games that got wet from the flood that didn't get too wet. So it's like once I take them up, take the case in a way that I'm drying them out, it's like, oh wait, it's now able to even the manual is actually fine.
Oh, that's
Like
good.
almost because I've been going through the 360 games that got wet recently. The ones I did go through recently were the ones that were guaranteed to get wet because they were on the bottom shelf, and so those ones were, all of those manuals are definitely gone. I'm just trying to see which cases I can get stick around. So
Okay.
then at least at that point, all I have to do is just buy the manual on eBay.
Okay. So it sounds like not too much valuable stuff got taken out. Is that a good
It was
assumption?
mostly the bookcases, and I think the couch will be saved. Eventually, I just need to have the vendor come out and bring the parts and replace it, because even though it wasn't under warranty, the people I bought it from sent the repair guy out, and he figured he had a little device that allowed him to plug into the couch because it's an electric couch.
Oh, okay, cool.
And that's actually what I used to sit in. Now I'm sitting on the bed. But
I did not know that.
But that electric couch, 2/3 of it still works. So that's why I'm like, okay, let's see if we can get it fixed. Because all the mold I can get off of it because it's just a couch, so not that big of a deal.
Okay.
But he had a thing that allowed him to plug it directly into the side and overwrite the circuit board, pretty much. And he was able to at least get it moving, not like perfectly, but it still was able to move. So it just needs it mainly just seems to need a new motor and a circuit board for that side.
Not bad. Now and the whole flooding thing that wasn't due to like natural flooding. That was like a busted pipe or something, I would assume, right?
No, it was actually more natural.
Oh, okay.
Because if it was a busted pipe, I wouldn't have gotten anything from insurance. I got something from insurance, but I didn't get a whole lot.
They wouldn't cover a busted pipe?
Actually, I think they might have covered a busted pipe a bit more, but this is a sub pump failure due to a power outage.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that it sounds like, it wasn't, all things considered, it could have been a lot worse.
It could have been because I think it only hit about 10% of the collection, and most of the cartridge games that got touched that aren't in like cases like the Switch games, like in the 3DS games, but like the Super Nintendo games I got that were at the bottom, and the NES games, they seem to be perfectly fine. And from what I can tell, the N64 games are fine, but I'm still opening them up and cleaning them out because they have metal shielding inside of them that, because of the metal shielding, it looks worse than it actually is whenever I open them up because of the water damage. That water damage is mainly just rust from that shielding.
Okay.
So I'm just going in there and just wiping off the rust as much as I can. But the actual boards on those N64 games are fine.
Oh, good. Well, it sounds. I'm glad to hear that it sounds mostly superficial damage. It sounds like for the most part.
It's still gonna be cost a lot because of a lot of it still I had to throw it away because like I had a lot of collector's edition boxes.
Oh, bummer.
But like most of the collector's edition stuff wasn't in them because I had like this, because most of them were like the statue type stuff.
Yeah, it was just the boxes.
Yeah, it was just the boxes because I had the statues upstairs.
Well, I'm glad that things are looking up for you because that was a bummer to hear when you mentioned that. However long ago that happened. So, but
it happened over July 4th when I was out of town. But the thing is though, with it being me out of town, that might have saved some extra things because whenever I'm out of town, I always turn off my power surges for everything downstairs. So because of that, no electricity was going through anything. When the water came in.
Yeah, an even better even more of a silver lining.
Also, my work computer would have been on the floor if if I was still home. So that would have been too.
Well, I'm glad to be back at this and get all caught up with you since we didn't do this in July because I was very busy. So it's good to get back on here with another episode of Achievement Chasers and talk games with you. So got a couple people in chat already. We got Wingus Dingus saying hello, Neo and Dude. Good evening, Wingus Dingus. Good to see you. And Andrew Wordna saying like and subscribe.
There is one thing. If everyone in chat has noticed, I have not been streaming recently, and it's because my gaming computer was one of the things that got hit.
Yeah, so Dude has not been streaming very much due to the flooding. I know he's probably anxious to get back to it once he can get that all taken care of.
I'd like to finish up Ninja Gaiden Sigma.
Yeah.
I'm kind of ready to be done with that. I think it's now the game that I spent the most time on really? Stream. And I played Elden Ring on stream and got all the achievements.
I was going to say even more than some of the DMC games.
I think even more than DMC 5.
Wow.
And that one I had to get S rank on every difficulty.
So, but thank you for recommending the like and subscribe, Andrew Wordna. Good to see you guys here. So with that, we'll get into our achievement hunting. So my plan is...
So what was your nice things?
Oh, yeah. So for any of you
at least
guys...
we can go from negative to positive.
We'll go to the good news. So I had a very, very busy, fun summer, which is basically why I barely streamed at all. And I had my summer hiatus. So for anyone who doesn't know, I went on a 2.5-week cruise, Mediterranean cruise, from mid-June to early July, and actually got back on July 4th, which is my birthday. So I spent about 13 hours of my birthday on a plane, but it was okay since I was coming back from an awesome vacation. It was the first vacation I've had in like 13 years. And then I also and then was that it was either like end of July or early August, like a week or so ago. Went camping for a little bit and had a lot of fun. It was basically like a camping family reunion where my whole dad's side of the family got together for their, like, I think this is the first time everyone's gotten together in a very long time. So that was a lot of fun. And it was funny because when we were out camping, I was, only about an hour and a half from where I live, but up in the mountains, and there was literally no signal at all. And I was like, crap, I'm going to lose my achievement streak. Fortunately, I was able to keep it going, but it was funny because I'm up in the mountains and I had less signal than I did out in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea. Out in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, I almost never didn't have signal. So it was very easy to keep my streak alive when I was on the cruise, which I'll talk about. But I was afraid that I was going to lose it while I was camping. But fortunately, I was able to keep it going. So I'll talk about that a little bit more later. But so I had a lot of fun. Basically, all the summer craziness is all died down. And this is my first week back to, as I've been saying, my regularly scheduled programming. So from now on until probably Christmas time, it'll be the regular Metrovania Monday, party chats and top fives on Tuesday, and then open mics / Achievement Chasers on Thursdays. So good to be back because I did have a lot of fun, but I did miss my usual streams because I have a lot of fun doing this. So
I just looked at Metagamer Score, the one that aggregates all of the achievement sites that we use. And I only missed 4 days in July of getting an achievement.
Nice. Yeah, I was on a Metagamer Score last week because I go and check it like once a month. And it's funny. It keeps like my Steam achievements up to date, like on a nearly daily basis. And I rarely ever get Steam achievements, at least for now. But then it updates my retro achievements like maybe every other week. It never automatically updates my Xbox.
I think for retro achievements, they might have asked them to not do it automatically because it could slow down their servers. So they might ask for it to be a bit more intermittent because retro achievements isn't really as big as the other companies. They don't have a big bone company coming in. So
retro achievements, it automatically scans like every other week, which is fine. But my biggest platform, Xbox, it never, ever, ever automatically scans. I have to manually. They constantly have issues with Xbox for some reason. So I go on there and it's like the last achievement you got on Metagamer Score on Xbox was like 8 weeks ago. It's like, oh, you got a lot of catching up.
Well, at least it's a one button click to fix it.
Yeah, but because you only get like 5 scans a day, and that's across all your different like.
Yeah,
profiles.
but if it's like if you just added a bunch of games, you just have to scan the network and it'll add those games and any achievements that you got for those games during that time.
Yeah, but yeah, I only go on Metagamer Score like maybe every couple of weeks. So I basically have to tell it to scan Retro Achievement, scan Xbox, and then maybe scan Steam if I've played any Steam games. So,
but it's nice having everything aggregated together.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's just funny how like my main platform, it never scans automatically. So, but all right. So my plan is since I've only got a little bit to talk about for Xbox in June, I was gonna start with my Xbox stuff in June and then switch over to my retro achievements in June, and then July Xbox and then July retro achievements, because I got a lot more to talk about in July since I played a lot more. But
I think I only have one Xbox game to talk about since I wasn't able to stream Ninja Gaiden.
Let's see here. Is this right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. So I got 26 games in total to talk about. Some of them are very quick.
How many do I have?
So
I only have 10.
You only have 10. All right. So I'll go ahead and do my all of my June Xbox since I don't have a whole lot to talk about, and then you can knock out a few, and then we'll
because I know one of the last games I talked about last time we were streaming, it was one was like Doom Dark Ages, and I just started Dynasty Warriors 2.
So, all right. So, all right. So, the first thing I will start off with is, as I mentioned, I'm pretty sure I mentioned this on Last Achievement Chasers, because the main, one thing I've been mentioning on many streams, not just Achievement Chasers, is my bean dive that I've been working on recovering since 2018 or 2019. I finally recovered that in May, and I wanted to dive all my new games before I left on my trip, which was in the middle of June. So I had about 3 weeks to dive all my games. I had about 7 or 8 more games I was planning on doing, but I didn't dive them either because it took way too long to get the first achievement, or a couple of them were buggy and the achievements just wouldn't unlock. But I closed my dive.
I told you to play Master Chief Collection.
I played that a long time ago, so that wasn't something I needed to dive
it's just
to.
A joke about how that game always takes forever to unlock achievements nowadays.
Oh, does it? I've never had any problems with it.
Well, whenever you do like the 3-hour legendary achievement, there's sometimes where it just like doesn't pop until like the next day.
Oh, that. Okay, yeah. I forgot about that.
The ones that are actually like hard and you're like, did I finally get it?
Yeah, it's like, hey, why did you get the achievement and I didn't? And then I get it like, at 2 levels later. But anyways, I got my dive done. I think I finished. So I left on my cruise on June 17th, and I think I closed my dive on the 15th. So it basically took me 3 weeks to dive all my games, and I ended up diving 409 games for a total drop of, I think I mentioned this last time, about 33 point something percent. And it's dropped now and gone up and dropped because I've dived. I've added probably another 20 or so games after I got back from my cruise. And I still have probably about 6 or 7 more games that I am going to add to the list that I haven't done yet. But anyway, so oh wait, no, that's right. I closed my dive on June 12th because I was scheduled to do a co-op. One of the games I was diving, has a co-op section, and so I told someone in my Xbox community, I was like, "Hey, I'm going on a cruise, and this game was also leaving Game Pass on. I don't remember if it was leaving in the middle of June or at the end of June, but we knew it was leaving soon. So I was like, hey, we'll get it knocked out right before I leave on my cruise. So I actually pushed it back a couple days because I wasn't done diving on my game. So I closed the dive on June 12th, and then like 30 minutes later, I started working on recovering my dive by playing through one of my favorite games, I talk about it pretty often. It's in my top 5 Metroidvanias, and that is Journey to the Savage Planet. So on Xbox, it has 3 stacks. It has the original Xbox One version, which was on Game Pass, and that's how I discovered it. And then it left Game Pass, and then it came back to Game Pass when the Employee of the Month edition, which was released last year, which was the Series X version. So a little bit better frame rate and stuff, but it's the exact same game. They didn't make any changes to the game itself. But when that came out, when they launched the Employee of the Month edition, they actually launched 2 additional stacks. So there was the Employee of the Month edition on Series X, and there was also the Employee of the Month edition for Windows. So I had done the Xbox One version back when it was on Game Pass the first time, a couple of years ago. And then I did the Series X version probably last year sometime. But I hadn't touched the Windows version yet because I was saving it for my dive. So that was one of the games I dived. I closed my dive, and then I played through the co-op with that guy literally like an hour later. We burned through the whole co-op version of the game, and then I went back solo and did everything else I needed to. And I finished that, getting 100% in it, probably on the 16th, like right before I left to go on my cruise. So I knocked that one out. It was the 3rd time I'd played it, and I love that game. So it's not like I didn't know what I was doing. I'm well versed with the game, and I love that game, so I had no problem playing it 3 times for achievements. I'd play it again if it had another set of achievements.
Hey, whenever I played through Kingdom Hearts trophy list on the original PS3, I had to play through that game 3 times because they didn't have stacking difficulty achievements.
Oh, fortunately, this one doesn't have a difficulty setting, so it's not.
Luckily, that's fixed in the Xbox and PS4 releases, and probably Steam. It's just more like that original PS3 is kind of a dick.
If I had to like beat it to unlock another difficulty to beat it in order to get like the hard difficulty achievement, that would have really annoyed me. But being able to play it 3 separate times on 3 different stacks, and get the achievements for it each time, I didn't have a problem with that. Where a lot of people were like, I don't want to do this again.
I don't mind unlocking difficulties if that's how the game originally worked. But
for me, it depends on the game.
Yeah. There is also another game. There is a game I will be talking about later that's similar to that, but instead of unlocking difficulties, you actually get better cars to set. And if you don't have the better car, it's incredibly difficult to beat the higher difficulties.
Okay. One thing that a lot of people were who are in my Xbox Metroidvania community, they were kind of complaining about it because there's, like I said, there's 3 stacks of this game, and each in order to 100% each version, you essentially have to play it 3 times. So I basically played it 9 times. You technically could do it in 1 playthrough, but it would be very, very difficult because there's you would at least have to play it twice because there's 1 achievement for beating. There's a separate mode called Old Game Minus, which is a play on New Game Plus because there's a lot of comedy in the game. It's very self-aware comedy. And in New Game Plus, you only have 3 lives, whereas in the normal mode, if you die, you just start from the last time you saved. So you can die as many times as you want. But in Old Game Minus, you only have 3 lives. However, there are 3 additional lives, so you can get a total of 6 lives. And you have to beat the game in Old Game Minus solo, and you also have to beat Old Game Minus in co-op. So you at minimum have to beat each stack twice. If you were to do all the rest of the achievements for doing everything else in the game in Old Game Minus, you could do it, but you're better off just beating Old Game Minus solo and co-op because I've done it. I've done it many times, and I've also essentially Sherpa'd a bunch of people through it where I already have the achievement. I'm just helping them get through it so they can get the achievement. So I've done Old Game Minus playthroughs probably about 10 or 15 times. I've helped a bunch of people with it. And usually, depending on how competent the other person is, I think my best time was probably about an hour and a half with someone someone else who also really knew what they were doing. But most people, it's probably closer to 3 hours. But it's not very long if you know what you're doing. You can burn through it pretty quick. So the best way to do it is do Old Game Minus solo and co-op and just get those achievements out of the way, which there's also an achievement for beating the game in under 4 hours, which is pretty easy once you know what you're doing. And so anytime I do an Old Game Minus run, I would automatically get that achievement. And then do a non-Old Game Minus where it doesn't matter if you die and do all the rest of the achievements. So that's why it's best to do it in 3 playthroughs. Technically, you could do it in 2, but that would be kind of dangerous, because if you did end up losing all your lives and you're close to the end of the game and you've almost gotten all the achievements, you'd lose all your progress, have to start over from scratch. So, but yeah, so I knocked out that 3rd stack of Journey to the Savage Planet before it left Game Pass, while I was on my cruise. And I love that game. And Revenge of the Savage Planet, which is a sequel, came out in May on a Game Pass. I haven't played it yet. I have dived. It did surprisingly come out with 2 stacks. It came out with the Xbox stack and a Windows stack, so I'll be able to play that one 2 times for achievements. So I've gotten the first achievement, which you basically land on the planet and you get an achievement almost immediately. So I've not really played anything at all, but I'm really looking forward to playing it because I love this franchise. Now that I can call it a franchise, because there's a 2nd game. And then the main other thing that I played in June was another game. It was leaving. Okay, so Journey to Savage Planet, I'm almost positive it left Game Pass at the end of the month. This game was leaving in the middle of the month, literally like a couple days before I left, and it was a really short game. So it was another game I had dived in my bean dive. So I was like, oh, it's like a 4 or 5 hour completion, so I'll knock this out before it leaves Game Pass before I go on my trip. And that was called, it's spelled Dordogne, Dordogne, but it's French, so it's Dordogne, and it's the name of a river. It's got a pretty art style. It's looks kind of like a watercolored art style, and it's basically like a point and click adventure. The only annoyance about the game is there's one missable achievement. You have to make sure that you have your character go use the bathroom every day, and there's like 5 days. The story takes place over like 5 days, and if you miss one of the days, you have to do the whole thing again. Fortunately, it's short, so you could do it pretty quickly, but other than that, it was easy to follow a guide. And it was like this girl, like I think her aunt or something, or grandma passed away, and so you go to her house to like start cleaning it up to be sold, and you relive a bunch of your childhood memories from when you were at this house. So burned through that one pretty quick. And then basically the only thing I played in June while I was on my cruise, I was able to keep my streak alive, was I played a lot of Solitaire on my phone, because there's a bunch of Microsoft games on iOS that have achievements. They're like I mentioned, I talked about a lot last year or earlier this year. Sudoku is one of them. Fortunately, I finished up getting all the achievements in that earlier this year. I kind of miss it though, because I really like Sudoku. I haven't played it since I got the last achievement, but I like Sudoku. I kind of miss it, but I haven't touched it because, like, if I'm going to be playing a game on my phone, I might as well be working towards some achievements. So
I'm pretty sure some Sudoku sets from retro achievements if you want to do it that way.
Ooh, I did not know that. I will have to look into that. But
I know there's cross on there.
I've heard of that, but I've never played it, so I don't know exactly.
Cross is more like you have numbers on the left and the top, and that determines which block is supposed to be filled in, and whenever it's done being filled in, it's supposed to make a picture.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. I just never played.
Yeah, there's a Game Boy Advance Sudoku game with 100 achievements. Also PSP.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna leave that open here on a tab so I can remember to look into that later. But anyway, so a couple of additional phone games that I've now dived that I can play and get achievements is the Solitaire collection. It's got 5 different versions of Solitaire. So I played a lot of Solitaire on my phone on my cruise, and I was able to keep my streak alive the whole time using various achievements in Solitaire. So the 5 is the typical standard Solitaire that everyone knows of. That's actually called Klondike is the name of that version of Solitaire. When you see Solitaire or think of Solitaire, it's the Klondike version.
Klondike bar.
Yeah. Let me see. I'll pull it up here on so you can see it. Maybe. Let's see here. Let's see. It does it does. Okay. I wasn't sure if the actual menu rotates or whether just the game does. Remind me later. So I don't know how well you can see it, but you got Klondike over here. Oh, did you just you did just message me. The notification popped up. Then you got Spider Solitaire. I remember playing Spider Solitaire as a kid, and that one is so I really like regular Klondike Solitaire. I remember liking Spider Solitaire. I like Spider Solitaire. As long as you're playing one suit. You can play 2 suits or 4 suits. and those are nearly impossible because there's so many cards. Then there is free cell. I hate free cell. This is easily my most disliked one. I wish I could remove it. And it's it's the hardest of all the versions of Solitaire, and it's worth the least amount of XP, because every time you beat a game, you get a certain amount of XP, and there's different difficulties on each one. The hardest difficulty of free cell gives you about as much XP as like a medium difficulty Klondike. It's like, this is the worst and hardest one. Why is this not worth more XP? And then there's Pyramid, which is pretty easy. And then there's Tri-Peaks, which is also pretty easy. So currently, and you have a specific like level, the little circles at the bottom. I've got level 25, 25, 23, 26, and 25. So I try to keep them all about even. My next achievement will probably be, once I get free cell to 25, because that's the one that's at 23, because I like it the least. There's an achievement for getting all of them to level 25. But I've been playing a lot of this to keep, I've got, here, I got a few minutes here or there. I'll play a game of Solitaire. And I was able to use it to keep my achievement streak alive while I was on my cruise. Let's see here. Does it tell me how many I have? No, I'd have to go and count them all manually. Unless
I didn't have one of my achievement streaks ended because for some stupid reason that the time zones mattered.
Oh,
even though I hate that so much, and I've never left this time zone.
Okay, that's weird.
When I have achievement hunting, so because of that, I should have had my streak continuing, but it broke, and then I was like, I don't care about achievement streaks at this point. If it can break that easily, I don't care.
Fair enough. So I currently have 29 out of the 76 achievements in Solitaire, 585 gamer score out of 1850. So, and it's got an estimate 350 to 500 hour completion, which makes sense. Because you have to, I think one of the last achievements is getting all 5 versions of Solitaire to level 100. And you have to win 100 games of each, which, I'm probably already at like 30 games of each one. So winning 100 games of each one is not difficult. It's getting to like level 100 on each one. That's going to take a really long time.
Definitely.
But it's one of those games you chip away at here and there. It's not something I'm going to like rush through. So, I got a few minutes here and there. I can play a couple games of Solitaire and make some progress. I don't know when or if ever I'll actually complete this one. But at least there's something, another one on my phone I can play to get achievements. What else was I going to say? Oh, my achievement streak right now is, thanks to that, and that's also how I was able to keep my streak alive while I was out camping. Thanks to the lodge at the camping site had Wi-Fi. So I was able to go to the lodge, connect to the Wi-Fi, play a game of Solitaire, and I was able to, unlock an achievement and keep my streak alive. Oh, time zones. That's what I was going to mention. Because I was between 9 and 10 hours ahead while I was in the Mediterranean cruise, because my time zone is Pacific. Fortunately, because I was ahead of time, not behind, it was pretty easy because as long as I got an achievement before like 9 or 10 a.m. every day, then I was able to keep my streak alive. And I usually play for a little bit before I go to bed, so which was still in the afternoon time here. So time zones wasn't really an issue. But I did have a reminder set just to make sure, but I never had to use it in order to keep my streak alive. So I've got Solitaire on my phone. Another one that I have that has achievements that I've barely touched so far is Mahjong. I still don't really understand how to play it, but I've only played it for like 30 minutes. But it also has achievements, so I can use that to keep my streak alive. Like I said, Sudoku, but I already completed that one earlier this year. Wordament, I've been playing that for a couple years, and I have almost all the achievements. The only achievements I don't think I have in Wordament so far are the ones for the basically like the Sudoku ones I was telling you have to like get a certain amount of points each month to get a bronze, silver, or gold medal for that month by doing the daily challenges. I'm much better with numbers than I am with letters, so I'm not very good at Wordament. So I don't know if I'll actually be able to do those achievements because they're pretty difficult because I'm not great with letters. And the last one is, and I've barely touched it, but is Puzzle Quest. Puzzle Quest itself doesn't have Xbox achievements on it, but progress does sync to it's Puzzle Quest 3 specifically. And Puzzle Quest 3 is also on Xbox, and you can sync your progress. So I can play on my phone and then boot it up on my Xbox, and all the achievements I got will unlock. So it won't unlock in real time like Solitaire will, but I can play the game on my phone, then boot it up on my Xbox, and all the backlogged achievements will pop automatically.
That actually sounds like what you can do with Warframe.
Yes, exactly like Warframe.
However,
However,
with Warframe, you can also get trophies and Steam achievements as well.
Yes, you can do it once and then load it up on all the different platforms and get all the achievements on all the multiple platforms, which is what I'm going to do once I actually really get into playing Warframe. I've only
if you have a PS4 and a PS5, those are also different.
There's two separate stacks. I don't have a PlayStation, but I can do the Steam achievements and the Xbox achievements, and
there are a couple of extremely grindy ones, but if you have a group of people to do it with, it's way better. Or you do it during a double experience weekend.
Okay. Yeah, so far I've only played Warframe about the 30 minutes or so it took me to get my first achievement in order to dive it. And annoyingly, because when diving, you just want to get one achievement per game, and I got two because one achievement didn't pop when it was supposed to. And then when I beat the level, I got two achievements. I was like, dang it, you suck. It's not that big of a deal. It's
especially with how many achievements are in this game.
Yeah, exactly. So it wasn't that big of a deal. There was another game that I dived where the same thing happened, but when an achievement popped, I actually unlocked 5 achievements. I was like, why didn't you just unlock the first achievement when I was supposed to? So I didn't unlock more of the achievements than I was supposed to. But yeah, so anyways, Puzzle Quest, I played a couple minutes of it. It seems very similar to Gems of War. I would do Gems of War as well, but I think I've talked about Gems of War before because it is on Xbox and it's one of those like live service games where they're constantly releasing new updates, and it's available on mobile. I'm not going to play that game on my Xbox because that is a mobile game. I will play that on my phone, but there's no way to sync the progress between the phone and the Xbox like there is with Puzzle Quest. So I'm not going to play a game like that on my Xbox. I'm going to play it on my phone, and if it had progress I could transfer over, I would do that. But since it doesn't, I'm not going to play it because I'm not going to spend, when I've got all these other games to play, I'm not going to spend the time playing a mobile game on my Xbox. So,
well, technically Warframe is now a mobile game because it's on Android and iPhone now.
True, but you know what I mean. It's like Bejeweled or Candy Crush. Those are like the epitome of mobile games. Gems of War and Puzzle Quest are mobile games. Warframe is a actual like console game that was ported to mobile, not a designed for mobile game. True. Even though there is a native mobile version, I have it on my iPad. I've never launched it on my iPad, but you know what I mean when I say mobile game. So.
I do. I just thought I'd make it fun.
So, but yeah, so that pretty much rounds out everything I did in June on Xbox, or not necessarily on Xbox since I talked about the Windows version, but in the Xbox ecosystem. So since I was gone for a lot of it, I didn't really make a whole lot of progress. So, but what about you? What did you work on in June?
Well, I'm not going to talk about it just when it did in June. I'm going to talk about the only Xbox game I played in this entire time period, and that was Duke Nukem Forever.
Oh, was this the first time play, or have you played?
Yes, it was first time play.
Okay.
And luckily, I played it on the Series X because apparently I've heard some people say it ran terribly on the 360. So me playing on the Series X actually makes it actually feel like a good game.
Yeah, I've heard from the gaming sphere as a whole, I've heard it's a terrible game, but from a lot of people I know personally, they're like, it's actually not a bad game.
I think it's because of some of the gaming sphere. They're the people that have they like to clutch their pearls, and so some of the things to them is outdated. And it's like, how could you in this year?
Well, I mean, I heard a lot of it back when Duke Nukem Forever finally came out. Nearly 15 years ago?
It definitely felt like it was meant to be joking about 6th gen games because it definitely felt more like a 6th gen game than a 7th gen. Okay. And that's not exactly a bad thing.
2011, so it's been out 14 years. So I was very close to the 15-year guess. I've
I
never
think
played
it's
a Duke
now been
Nukem
out
game.
longer than it was in development.
Oh yeah, because that was the joke, is that it's been in development forever. 'Cause I know that game was stuck in development hell. I've
Yeah.
never played a Duke Nukem game, but I did dive Duke Nukem 20th. Let's see here.
Yeah, I've done the 20th anniversary, but that one's one of those games you can cheese your way through the achievements.
Okay, yeah, Duke Nukem 3D 20th Anniversary Edition. I've dived it, got the first achievement. So when I play through that in its entirety, that'll be the first Duke Nukem game I ever actually play.
If you actually look up the True Achievements Guide, you can do it in less than an hour.
Yeah, it says 1 to 2 hour completion time. So I have no idea what exactly that entails. But yeah, it says it's
because it uses the cheat stuff.
Oh, is it just
And
like
here's the
Dune
thing, though.
64?
I don't mind cheating the stuff on Xbox because I know eventually you'll get an achievement set on Retro Achievements on
And
one of
those are
the
going to
one
be
of the
legitimate
websites or on
achievement
one of those
sets.
platforms, and then it'll have a real achievement set.
Yeah, just like I mentioned, Doom 64.
Yeah, Doom 64. Just on Xbox, just do it the fun way, and then on N64 version of Retro Achievements, just do it the legit.
Yeah, because it has like a 2 to 3 hour estimate on Xbox, as you can use the cheats to just jump to the levels you need to. But it does have a retro achievement set, and I'm sure it's much more legitimate.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they actually make it so if you use cheats, you lose out on getting achievements. But when it comes to Duke Nukem Forever, it was actually a pretty good game. Like I said, it felt like it was more joking about 6th-gen games, or it was meant to be referencing 6th-gen games like Half-Life and Doom 3. And then, of course, maybe Halo. Because it's supposed to be Duke Nukem is supposed to be a parody of what's popular at the time.
I know that I've seen a lot of videos that mention like Easter eggs, and they mention a lot of Easter eggs from Duke Nukem Forever.
I mean, it would be hilarious if that guy who keeps ruining video game franchises with his shows ends up doing Duke Nukem correct, because it actually works with his sense of humor.
I'm not sure I know exactly what
You
you're
know, the one
talking
that
about.
Devil May Cry,
the
animated series.
Okay, I've heard that it was terrible, but I've not seen it myself.
Like, as long as he treats Duke himself correctly, and he uses Duke to parody everything else, it'll be in line with what Duke Nukem is. So it's like he doesn't have he has a lot of wiggle room with this series.
Is it Adi Shankar?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, it would be hilarious if it ends up being that Duke Nukem is actually his best one.
That would be funny.
And it's because the source material actually works with his style of humor, or what he wants to do.
I've heard the name Adi Shankar, but I've never seen anything, so I'm not exactly sure who that is.
He did Castlevania, and
I heard that the first season was really good, and the second season.
First season was pretty good. I liked the second season. I haven't watched the third or the fourth season or the Nocturne seasons. But going back to Duke Nukem Forever, there were some references to other games, like they had Master Chief's power armor.
Yep, I know that one.
He said power whenever they tried to give it to him. He says power armors for pussies.
That's what I thought. I think they also took shots at the.
I think they had a Dead Space helmet and a Borderlands.
Borderlands would definitely make sense since it's Gearbox.
Yeah, and the other two that were just like dead bodies in random places.
Yeah, I'm gonna say.
I think whenever you find the Dead Space reference, he goes, "That's one dead Space Marine."
Because I think there was an Assassin's Creed reference in it as well, or maybe I know there was one in one of the Witcher games, but
I don't think it was in the Duke Nukem.
Okay. Now, like I said, I'm just going off what I think I've heard.
But I did have to go through the campaign twice because you have to unlock the higher difficulty.
Oh, okay. Like we were just talking about.
Yep. It wasn't too bad because like the first playthrough, you learn how the levels work and how the mechanics work. And I'm super glad I had subtitles on, because the kid and his mom that you get the RC car whenever you're small the first time, the subtitle actually calls her MILF.
That's funny.
So you can definitely tell that, like, most of the gaming journalists are going to be mad about this game just because of that, because of its humor.
Yeah,
and its
that makes
premises.
sense. Another Duke Nukem related. Another game I dived. I haven't played yet, but when I do play it, I do want to buy the Duke Nukem DLC. And I saw James stream it a while back. Is Bulletstorm. Have you played Bulletstorm?
Too.
So I'll take that as a no.
Yeah, I haven't played it.
Yes,
kind of stayed away from Epic Games after the whole Gears of War 1, 2, and 3.
Well, was it published by Epic?
I think it was developed and published by them.
Because I'm pretty sure it was
might have been like one of their secondary studios, but
I think it was developed by People Can Fly.
But I kind of just stayed away from Epic Games after Gears of War 3 with that Seriously 3.0.
Yeah, understandable. So the original 360 version published by EA, but developed by People Can Fly and Epic Games. So, however, I have the full clip edition, which is the Xbox One version, which was published by Arc Games and developed by People Can Fly. So no Epic tied to the full clip edition, apparently.
Now, there was a DLC for Duke Nukem Forever as well, and because it's backwards compatible, you can still buy the DLC.
Oh, is that DLC available for both versions?
I'm talking about for Duke Nukem Forever.
Oh, Duke Nukem Forever has a DLC. Gotcha. Yes. Yeah, it is backwards compatible, so no, that's a good thing.
And I do think that the DLC was a better campaign than the main campaign. And what's funny is that you go down a tunnel, and then all of a sudden it gets closed up on you, and the aliens are trying to kill you by collapsing the tunnel. And you're with the general and you're the best buddy from the main campaign because both of them survived, and you find the only vehicle you find to get out of the tunnel is a short bus. So Duke says, "Looks like we found a special way to get out of here." And then your friend goes, "Man, this brings back memories."
That's funny.
Yeah, he definitely would be on the short bus growing up.
Games journalists, are you making fun of special needs people? It's like, well, yes, I am. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, but the thing is, though, his friend is actually really cool. If they ever do a sequel, he better be in the next one.
So, let's see here.
He was one of the best characters in the game.
And who is this character you're referring to?
I can't remember his name. I know, but he was like let me just look it up.
Okay. While you're looking that up, I'm assuming you got... Yes, I just pulled it up here. So it looks like you did get the completion and got all the achievements.
Yep, got it. It wasn't... Outside of completing the game on the hardest difficulty, it was a very simple achievement.
Okay. Yeah, 25 to 30 hours. Not too bad. So... let's see here, $20 full price. Let's see what at least on Xbox, let's see what its cheapest price has been. It's never been on sale, and it came out in 2011. How about that? That's ridiculous. That's one thing that really annoys me, games that are super old and they've never been on sale. It's like, come on.
It was Captain Dylan.
Captain Dylan. Okay.
He's like the only one that actually can keep up with Duke Nukem.
I'm looking on True Achievements. I'm looking through the screenshots, and it's got Duke, and it looks like he's in front of an old western town. It says, "Welcome to Morningwood." That's funny. So,
I'm looking forward to the community night that James and Kay are going to be eventually setting up for doing that multiplayer for that game.
Oh, it's got a multiplayer?
Yeah, but there's no achievements for it, so I didn't have to grind anything for that.
Oh, that's nice. No achievements for it. So on True Achievements, it has a community rating of 2.89 out of 5 stars, which is not great. Where would you put it if you were to give it an out of 5 stars ranking?
Probably 3 or 3.5.
Okay.
So not too much higher than what they gave it.
But above the average.
Yeah. And it's mainly because you can definitely feel like it was definitely a more 6th gen game that got pushed into the 7th gen. So because of
how long it was in development.
Yeah. And because of that, there's some some issues with the controls a little bit, and I can definitely tell you that some of the levels have a bit of a aren't really some of the parts of the levels are not balanced properly in the highest difficulty, especially the turret sections.
Okay.
Because there's like no way for you to dodge things, and sometimes you just can't kill everything that comes at you on the highest difficulty. So because of that, you're like, okay, I'm not gonna shoot at this one because the next one's gonna kill the net. I'll just shoot at the next one because I know I can survive at least one or two more hits from enemies.
Yeah.
So the fact that you have to think that way during the turret section is kind of a pain in the butt.
Yeah, risk reward. It's like, I'll skip this one because I can't kill it anyways. I'll let it hit me that I can take out the one behind it.
Yeah, you shouldn't be thinking that on a turret section like that. You should be able to just be able to kill everything as long as you get on it early enough.
Yeah. So, completely unrelated, but I pulled up the homepage of Retro Achievements and it says new achievement set. Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell. I was like, oh, really? Because I'm a huge fan of Splinter Cell.
Yeah, for the PS2, I think.
And then it's the PS2 version, not the GameCube version. I'm like, dang it!
Well, you can still play the PS2 version.
Yeah, but I'd rather be the GameCube version. Well, technically, I'd rather be the Xbox version.
But we still don't have Xbox.
The PC version.
And it's only 26 achievements, so it's not even. I think you could probably knock it out in like a day or two.
Yeah, there's already. It just came out 2 days ago. And there's already 5 people who have mastered it. Yeah, even on hard,
it just gives you a reason to play through it again.
The Splinter Cell games are not difficult. But yeah, I played the PC version, so on console I would prefer the Xbox version. But since I had a GameCube, and GameCube has achievement support and Xbox does not, I would prefer it on GameCube. And I actually, one of my achievement set requests is for Splinter Cell on GameCube. I didn't realize that Splinter Cell on PS2 didn't have an achievement set yet. So
it's just because some people don't think about grabbing certain games, and most people think of Splinter Cell as more of an Xbox game. So that's probably why a lot of people haven't really picked up on Splinter Cell.
Yeah, because
on the retro achievements,
the first one was a console exclusive for, I want to say, about 6 months before it went to the other platforms.
And yeah, this is the only Splinter Cell game that actually has an achievement set on retro achievements.
Really?
And for some reason, they have the N-Gage one. At least having a page. I didn't even know they had the N-Gage available.
So yeah, I really hope that. Yeah, I didn't. Oh, I can't believe that Chaos Theory doesn't have an achievement set on anything, because that's the best Splinter Cell, and most people consider it the best Splinter Cell.
I think it's because the first one finally got an achievement set.
Yeah, maybe we'll see.
Sometimes the person who makes an achievement set for one game will move on to the next.
That would be fantastic.
So you could just play this one now, and then just later down the road, hey, Chaos Theory on PS2 is now supported. So
I may have to do that because I need an excuse to play through the original Splinter Cell games. Cause it's been
and like I said, you'll eventually you can eventually go through the GameCube version and the Xbox version, and they might even do the GBA version.
I've never played that one.
Looks like it's a 2D side scroller.
I would like to give it a shot though. And then one other thing, while we're on the topic of retro achievements and achievement set requests, last episode I talked about Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike, and there was a person working on it for a long time, and they got removed. Still, no one's been added back to it. It's been 2 months, so I think until someone else picks it up, I don't think we're going to get an achievement set for that one. So, which is a bummer, because I was very much looking forward to playing that one for achievements. So, but all right, anything else you want to mention about did not finish? I mean, Duke Nukem Forever.
No, nothing else. That was pretty much just as long as you can enjoy the dark humor in it, you're gonna be fine.
Yeah, I definitely don't have a problem with the dark humor.
And also, it's not nearly, and also the problems with it are not nearly as bad as some games nowadays when they're released.
Oh, you mean like performance wise?
Yeah. At least when I played on the Series X, because I'm pretty sure even on the 360, it still probably plays better than some games today.
That would not, sadly, that would not really be very surprising. So, All right. All right. Well, in that case, I will jump over to my retro achievement hunting for the month of June. I made more progress in that than well, not a whole lot, but I played a little bit more retro achievements. So, first thing I did was I finished up Metroid Prime 2 on my Metroidvania Monday because I was determined to finish that off before I went on my trip because I knew I was going to be doing another Metroidvania Monday for a while. So that ended up being my longest stream ever at like nearly 8.5 hours. I did not think it was going to take that long because I only had Sanctuary Fortress and then the end of the game, the Sky Temple keys, and then beating the Emperor Ing. But I was playing on hard difficulty, so it took longer than anticipated. But I'm like, I'm committed to beating this before I go to bed. So it ended up being quite a long stream, but it was fun and literally one of the most awesome boss fights ever. My final, I think I told you about this backstage or in DMs, but on the penultimate boss fight against the Emperor Ing, it has 3 phases. The first phase really royally screwed me up, and I only had like 3 energy tanks left when I beat it. So I was like, oh, phase 2, when it's in its like cocoon mode, I'll just farm this and get health back from all the little Ing that chase over you. What I didn't know is if you do that too long, the toxic fog will go up and just stay there. So I had gotten my energy tanks probably about back to 75% full. And then, and I was probably on this phase for like 20 minutes. It felt like 20 minutes. Maybe it was like 10 minutes, but it was much longer than you typically would if you're trying to just get through it. And then, because throughout that fight, the fog goes up and then it goes down, and then it goes up and then it goes down. But if you stay there too long, I did not know this, but it'll go up higher than the top of the cocoon. Because normally you're supposed to go up the top until it goes back down. I went up
because
to the top.
I know what you're doing.
Yeah, they're like, you can't stay here forever. So I was at the top and the fog went above me and it just stayed there. I'm like, crap. Fortunately, I only had like 2 more tentacles to kill. So I was able to kill them and move on to phase 3. But I probably lost another. So I went from like 3 tanks up to, because I think 14 is the total, right? So I probably went up to about 12 tanks. And then I think when I finished phase 2, I was at like 10 tanks. So I had a net positive, but if I had known that that was going to happen, I would have, beaten it a little bit faster and had 2 more tanks to spare. Went into phase 3, and I beat the Emperor Ing with 1 HP left. 1 more hit, and I would have died. And this fight probably took over 30 minutes. You go back on my stream and look and see how long it was. And it was like 30 minutes or more. And I had 1 HP left when I beat him. And I had 0 ammo. I killed him with my last shot of Annihilator Beam. So I had 0 light ammo left. I had probably about maybe like 30 or 40 dark ammo. But you have to have, both ammos to shoot Annihilator Beam. I had just run out of Annihilator Beam ammo. And I had 1 health point. It was one of those epic finishes against like a boss ever, because it was like, talk about skin of your teeth. It was great. It was all on stream. So you can go and catch the end of my Metroidvania Monday Metroid Prime Part 2. And so I now have, let's see here, I think I've got 63 out of 68 achievements. Let me see here. It is one of my higher. Yeah, 63 out of 68. So the only achievements I have left are the one for speedrunning the whole game in under 4 hours. And then I still have to beat the first boss, the Bomb Guardian, or technically the second boss. Because the first boss is basically the Alpha Splitter or Splinter. I never remember. But I need to beat the Bomb Guardian under 35 seconds, which I still don't know how that's possible. I need to beat the Spy. Yeah, I know you did it, and I don't know how. It's
called getting good at using the controls.
I mean, I haven't beaten it as many times as you have, but I've beaten both Metroid Primes on GameCube many, many, many times. So it's not like I'm not used to them. It's just, it would make it so much easier if it played like a modern game with the dual stick control, so I can turn and move at the same time and not have to alternate between the two. That's why Metroid Prime Remastered is so much better. But anyways, I got to beat the Bomb Guardian in 35 seconds. I got to beat the Spider Guardian in 3 minutes and 45 seconds. That one shouldn't be too difficult now that I know, the trick of going to the end and then dying and then starting over so you can skip the cutscenes. And then I have to defeat the Emperor Ing in under 4 minutes, which that one might be a bit tricky. And then beat the...
Especially since it took you so long to beat it on hard.
Yeah, but that was on hard, so that made sense on why it took so long. And then the last one that is not the full game speed run is for beating Dark Samus at the end with 5 minutes or more left on the clock. So I will go back and get those and get the mastery for this at some point. It'll probably be a while, but I'm getting close to having the mastery on that one. But I call that a Garbovian completion, which I lovingly borrowed that from one of my buddies in my Xbox community who uses that term for, I've done everything I'm going to do in this game for now, and I'll get back to it eventually. So
there's a couple games that I do that for, but like the Rare Replay.
Oh, that one's brutal. I'm not playing Rare Replay because there's so many games in it. I wish every game in it was its own achievements, like its own game, rather than it all being bundled into one. Or, well, not, it's a whole bunch bundled into one, and then a few of them have their own achievements.
All the 360, all the ones that were on 360 were kept their original lists.
Yes. So like you can do, like I dive the Banjo Kazooie games, and those are part of Rare Replay, but they're their own achievement sets. Same with like Perfect
I've
Dark,
actually finished everything up to the N64 era, so
GoldenEye.
I can work on that one. It's just I need to get back into it because I know I can finish it because, like I said, I'm at the N64 era.
The main one that I want to play on the Rare Replay, and I think we've talked about this before, was Jet Force Gemini, but I have to play everything because that one doesn't have its own achievement set. So I'm not playing Rare Replay for that. I'm just going to play retro achievements for Jet Force Gemini.
The only problem is that you won't get the modern controls that way.
Does it have an upgraded control scheme on
Yes, it does.
The Rare Replay? Oh, I did not know that. But I 100% of that game back in the day on the N64, so I think I'll be all right. So, actually, you know what? Why don't you go ahead and take another one? Because I got a group of 3 games to talk about next, and I'll kind of just all group them all together.
I think I know which 3 they are.
You probably do.
But I'll go ahead and talk about my next game, and it's the one that actually got started before last time, and that was Dynasty Warriors 2. And I actually was able to finish this one a lot quicker because there's not nearly as much content as later games. I mean, it definitely felt like a beta compared to 3. Like it was like a proof of concept.
Oh yeah, the game itself, not necessarily the achievement set.
Yeah, because every character only has 4 moves in their standard string, so that gives them very little room to work with.
Oh,
so
I've got,
and you don't even upgrade your move string with getting better weapons or leveling up. The only thing you can do to make your character better is literally just increasing your stats. Like whenever an officer drops attack or defense or health up.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I've got yours pulled up here because Dynasty Warriors 5, which you were working on for seemingly ever, had 341 achievements, and it was cool that the retro achievements recently added a time counter, so you completed that one in a little under 400 hours.
I don't like it too much because if I leave the emulator on, but like in like it's just the retro achievement menu, it still counts the time.
Oh, okay. I did not know that because for the most part,
there were some times where I would be like, okay, I'm gonna go do some laundry, but I'll leave the game on, or like leave it in the menu.
I typically like close, especially since most of my retro achievement is here on my Retroid, so I close it when I'm done playing a game for now. But I do have one that I left running, which I'll talk about later. But yeah, that makes sense. I just didn't know that. But yeah, Dynasty Warriors, it says 388 hours for Dynasty Warriors 5. That's probably pretty accurate, would be my guess, because that's a long one.
That is way more accurate, though.
versus Dynasty Warriors 2 only has 41
I would actually say it's more
achievements.
like a 50 or 60 hour game, which
Uh,
is still
oh,
long for a lot of people, but
Dynasty Warriors 2.
yeah, it's still a very short game for a Dynasty Warriors game.
Yeah. So 41 achievements, and it says for you, it says 98 hours, but you think it was probably less than that because you had left it running.
Yeah.
Okay. So anything of note for Dynasty Warriors 2 that maybe something particularly difficult
There
or
was
just something
nothing
that
really
stood out to
difficult
you?
because as long as you leveled up your character before you went into a specific difficulty, you were fine. It's just that the hardest part of the game was just the fact that every time you knocked an enemy officer down, they would always they would heal themselves. So you constantly had to just hit them 3 times and then back away, hit them 3 times, back away. Because if you hit them on the fourth time, they get flown further away from you and they get put on their back, and that's when they heal or have a attack boost or a defense boost.
Oh, okay. So in
And
order
the
for
biggest
them
problem is
not to
that
do
if
that, don't hit them the fourth time.
yeah, but also a problem is that if an ally hits them on the ground, they also heal. So
Oh, one
sometimes,
of your allies?
yeah,
Oh, so you're not entirely in control of it.
yep. So sometimes you're just like, okay, I'm just gonna keep on whacking them, and there is a limit to how many boosts they can get, but it usually starts with plus 50 health, plus 100 health, plus 200 health, and then max health. So like even so, it's like a pain in the butt. But like there is a limit to how many boosts they can get.
Okay, so
So you'll
does it just
eventually kill
infinitely
them.
stack?
Yeah, that was the hardest part, and I'm glad they took that mechanic away from all the later games. Because in later games you can charge your special attack, which is called Muso attack,
Right. Okay.
and if you allow the enemy officers to do that, that's when they can heal, and you can tell that they're doing it by seeing the aura around them and just them standing in the same spot instead of moving towards you.
Okay.
So it's something you can avoid them doing, but it's not like annoying like how it was in Dynasty Warriors 2, where it's just like every time they get knocked down.
Every time they get knocked down, they get up again. You're never going to keep them down.
Pretty much.
um. Okay. So looking at your profile now, it looks like you have now mastered Dynasty Warriors 1 through 5. Although 1 is
No, two
PSP.
two through five.
Well, is because I see Dynasty Warriors mastered, but it's a PSP game, not a PS2 game.
Yeah, that's not the first game.
Oh, okay.
The first game is
Which
on PS1, and it's actually more of a Soul Calibur game.
I remember you mentioning that. Are you planning on playing that one at some point?
Eventually,
Eventually, okay.
and
So
it's not, from what I can tell from the comments on that game, it's not a difficult achievement set.
okay. So let's see here. I'm assuming that maybe we talked about this already, but is there a achievement set for Dynasty Warriors 6?
There is on Xbox 360.
Oh, there's three. Yeah, I see. Oh, because it was on PS2, but PS2 does not have an achievement set for it.
Not yet.
So
It's one of those weird games where they released it on 360 and PS3, but then they backported it to PS2, and somehow the backport
oh,
actually has more characters and more
huh.
weapons.
Someone is currently working on an achievement set. So yeah, it looks like
Yeah,
there will be
and
achievements for
there's
that
also
one.
an achievement set being developed for Dynasty Warriors 3 Extreme Legends.
Oh.
So I might be going back to that one as well.
So do you? Oh yeah, the same guy's working on both.
Yep.
King Link. So do you think you're probably going to do both of those at some point?
Eventually, yeah. I still need to do the Warriors Orochi games and the Samurai Warriors games as well.
So, oh, and there's that's a PSP game.
The thing is, though, I know how long the Warriors Orochi 2 one is. That one's easily a 200-hour one. I'm not even joking.
No, I don't doubt it at all. These Dynasty Warrior
And
games are time
it was a
sink.
200-hour achievement list on the 360 as well.
That makes sense. So of the Dynasty Warriors that you've completed so far, which one was your favorite?
And of the Dynasty Warrior series or the entire Warrior series?
Of Dynasty Warriors, essential. Well, the PSP game through Dynasty Warriors 5 Extreme Legends that you've mastered on retro.
Oh, on retro, just the retro achievements.
Yeah.
I would actually say 4 is the best. Is still my favorite.
Okay.
Because it's hard in chaos mode are not painful. As painful as 5, and it definitely improves on what Dynasty Warriors 3 did. Dynasty Warriors 5 does improve on what 3 and 4 did, but that chaos mode is just too brutal because you have limited healing items, and the enemies can kill you in like one combo.
Ouch.
So like the entire game, you're pretty much playing defensively, and it's not what I play Dynasty Warriors games to play.
Okay.
I play Dynasty Warriors games to be the one versus 1,000.
The one man versus 100 gorillas.
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. Anything else you want to mention on Dynasty Warriors
2?
2. I was like, wait, not 5. You finished that one a couple months ago. Not 4. 3?
Like I said, it's
2.
pretty bare bones game, so it's not that much to talk about.
So even though it was 100 hours, it's kind of.
It also had terrible voice acting.
It sounds like compared to 5 Extreme Legends, it was kind of a breeze.
Yeah, it definitely was.
So, all right. Okay. So, I've got 3 games in a row to talk about. What games are those?
Donkey Kong Country.
Yes. So, I had started Donkey Kong Country. Let me pull it up here and see when I actually started the first one. Because these were my favorite platformers as a kid. I would take Donkey Kong over Mario any day of the week.
Same.
It's not even in my most recently 15 played game, so I have to go to my full list. So let's see here. Where is it? Why is it not showing up here? Oh, there we go. Okay. So my first, I hate how when you actually show the list, it shows them in the order, not in the actual order you unlocked them in. So I have to actually click the little arrow to expand it to see the order. So I unlocked the first achievement in February, and I got about probably like 60% of the way through the game. I got to like the ice world of Donkey Kong Country, Gorilla Glacier, and I got the achievement for completing every level in Gorilla Glacier.
I remember as a kid always getting stuck on that world.
So I started it on February 12th, and then I beat Gorilla Glacier on February 21st. And then I didn't get another achievement until June 1st. So I went a few months, and I was like, all right, we talked about this a little bit on last Achievement Chasers, but my goal was to get the 101% achievement for getting like all the bonus rooms, all the Kong letters, all the little secrets here and there before I left on my trip. I was able to pull that off, and I got, let's see here, where is that achievement? Reach 101% completion. I got that one on June 16th, and I left on June 17th. So nice. I was able to get another about 15 or so achievements. I probably had about 20 of them so far. And then after I got back from my trip, no, actually, it looks like I got a few more achievements. Yeah, I got like 3 or 4 more achievements after that before I left on my trip. So I got the one for beating King K. Rool without taking damage, return to your banana horde after you complete the game, and collect every Kong letter and every level of Chimp Caverns. I got that all on June 16th as well. Then
the Kong letters were one of the first ones added after they changed how the sets worked.
Okay,
because remember, I was the one that made the achievement list for the original Donkey Kong Country.
Yeah, so you didn't create the Kong letter achievements?
No, those were added afterwards.
Okay.
And that was with the first section that was added.
Yeah, and those are like the air quotes hardest ones to get because you have to do them all in one session, so you can't like turn it off and resume later. So you have to make sure you get them all.
But if you got like 50 lives, it doesn't matter.
So yeah, Donkey Kong Country 1, it was nice that there was a level where you can just farm lives because the game doesn't save how many lives you are. So if you have 70 lives, you turn the game off, you start with 5. So, But fortunately, there's a great level that's not too far into the game that you can go to farm your lives, so it makes getting through the rest of the game easier. But anyways, I got that achievement. I got a couple more achievements there on the 16th, and I didn't get any more until after I got back from my trip. So after I got back from my trip and I could, have regular access to the internet again, I went and got the achievements for like finding all the secret warp barrels, finding all the levels that have like hidden extra lives, some of the levels that have hidden on guard and Rambi tokens, and let's see here. Finish Poison Pond while riding the first on guard without freeing the second on guard. And obtain an extra life in Misty Mine by defeating 8 enemies in a row with a single jump. So I've currently got 57 out of 71, which is 80% of the achievements. I still have to do the achievements for getting, the bonus rooms for each of the animals.
Those ones aren't terrible besides Rambi.
Yeah, I just haven't attempted them yet, but I'll go back and I don't think I will have too much difficulty mastering the rest of the achievements here at some point. I just
remember, don't go for the 2 times until after you get to a point where the 2 times would get you to the.
That's what I learned. I think I mentioned that in the last Achievement Chasers. I was like, what's the point of this? It doesn't really do anything. It's because I was getting it right away. You want to get everything and then end at that point, and then it multiplies your score. So That's the trick. Because I was like, how the heck are you supposed to get like 600 and 700? It's like, I can only get like 300. Because you got to get the multiplier at the end, not at the beginning. So I've got a few achievements here for beating like specific challenges on certain levels, like finish the level with Winky or finish the level with Rambi or Espresso.
It's pretty much just make sure don't get hit while you have the animal buddy.
Yeah. So
although sometimes you can actually get them back after they got hit.
On guard you can usually get back, which is nice, but the land-based ones, it's basically don't get hit.
And some of the levels with Rambi, it's easy to get them back because sometimes there's a section of the level where
he'll get tracked and run back and forth.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, most of the remaining achievements that are not the bonus room ones are for completing specific levels with certain criteria, and most of them are tied to keeping your animal companion alive. And then, of course, there's the beat the game in under an hour and 10. So,
that one's not that bad.
Yeah, so
as long as you know where all the warp barrels are, it makes it a lot easier.
I didn't even think about that, but yes.
And also you can save.
Oh, yeah, because it only, like, if you get a good run, go and save, so that if you do a bad level, you can basically revert and try it again, and you won't have that time count for you. Basically how it should work in Ninja Gaiden Sigma, but it doesn't.
Yeah, Ninja Gaiden Sigma is just a pain in the butt.
So, but yeah, I do plan to get the mastery of that one at some point. It'll probably just be a while till I get back to it. So I finished that off before I left on my trip, and then I got basically those achievements where I needed a guide to show me where the secrets are. I got those when I got back. Then I played the entirety of the campaign of Donkey Kong Countries 2 and 3 while I was away on my trip. Thanks to I basically, this is where all of my retro achievement hunting is on my Retroid now, with the exception of Metroid Prime, since this does have a Dolphin emulator, but it doesn't support retro achievements. They're working on it, so it'll be nice when it does. But all of my Metroid Prime has been on Metroid Prime, Metroidvania Monday, but everything else that retro achievement has all been on my Retroid. So it was great having that on my trip. So I played through Donkey Kong Country 2, and I basically just, I wouldn't say sped run the game, but I tried to get like all the letters for each level as I went, but I wasn't like if I saw a bonus barrel, I went for it, but I wasn't going out of my way to find everything because I was like, I'm just going to beat the story. Then when I get home and have access to the internet, I can use a guide to see where all the secrets are. So I got the first achievement on June 18th, which is the day after I left. And let's see here. Where's the achievement for beating the story? And I played through it on hard mode on the first playthrough, so I didn't have to do 2 playthroughs. I did have one. Oh man, that might have been Donkey Kong Country 3 though. There was one achievement I had to request a manual unlock because my internet, even though it was weird, because it was Donkey Kong Country 3, I was also playing on toughest difficulty on my first playthrough, so I didn't have to do 2 playthroughs. And the achievement for getting 50% completion unlocked, but the achievement for getting 50% completion on toughest difficulty did not unlock. So it's like, why did one and not the other? So once I got the achievement for getting 75% in toughest, I was like, hey, I've got the 75% achievement. I don't have the 50, and they did a manual unlock. I was hoping that they could backdate the achievement to when it should have unlocked, but they just give it that achievement has the timestamp of when they manually unlocked it. I don't know if they can't backdate the time.
I think they could, but it's just more effort.
Because I said, here's the exact date and time that it should have, and I went and looked at it, and it had whatever today's date was a couple weeks later. So like, whatever.
By the time they added that implementation, I think I had stopped being a developer. So I don't know the whole shebang of that. Gotcha. But the fact that it's pretty painless whenever you can prove it easily is pretty nice.
Yeah. So let's see here.
But they also know that it's just sometimes achievements just bug out.
Yeah. It was a networking error because I had very, very spotty internet at wherever it was that I was playing it. But fortunately, once I got the 75, I was able to tell them to, hey, unlock the 50% one, and they did for me. But anyways, so I started DKC 2 on the 18th, and then I got the achievement for beating the game, the beat the game achievement for beating Captain K. Rool in the Flying Croc on the 24th. And then, let's see here. I got a couple more achievements over the course of the next couple days. And then, so that's probably about 30 of the 80 achievements while I was on my trip. And then after I got back, I probably got about another 30 of them after I was able to have the internet and find out where all the secrets are. So I currently have 62 out of the 80 achievements in Donkey Kong Country 2, which is 77%. And
one trick that apparently not a lot of people know is that whenever you're on the overworld and you go to a level, if it has an exclamation mark, you found all the bonus rooms.
Yes, I did know that.
There's a lot of people that don't know that.
Yeah, I was like, how do you not know that?
But and of course, in the later games, they also have the DK coin next to the level name whenever you find the DK coin.
Yep. Yeah. So in Donkey Kong Country 2, if it has the exclamation mark at the end of the level name, that means you've gotten all the secrets. And then if you have the DK coin, there's a DK coin symbol next to it. So if you have the exclamation mark and the DK coin, you know you've done everything in that level. Donkey Kong Country 3, they got rid of the DK coin symbol. It just has an exclamation mark. And the exclamation mark indicates whether you have the DK coin or not.
In Donkey Kong Country 3, you can also tell by the flag.
Exactly. There's 3 indicators on the flag on each level. And if the flag is like half mast, that means you have more.
No, what happens is if it's not flying in the wind, that's not a. You didn't find.
You don't have all the bonus rooms. Level. Yeah.
And if you found all the bonus rooms, the flag will be flying in the wind.
It'll be up at the top.
And if you found the DK coin, it'll have the yellow.
Yes.
Diamond.
There's the little triangle yellow flag that indicates whether you have the DK coin or not. And then if the flag is at half mast, it means you haven't gotten all the secrets. And
it's not really half mast. I think it's actually just that it's not flying in the wind.
No, it's like lower on the pole.
It's been so long since I've actually finished the level without finding all the bonus rooms. I
but
remember.
It is, the flag is just like this. If you don't have all the DK coins, and then it looks like it's lower, and then once you have not the DK coins, all the secret rooms, and then once you do get all the secret rooms, it's basically up the top, and it's flapping in the wind. So I want to say that there still was the exclamation mark at the end of the level name, but I don't remember for certain. But the flags indicate everything you need to know about each individual level for secrets and stuff. So, but anyways, Donkey Kong Country. Donkey Kong Country 2. I still have probably about 82. I still have 18 more achievements left for just a variety of things, like finish Rattle Battle while collecting 9 or less bananas, Bramble Blast in less than 2.5 minutes without using checkpoints. So there's all these random achievements for various levels that I have to basically meet some sort of specific criteria. I'm like, I'm burned out on this game. I want to move on. So I'll come back to it later. And then, of course,
I think I ended up doing a lot of those on stream because I decided, okay, I can do all the. I'm gonna remaster all 3 Donkey Kong countries on stream, and I did those in between the Devil May Cry games. because I could do them. I did them like in like 2 or 3 streams.
Yeah, you could do it pretty
So,
quick.
After the craziness that some of those Devil May Cry games are, I needed some time. I needed a smaller game to play to enjoy.
Yes. So, bunch of those achievements, and then of course it also has a speedrun achiever beating the game in 1 hour and 20. So, I think that one's gonna be more difficult to master just because there's so many more of these like complete this specific level under these specific conditions achievements, and some of them seem like a real pain in the butt. But I do plan to master it eventually. It'll definitely be a while since I've kind of burned out on the Donkey Kong Country games for now.
How could you?
And then I just kind of played a lot of it, in a relatively short period of time. And then Donkey Kong Country 3, like I said, I beat the story of Donkey Kong Country 2 on the 24th. I got the first achievement in Donkey Kong Country 3 on June 26th. And then, let's see here. Where is my achievement for beating the game? Beat the game and beat Dr. K. Rulenstein. Let's see here. That's on the Nautilus. I did that later. Where is the one? Ah, here it is. Wait. Is that? Where's the... Oh, there it is. Oh, the end? Question mark. Complete every level in Chaos Court and beat the game? Question mark. Because there's, a real end of the boss fight. And so I got that on June 2nd. So right before I came home. And so I have probably about 30 of the 84 achievements. And then I got a couple more achievements. I got like 2 or 3 more achievements on the 2nd there while I was still on my trip. And then after I got home, like I said, I worked on getting a bunch of the Donkey Kong Country 2 achievements wrapped up. And then once I did that, I finished wrapping up a bunch of the Donkey Kong Country 3 achievements. So I got probably about another 30 achievements at home here starting on July 15th. And that was basically, getting all the Kong letters, getting all the DK and bonus coins in every level, finding all the secret warp barrels, finding all the hidden extra life balloons, finding all the secret holes. So I currently have 66 out of the 84 achievements for 78% completion. So basically Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3, I'll have within like 2%. I have about 80% completion on each of them for now. So very similar to Donkey Kong Country 2. I've got a bunch of achievements for, specific levels for finding certain things that are, I tried a couple of them and I'm like, these are really annoying. So I'll come back to them later. The one that I think is going to be one of the worst ones is the Finish Fish Food Frenzy without Nibla turning any color other than blue, and which means he can't eat any of the urchins and you have to feed him constantly so he doesn't change color, and you only have a couple seconds between each one. That one's going to be a major pain in the butt. And then, of course, this one also has a speedrun achievement for beating the game in less than 2 hours. So I will plan to get the mastery on this one eventually as well. It'll just be a while. The biggest out of all the achievements I did so far, easily the most annoying one was beating the Dr. K. Rulenstein on the Nautilus without taking damage. Oh my God, it took so many freaking tries because he's super easy up until the second to last hit, because he goes invisible and he'll just appear anywhere and there's no indicator and you can't do anything about it. So he'll just appear literally on top of you, and you have to get super lucky that he doesn't appear right where you are, because as soon as he appears, you take damage and there's no way to avoid it. So that was super, super cheap and really annoying, because then I just start the whole fight over again, and it takes like 10 minutes every time, and it's super easy to get all the way back to that part without taking damage. But then you take damage just because he's invisible and teleports, and then he does it again immediately after that. And that was super annoying, having to do it so many freaking times. That was so frustrating. So when I finally got that one knocked out, I was like, all right, I'm done with this game for now. I'll come back to it at some point. So
I think I just looked at my time on Donkey Kong Country 3. The 80% run I did, it was like 1 hour, 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. So you got you did almost half the time.
Because
it's a
1
2-hour
hour,
speed
10
run.
minutes. That's 70 minutes.
Yeah, so you got a lot of room to spare.
Decent amount of time.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so I've got about 80% complete on the 3 Donkey Kong Country games. I started playing Donkey Kong 64. I don't know what the deal is. I need to figure out something, but the camera is tweaking out on here. I don't know whether it's the emulator or something wrong with the controls or something, but I literally can't move the camera around because it's constantly doing this. And I'm like, I can't play this. So I need to get through Donkey Kong 64. And that'll be, I don't think we've talked about this before. I don't think I ever got 100% back in the day. I need to boot up my copy on my N64 to see how much progress I did have. I probably got about 90%. It has a lot of achievements. I don't know if I'll get all the achievements on retro achievements, but I do plan to get most of them. But when I do get around to playing it for retro achievements, and it will be
a lot
soon.
of those achievements are actually progression based. So
okay, it will be soon though, because for the gaming challenge, I was on Carl's channel last night. We were doing a mid-year review. You get bonus points for doing multiple games in a franchise. So I'm going to be doing Donkey Kong 64 for extra bonus points since I did Donkey Kong Countries 1, 2, and 3. But I'm just going to basically burn through the campaign, and then eventually, kind of like what I did with Donkey Kong Countries 1, 2, and 3, is at some point I'll come back and I'll wrap up a lot of the other stuff later, just so I can have the story complete. Because I want to move on to Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze, which I've never played before. And I just recently bought those for my Switch. So they're right up here. Bought those with my birthday money. I played like the first level of each of them just to see how they are. And I really like what I've played so far. So I'm looking forward to playing through those for the very first time. So, yeah, so that about wraps up my retro achievement hunting for June. And a lot of that was also July, since, I wrapped up a bunch of that in July. But I've got a bunch of other stuff to talk about retro achievement hunting in July later on. But what do you got next?
Well, I think I can talk about 2 games that I played. One was over the the week that I went to go visit my family for my brother's wedding, and the other one was I started while I was on the July 4th visiting them, not knowing that my basement was flooded. But I played 2 Pokemon games during that time period, and I played through Fire Red during the wedding trip, and I started playing through Sapphire on the July 4th visit. Fire
Red is the Game Boy Advance version of the original Red version, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And when you do your on the road retro gaming, are you doing that on your PSP or PS Vita?
Nope, I'm doing it on this laptop.
Oh, on your laptop. Okay. So how was Fire Red and Sapphire?
Yes, Fire Red. That was pretty much a very basic achievement list for Pokemon, because they had like Nuzlocke challenges on the gyms where you can't be over a certain level, and in this one they actually made it so you can't have more than a certain amount of Pokemon in your party whenever you fight the gym leader. So like for Brock, you could only have 2 Pokemon, or was it 1 Pokemon? Let me check.
Oh, I thought you always had access to 6, but I don't know
but the
achievement. Pokemon.
The achievement.
Oh, the achievement was specific.
Yes, the achievement was specific. You had to have two or few Pokemon at level 14 or less when you fought Brock.
Gotcha.
And then like for Misty, you had 2 or fewer, and you're less than level 21. It's to make it seem like it's an even fight, because that's their highest level Pokemon, and the amount of Pokemon they have and their inventory when you fight them.
Okay.
So pretty much besides those achievements, it was basically just go through the game, beat all the trainers, do all the trades, catch all the Pokemon. And then once you get to the Elite Four, there's an achievement for beating the entire Elite Four with only 1 Pokemon. And that's technically 5 trainers that you have to fight, because you have to fight the Elite Four and then your rival who just beat the Elite Four right before you got there.
With 1 Pokemon?
Yes.
That sounds very difficult.
You just have to overlevel 1 Pokemon.
Okay.
because they're like level 50 whenever you fight. When the Elite Four is only like level 50.
So
Pokemon goes up to level 100.
What Pokemon did you use for that, and what level
I
was
think
it?
I ended up using Nidoking,
Nidoking?
which is
Okay.
a favorite of the Gen 1 stuff for this type of stuff.
Okay. And
Because it has a
do you
very large
remember?
move pool and it's a very attack heavy Pokemon. So
Okay.
that's the reason why Nidoking is used in speedruns of Red.
What level do you know what level he was when you did that?
I can't remember.
Okay. Can you
It's been
ballpark
so
it?
long. Was that
Can you ballpark it? Like, was it? Do you remember if
like
it was like
80
it was
probably?
around 80? Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious, like, how big of a gap was it between you and the Elite Four?
Yeah. And there is an achievement for the second set of the Elite Four, because in this remake they actually made it so that once you beat the Elite Four, the next time you go to Elite Four they'll actually be slightly stronger, but it's like only like 10 levels, so it's not even that big of a deal.
Okay.
In later games they actually do a bit better with the rematches of the Elite Four. Like they'll even like change their Pokemon so that they're usually in most Pokemon games they try to make it so that the Elite Four and the Gym Leaders can only use Pokemon from that region. But then in some games whenever you can do rematches, they'll increase the level of their Pokemon and they can use any Pokemon that's in up to that generation. They'll sometimes
Gotcha.
even use legendaries.
Okay.
But like this is the one that started the ability to actually rematch and have them to be stronger.
All
So that was
right.
actually kind of a nice feature. And of course, and like I said, most of the achievements after that were mainly just catching all the Pokemon available in the game without trading to another cartridge, and just
Yeah. How
doing all the
many
post game stuff.
is that in each version?
It depends on the game because I know in Fire Red it's 170.
Oh, 170?
Yes.
Oh, so it's gotten more than just Gen 1.
Yes, because it's Gen 3. It's technically a Gen 3 game, and in the
I
post
didn't
game
realize that.
they added in Fire Red and Leaf Green they added a section of islands called the Sevi Islands, and you go there twice. Once right after you beat Blaine, and the second time after you beat the Elite Four. When right after you beat the Elite Four, you get something called the National Dex, or instead of just the regular Pokedex. And the National Dex allows you to start catching Pokemon that aren't just in Kanto,
Oh,
which is the
okay.
region of the first gen. So I don't. One of the biggest problems that I have with Fire Red and Leaf Green is that there's a couple of Pokemon that can evolve through happiness. Pretty much, you friend that Pokemon. This is a mechanic that's been around since the first gen, but was never really used it for anything outside of attacks. Because like there's two attacks where one increases its power the higher your friendship is, the other one increases your power with the lower your friendship is. Well, nobody uses the lower friendship because just having the Pokemon in your party increases the friendship.
Okay.
So they just rather use the maximum. So they made it set in the second generation that they added a mechanic where some Pokemon can evolve through happiness and by leveling up once they're above a certain threshold.
Hmm.
And the stupid thing about Fire Red and Leaf Green is that two of these Pokemon are in the original Kanto Dex, but they cannot evolve until you get that National Dex. So you'll have, but you, it's still a good idea to keep those two Pokemon in your party throughout the entire game, because then once you get the National Dex, you can just level them up once, and they should have enough happiness to level up or to evolve.
Okay.
It's just more of an annoyance that you can't evolve them before you get the National Dex.
Gotcha. Yeah, that sounds annoying.
But they did that so because they wanted you to be able to trade with the Ruby and Sapphire, the first Gen 3 games. So um they did something crazy with Ruby and Sapphire. They actually um hid that you could actually get the Pokemon that weren't available in Hoenn until after the until after Colosseum and Fire Red and Leaf Green came out. Because once Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Colosseum came out, you could pretty much get all 386 Pokemon in each of those games. And
So,
then they released Emerald that made a couple of other Pokemon a little bit easier to get.
What was it about the releasing of these other games that prevented you from getting them in Sapphire?
Oh, you could actually just get them in Ruby and Sapphire, just that those Pokemon weren't like available to catch in Hoenn.
Huh.
Like they just didn't show up.
They didn't appear.
Yeah, and because of the way that they did the Pokedex, you didn't know that they would be able to show up. But if you had a Game Shark, you knew you could get them in the game.
Oh, okay.
So then, whenever Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Coliseum said, "Yeah, you can trade with Ruby and Sapphire with these games," it's like, oh, okay, so that means that they were always meant to be available. So, and the reason why they did this is because from Gen 2 to Gen 3, they changed a lot of the mechanics behind the scenes.
Okay.
With the Pokemon, like the way the inherited values and effort values work. So because of that, they were like, okay, we can't make it so that you can trade Pokemon from Gen 2 up. But ever since Gen 3, you've been able to move your Pokemon all the way up outside of Dexit, which is whenever they remove Pokemon from the Pokedex.
Oh,
They started doing that in the 8th gen.
Dexit, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's like, back then they didn't have, patches and title updates, so they couldn't add it in after the fact. So if you could get it after another game came out, that means it was already in the game. You just couldn't get it yet.
Yep.
So, okay. So looking at Ruby here is not Ruby. Fire Red has 61 achievements, and it says mastered in 95 hours. Would you say that's accurate, or was
that's about accurate? But I also played the game mostly in triple speed.
Oh, and it counts the clock at triple speed as well.
No, it doesn't count the clock at triple speed. So it was probably a little bit longer. But I also left the game on overtime as well, like I usually do. So it's probably about right.
Okay.
But I tend to play a lot of our RPGs like Pokemon in triple speed. And the reason why I do triple speed is because the Pokemon Stadium games, they had a way to play the Game Boy games on the big screen. And there was an official way to actually make it go triple speed in the Pokemon Stadium games.
Oh.
So I'm like, okay, it's not cheating if the developers are fine with it. And to be honest, and there is an argument for some people that say that that speeding up is actually cheating, but others are like, it's not really cheating, it's just skipping the grind.
Yeah, it's because if you're actually like a game that's actually difficult, speeding it up times 3, that makes it way more difficult. But if it's something that's slower paced and like turn based, that's definitely not cheating.
Yeah, and I just do a triple speed because it's like it's faster than it normally would be, but it's not so fast that I could just it just would be ridiculous.
Yeah. Now, how do you set exactly what the speed up speed
is? There's a frame skip toggle or something like that in RetroArch. I can look it up after the stream.
Okay. Because I've noticed like when I use the speed up on RetroArch on my computer, it was like
it's uncapped. But then by default it's uncapped.
When I do it on here, it's like crazy fast. Like it's like times 10 speed. If I'm not
like I said,
it goes way too fast.
I think I think it's because by default it's set to uncapped.
Okay.
So
I don't remember ever changing that setting, so I don't know why it wouldn't be uncapped on my PC version as well.
Yeah, that's weird.
But I'll have to take a look at it.
I just thought I'd talk about Sapphire as well while we're here.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Sapphire has been mostly a normal run of Sapphire. It's just that there's a couple of achievements now that I'm working towards because of the way that you have to grow berries. Because there's an achievement for getting all 25 ribbons on a single Pokemon. That sounds like a crazy thing, but like 20 of them are done by the contest by doing all of the contests. And there's like 4 levels and there's 5 different types of contests. And there's a way to actually cheese the system for that. It's just that I also have to work on getting that Pokemon through the battle tower as well. So I'm pretty much going through the battle tower with only 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, looking at it, so you've got 30. This one only has 49 achievements, so a few less, and you have 39, so you still have 10
but
more.
I do like how they made that Ruby and Sapphire had different types of achievements. Like there wasn't like in Pokemon Ruby, the only legendary that had a catch this Pokemon without using the Master Ball was the roaming legendary. But Pokemon Sapphire had an achievement for catching each legendary without using a Master Ball, except for
Oh, okay.
the roaming Pokemon.
So let's see here, because Ruby is the alternate version of Sapphire, right?
Yes.
So let's see. I'm trying to
So
find.
they did something interesting like that.
There it is. So Ruby,
and they both had the same amount of achievements.
let's see here. So yeah, 49 and 49, and they were both done by the same two people. Brian did 24 of them, and Joss did, Brian did 25 of them, and Joss did 24. So they both did the same number of achievements in both sets as well. But
there's something I wish I knew before I started Sapphire, and that was the fact that they actually didn't put an achievement in Sapphire for catching all the Pokemon available in Sapphire.
Oh, okay.
There is no gotta catch them all in Sapphire, and I'm kind of disappointed in them for doing that.
Yeah,
but then I'm also like disappointed myself for not noticing that. So I could have just breezed through the entire game with one Pokemon.
Yeah.
Instead of just trying to level up Pokemon to evolve them and then move on to the next Pokemon. So that would have made the game a little bit faster. But I'm still working on getting my my one Pokemon up to a point where I can take them into the contests. Because the way the contests work is that you have to give your Pokemon Pokeblocks that are made from berries to increase the stats for those 5 contests. And those 5 contest styles are cool, cute, beauty, smart, and tough. But there's a way that you can actually cheese all of them just by using specific moves in a specific order.
Can you get all multiple at a time, or do you have to do each one individually?
You have to do each one individually.
Okay.
Well, you have to do each of the contests individually, but you can do them all of one set at once.
Okay.
You just have to do them right back to back to back.
Right. Yeah, I was wondering if maybe it's like if you do these sets of moves, you get this one, but if you do these sets of moves, and you get another one. So maybe there's a way that you could do all the different moves and get all the different ribbons.
To be honest, the way the moves are categorized isn't nearly as important as what they do for the appeal, because this one move it's like a cool move, but if you use it first, you get a ton of appeal anyways. If you're like the first in the turn,
okay,
if you use it first, you'll get like 8 points. And if it's not like if it's one of the two that the crowd doesn't like it, you'll lose 1 point. But you still get 7 points, and most of the moves are like 4 points.
Okay.
So you're still getting more points than if you're using an on-brand move.
Gotcha.
And 2 of the moves I've used, I can use as a combo, and it gets me 20 points in the combo.
Sounds pretty good.
Because move 1 will make you go last the next turn, and then the other move is if you use this move last, it does a really good appeal, and since it's part of a combo, it doubles the appeal. So originally it would have given you like 10 points, but then because it doubles it because of the combo, it goes to 20 points. But the only problem is that move, if you use it, once you use it, you can't use any moves for the rest of the contest. So you got to use it later in the contest.
Gotcha. That makes sense. So, but yeah, not only were both Ruby and Sapphire done achievement sets done by the same 2 people, and they have the same number of achievements. They're both worth 485 points.
Yep.
So they're both worth the same amount of retro achievement points.
Eventually I'll move on to Leaf Green, and that one actually has a very simple achievement list. It's just complete the game. I think it's just complete the game and get all the Pokemon.
Okay, so Leaf Green is basically Fire Red, but for green, or it's a updated version of the original green version, which wasn't released here in the States.
Yep.
Okay.
But for the most part, it's just it's mainly just beat the game on that one. And I think that one has the catch 'em all. Got to catch 'em all. Let me check. Yeah, it has the gotta catch them all. So it's got that, but it doesn't do anything crazy with anything else.
Okay.
So it's a leaner achievement list, but I think they might leave it that way.
So
having one out of five at one game out of the 5 in a generation being a simple achievement list is not a bad thing.
Yeah, because there's so freaking many of them.
Yep, because they just added more achievements to Pokemon Emerald.
Oh my goodness.
That game I think that game almost has 200 achievements now.
Let's see. Emerald has 198. Jeez.
I'm pretty much correct.
Yes. Yeah, right on the.
And like I said, they just added achievements to that too.
How many? Do you know how
many
they added?
There are many people that think that Emerald is the best Pokemon game of all time.
Yeah, there's the total value, because the retro achievement value is 2,116 points, but like the adjusted value for the difficulty is 441,000. I think most of those achievements that were just added, no one has them yet.
Yeah, I think one of them was a loyalty program, because that one has like a 0.9%, and it's just get a free potion at the first town.
Yeah, this one is worth 10 points, but it's adjusted is like worth 3,100. Defeat every trainer in Sutopolis City.
Yeah.
So it doesn't sound like that's too difficult. It's just people haven't done it yet. So that'll come down, I'm sure. Do you know exactly how long ago these achievements were added? Was it like yesterday?
It was only like last week that they got added.
Okay, so very recently.
But I mean, what's the funniest thing about that is that now just Emerald alone has more retro points, those white points.
Then like
that has double the amount of retro points that I have on my entire card.
Oh, the one game has double the amount of points that you have in entirety.
Yes.
That's funny.
And it's just because they added a bunch of achievements that are just like that.
It doesn't sound like they're too difficult. They're just going to be, more time consuming. So yeah,
I think the reason why they added it to Emerald is because everyone thinks it's the best game.
So
and it's definitely the best.
More achievements to it.
It's definitely the best third generation game on the Game Boy Advance, because it's pretty much Ruby and Emerald, but with enhancements.
Okay, yeah. So there was Ruby and Emerald, and then like the one that kind of combined them was, Ruby and Sapphire, and then there was later on there was Emerald. It was kind of a combination.
Usually the third one isn't really a combination; it's more of a director's cut.
Yeah, that's a better way of putting it. And
because if you look at Yellow, they made it more like they made the red and blue games more like the anime, where they had you start with Pikachu like Ash does. And then you can eventually get the 3 starters just by playing through the game as well. But you can't evolve Pikachu. And that was the first time they actually really tried something with the friendship mechanic with Pikachu.
Oh. Yeah, I think, I don't remember if it was you or Carl, but someone was telling me that, yeah, you can't actually evolve Pikachu. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, he actively refuses it. He'll actually get angry at you for trying. I think there's an achievement on Pokemon Yellow for trying, just so you can see the unique animation for it.
That would make sense.
And Pokemon Crystal, it was pretty much Gold and Silver as a director's cut with an added storyline for one of the 3 dogs.
And that was Platinum, right?
No, it's Crystal.
Oh, Crystal was for Gold and Silver.
Yes.
Oh, really? Not Platinum?
Platinum's for Diamond and Pearl.
You would think that it would be Gold and Silver and Platinum, and then Diamond and Pearl and Crystal, but they didn't. That makes.
Well, they did Crystal for Gold and Silver first. So.
Well, yeah, you would think
Crystal was actually the only Pokemon game that was. I think it's the only Pokemon game that was exclusively Game Boy Color. Because Gold and Silver were those type of games that you could play on the original Game Boy, but it was enhanced on the Game Boy Color.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, of course, with Emerald, what they did was they combined the storyline because the way Ruby and Sapphire do the Pokemon is that in Ruby, Team Magma is trying to awaken Groudon so that they can add more land mass to the planet so that people can live on more land.
Okay.
Of course, when
Doesn't
they
sound like
awaken
a bad
Groudon,
thing.
it's like I'm going to add land until water is no longer existing.
Oh. Well, where does the water go then?
Evaporates.
You gotta go somewhere.
Evaporates, and then of course the Team Magma is helping you stop Team Aqua is trying to help you stop Team Magma and Ruby, but it's the other way around in Sapphire where they're trying to awaken Kyogre so it can create more oceans. But they don't realize it's gonna literally bring about the entire just an entire ocean over the entire world, because Kyogre and Groudon don't care. They just like, we're gonna create more land or we're gonna create more water, and so that's why Rayquaza, which is the one on Emerald, just said, "You two need to stop this because I'm getting tired of this BS."
So those Pokemon are essentially like Pokemon gods.
Yep, and then Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. There, it's time, space, and antimatter, pretty much.
Okay.
Or actually, probably gravity. And that's where they actually introduced the concept of God in Pokemon, and that's Arceus.
Okay. So, so looking at your remaining Sapphire achievements, you got a couple 5-pointers, 10-pointers, a few 25-pointers, and then that ribbon one you mentioned for 50 points. So that seems like that's definitely going to be the
yeah. If I just do them all with the one Pokemon, I'll eventually get it. I gotta do the tower as well. I gotta do 50. I gotta do 50 battles in a row without losing on both level 50 and level 100.
Ooh, level 100. That's something that could probably be pretty difficult, or do you think that will be pretty simple?
It's not that complicated. It just takes time to get your Pokemon to level 100.
Yeah. So, it says you currently have about 50 hours. How many more hours do you think it would take you to get the remaining 10 achievements in this one?
Probably another 10, 15. Mainly just because of that grind.
That's not too bad. I was thinking like the last 10 achievements going to be like double that to 100 hours.
No, nothing like that.
Okay. So maybe they have this in a subset. I don't know, but if there was an achievement for getting not just collecting every Pokemon in the game, but getting every Pokemon in the game to a level 100, because that's the cap, right?
Yeah.
How long would you think that achievement would take?
Way too long.
Would that be like 1,000 hours?
Easily.
Okay.
Even with triple speed.
Oh, yeah. Has any of the games done that? I'm assuming that probably wouldn't be in a main set.
There is a subset achievement called Professor Oak's Challenge. That's where you get every Pokemon available to you before you defeat a gym. That means leveling up a level that means sometimes means leveling up a Pokemon to level 36 before the first gym.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, all the Pokemon you're fighting are level 10.
Yeah, there's 187 in just this subset. And there's an achievement for basically just obtaining every Pokemon. Defeat Roxanne after obtaining all possible 37 Pokemon up to that point. And all these achievements are worth 1-2 points. It's like, you got to really love Pokemon if you're going to do that.
Yeah. I'd rather just play the main games and that's it.
Obtain Rayquaza after obtaining all possible 177 Pokemon. So that's not too bad. But yeah, the fact you have to get all of them in an area before you go fight that area's gym, that would be a pain.
And especially because you have your starters at the very beginning of the game, and their final evolutions are usually at 36.
Okay.
So you have to get your starter Pokemon up to level 36 before you even fight the first gym. So you can't even abuse the trainers to level up your Pokemon. You have to like level them up against level 10s.
Yeah, against random encounters, right?
Yep.
Oh, that's brutal. So, as far as you know, there's never been a game with a retro achievement for in a subset or otherwise for getting all the Pokemon in the game up to level 100.
Nope.
That would be brutal.
Yeah.
So, all right. Anything else on Sapphire? want to mention?
Or Fire Red?
Or Fire Red, yeah.
Nothing really. I think I spoke my piece.
All right. All right. Let's see. Okay. So, for getting into July for Xbox, wow, that's a lot of. Let's see, how many do I have here? 11 games. So, let's see here. Let's kind of start with some of the quicker ones. So, Tony Hawk 3+4 came out, so I played that day one. Thankfully, it's in Game Pass. I do want to buy it at some point, but I don't have to yet because it's on Game Pass.
I did pre-order that before
the physical.
Yeah, and I got the collector's edition one with the deck.
Is it like an actual skate deck?
Yes.
Cool.
The only thing is that it came in after all the mayhem that I've been going through, so it's like,
well,
I kind of don't want this right this second.
It didn't get destroyed.
Yeah, but it's just more of like, it's another thing that I have to put away right now.
Yeah, understandable. But yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with that. I have beaten what would be considered the story, which is complete all the normal and pro goals on all maps on Tony Hawk's 3 and 4. And then that unlocks solo tours. And then you have to go through and do the exact same thing with every skater in the game, which a lot of people are complaining about. They're like, oh, that's ridiculous. I'm like, I like it. So give me more excuse to play it. So just like last year, Tony Hawk 1+2 was my most played game over the course of the year because I kept it in my quick resume for like 6 months, doing basically the exact same thing where I went through all of Tony Hawk's 1 and 2 with each skater because there was an achievement for it. Tony Hawk 3+4 will probably be my most played game this year.
Yeah, for 1 and 2 is mainly because of the level 100 achievement.
I haven't even, like, obviously I've been making progress towards that. But I haven't even been going out of my way for that because they added there was another term for it in Tony Hawk 1+2 remake because it wasn't in the game at release, but then they added it in after the fact. Where because like in Tony Hawk 3+4, it's called solo tours. There was a term for it in 1+2. I just don't remember what it was. But in 1+2, once you beat all the goals in 1 and 2. That was essentially it. They then later added you get additional progress for doing that with every skater in the game. So I was glad when they did that because it gave me more reason to play it because I love that one. So fortunately, this time they have it in there off the bat. So I've been keeping in my quick resume, and I'll do like 1 or 2 maps a day. And there are 30 skaters, and it takes probably a couple hours to do each one. So that's probably a nearly 100-hour achievement right there. But I don't mind because I like playing it. So I've been chipping away at it basically since the day it came out. And so I'm having fun with that. My biggest complaint is I am not a fan of the soundtrack. The soundtrack on 1+2 was way better. So I was listening to my Xbox podcast just yesterday. It's catching up on the last 2 weeks, and they were talking about it. And the guy talking about it was like, oh, the soundtrack is phenomenal. It's fire. It's like, the soundtrack is kind of trash. There are a couple of songs in there that I really like that I remember being in original Tony Hawk 3. I never played original Tony Hawk 4, so I don't know what music was in there. But yeah, most of the songs in the soundtrack, I went into the audio options and I unchecked them so they don't show up in my playlist because they're just really annoying. So that's my biggest complaint is the soundtrack is kind of garbage compared to the 1+2 soundtrack. Another game I played in July because in my Xbox, I've been running, for a couple years, I've been running a Metroidvania contest, and I won the vote for July on what was going to be the Metroidvania of the month. And so I absolutely had to play it because you don't have to play it if yours gets rolled, but I'm absolutely going to. And I talked about this one at pretty good length on Carl's channel last night, and that was Tales of Kinzera Zao. It got a lot of flack when it came out just because of it being associated with Sweet Baby. There wasn't really anything in it that I would say deserved any criticism along those lines. I enjoyed it for the most part, and it was pretty fun. My nitpicks were just with the design of the game, in that there were very few collectibles in a Metroid. It's a 2D Metroidvania, and there were very few collectibles in it. So
Was
I
that
like
the game
having
that had the spear trucker comment from someone?
the what was that?
Someone said something about spear trucker about the game.
I don't remember hearing that, but you do have basically like a javelin attack where you throw a spear, because it's basically Black Panther the game, because it takes place in this like fictional super advanced African country, and you're like a prince, like about to take on the role of the king because your father died, and the game is all about like coming to terms with it and like grieving the loss of your father. So, and it was really pretty, because it's not a pixel art game, and that always is a thumbs up in my book, because there's way too many pixel art Metroidvanias. But I liked it. I had a lot of fun with it. I think
some people are starting to like. Some people are trying to bring back the PS1 and 64 era of graphics right now, because there's nostalgic for it. Eventually, we'll get to the Xbox, PS2, and GameCube era graphics.
Probably
that people are going to be nostalgic for.
But yeah, overall, I enjoyed it. I think I gave it like a 4 out of 5 stars. I had fun with it, and so I got it 100%. And it was not a terribly long game. It said estimated completion time was like 8 to 10 hours. I think I did it in about 12, and I enjoyed it. Another game I played it was because it was leaving Game Pass, and it was like a 1 to 2 hour completion. It was a point and click, so it was super easy to just follow a guide. And that was called Case of the Golden Idol. It was very zany, I would say, and it had a very like Clue feel to it, where you have to like piece together these like murder clues, and it had like some wackiness to it, kind of like what was that one that left Game Pass about a year ago, and it basically takes place in like medieval paintings. I forgot what it was, but it's kind of a similar Procession to Calvary is the game I was thinking of from last year. That was also a point and click that had kind of a wacky sense of humor to it. This was kind of like that, but more point and click. But yeah, that was a couple hours, just followed a guide, and that one was super easy. Another game that I played, and it is one of, I believe, 2 games on Switch that have Xbox achievements, and it is a game I absolutely adore. And I started it. I think I started.
Is it one of the Ori games?
It is the Ori and the Blind Forest. So,
because I was about to say, if it's not one of the Ori games, it's going to be Minecraft.
Yes, Minecraft has Xbox achievements on Switch. I was planning on getting the Switch version of Minecraft just for that, but Switch games are like, they never come down in price. And on Switch, Minecraft is $30. I'm like, I'm not paying $30 for Minecraft. Whereas
at least whenever you pay $30 on PC, you get both Java and Bedrock at the same time.
And it's on Game Pass, so I don't have to buy it on PC. So I've already done the Xbox stack a while ago, but I've now started the Windows stack. And I've also started the iOS and Android stacks. But those are only $7 each. So why can't I buy it for $7 on Switch? That makes no sense to me.
Because Nintendo wants their cut.
But yeah, so I'll probably get the Switch version of Minecraft at some point when I can get it for cheap.
Do you know how to play the game yet?
I still have no idea how to play the game. But anyways, so I played through Ori and the Blind Forest.
See, you walk up to a tree and you smack it to get some wood.
I know that you acquire resources, but how you actually use them to craft anything and build stuff, I don't know. So, and no, I do not know how to tame
it is on PC.
I don't know how to tame a horse in Minecraft. If you know what I'm referencing there. Do you know what I'm referencing?
Well, I'm thinking of the new that one anime that came out this season that everyone's raving about.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The Horse Girls.
I've not heard about that, but no. When I say
literally that anime is about girls that are racing like horses, and they actually have like horse features like horse ears and tails.
Huh. I've not heard about that.
And they're actually based on real Japanese race horses, like their mannerisms and what they've done in the races.
Okay.
There's even a gacha game attached to it too. It's actually reinvigorated people about going into horse racing.
racing.
And like it even makes people want to go see the racehorses that these characters are based on, like the ones that are retired.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what you're talking about. So, what I was referring to was the episode of South Park. There was an episode about Minecraft, and all the adults needed to find out how to tame a horse in Minecraft because that was the passcode that all the kids put on their satellite boxes, so they couldn't access their murder porn, which is all the murder documentaries because they were all like obsessed with these. So the kids locked them out of it, and the way to
I remember that episode now.
The way
and Randy was the only one that was actually playing the game.
Yeah, the way to turn it off is how do you tame a horse in Minecraft? I still have no idea how to tame a horse in Minecraft, but I've only done one stack of it so far.
But here's the thing, though: how do you turn that into a passcode? Because it's a list of things you have to do.
I don't know. It's South Park, so they never actually explained how you tame a horse in Minecraft.
How do you turn that into a password? That's my question.
I don't know either. But anyways, no. So I have 3 more stacks of Minecraft to do. I probably still won't know how to tame a horse in Minecraft after I'm done with those, thanks to Achievement Worlds. Anyways, no, we're not talking about Minecraft. We're talking about Ori and the Blind Forest. So I believe, let's see here, all the stacks of the Ori games on Xbox. So there's only one stack of Ori and the Will of the Wisp, which is my favorite Metroidvania of all time. But the Ori and the Blind Forest, the first game, there is the original version, which was never actually released on its own. And then there's the definitive edition, and you have to. The only way to get access to the non-definitive edition is to buy the definitive edition, and it comes with the non-definitive edition. So there's 2 stacks right there. The non-definitive and the definitive. I've 100% of the definitive and Will of the Wisps. I've now started the non-definitive edition when I did my dive, but I haven't actually played through it yet. And then there is also the Switch version of Ori and the Blind Forest, and it has Xbox achievements. So there's Switch, Xbox definitive, non-definitive, and Blind Forest. So I guess there's only 4 stacks. I thought there was 5. But anyways, I played through it and I beat it. Let's see here. I don't have all of the achievements because some of them are quite difficult and I really don't want to do them again. Like beating there's a 1 life mode. And you basically
you're an achievement hunter. You don't want to complete games.
I already have completed it. I just don't want to do it again. Because
what's wrong with you?
You basically can't save scum because like a lot of times, like in games, for like beating the game without dying, if you die, you can just quit without saving and then reload your last save. In Ori and the Blind Forest, if you die, it saves literally instantly. So the only way to do it without to be able to like save scum is if you like pause and quit before you die. But there are so many quick instant deaths in this game, it's nearly impossible. It is such a pain in the butt because that was one thing.
It makes you hate the game.
Yes. One of the things I liked about Will of the Wisp is there's still plenty of obstacles that can kill you instantly, but they toned it down massively. In Blind Forest, literally everywhere are 1-hit deaths. In Will of the Wisp, they're like here and there. So beating Will of the Wisp without dying is much easier than Blind Forest, just because how ridiculously many instant kills there are in Blind Forest. So anyways, I've got 49 out of the 57 achievements. So the remaining ones I'll still need to do. Oh, that's an easy one. Kill 3 enemies without touching the ground. Oh, I've done that plenty of times. The achievement just didn't unlock. Visit 100% of the map. I'm at 99% of the map, and it's all filled out. So I can't figure out what I'm missing. Either it's glitched or there's some secret area that doesn't show up on the map. And I've compared my map with an online map, and I have everything. So I don't know why I don't have that achievement. It does. In game, it still says 99%. So I don't know what it is I'm missing, but I essentially should have that achievement. There's an achievement for find all secrets.
You just have a random corner that you missed out.
It's probably something super dumb. I need to go like hug a wall somewhere. But I do have all of these achievements on the Xbox version. I just don't have them all on the Switch version yet. Find all secrets.
This is your favorite game. You would do them all in all versions.
Will of the Wisps is my favorite. I do love Blind Forest, but nowhere near as much as I love Will of the Wisps. I wish one thing that's kind of annoying is like, why does the Switch version of Blind Forest have Xbox achievements, but the Switch version of Will o' the Wisp doesn't have Xbox achievements? I would happily buy it on Will o' the Wisp on Switch again to get more Xbox achievements, but
Maybe
Will o' the
because
Wisp only has
it made
one
it more
stack.
complicated whenever they released it. And
So
Microsoft was like, okay, this was too much hassle to work with Nintendo on this.
yeah, I don't know, but I'm a little disappointed that there's only one stack of Will o' the Wisp and there's four essentially, or three essentially, of Blind Forest, when Blind Forest is the much more difficult one. But I still need to get the achievement for finding all secrets. That's just easy. I just haven't done it yet. Complete the game on hard. Not too difficult. I just have to play through it again on hard. Beat the game without upgrading any of your abilities, without spending an ability point. That one's pretty easy. Just I'll need to do it again. And then complete the game without dying. And then complete the game on one life mode. So those, you basically do them together and you'll get both achievements. Because completing the game without dying, that one is pretty easy, because that one you don't have to do on one life difficulty, so you can save scum that one. But one life mode, you basically can't save scum it. But so those two are basically done together, and then beating the game on hard with one ability point in under 3 hours is not too difficult. So I could stack all three of those together in one playthrough. So I'll do another playthrough at some point, and I should have all the achievements except for beat the game without dying and one life mode. I don't know if I'm going to go for those achievements again. We'll see. So, but I still got a bunch more. So let's go ahead and give you another chance to tell us about some stuff that you've played.
Gotcha. I'll go ahead and talk about the only GameCube game I played this during this time period, and it was actually a TV series game. You ever heard of the series called Ed, Edd n Eddy?
I have never seen it since I never had Cartoon Network, but I absolutely know of the show, and I would recognize it if I saw it.
How dare you not have the superior Cartoon Network?
I never had any cable growing up as a kid, so I never had any of the... I basically had 3 channels that came over the airways.
But this one was based on this one. I've already played through the PS2 version, so the GameCube version was pretty much just the same, just slightly better. But it's pretty much just got like 5. The entire premise of the series is that these three kids are trying to scam kids so they can get money, so they can buy these oversized jawbreakers that are apparently so good that everyone wants them. And it pretty much has like five or 6 levels that are like, they try to be like episodes of the series. It's just that you play the portions where they have to get everything set up or just do things. So, and there's small little collectibles, but it's mainly just you getting from point A to point B. And you actually have all 3 Eds with you at almost all times. And there's each Ed can do a specific thing, and also they have a specific team up type thing, like Double D, which is the one with the black hat on at all times.
Okay.
He's a smart one. He's the nerd. So he can do all the mechanical stuff with machinery, and
like
his team up, is trampoline is a trampoline where the other 2 just push him up as he jumps up, so you can get to higher platforms.
Okay.
The small one, Eddy, can't remember what his special was whenever he's solo, but he is definitely the best. Melee attacker, because he has a yo-yo, so his attack box is actually further away from himself than everyone else.
He has better range.
Yeah, and his team up attack is that, or team up technique is they just go. You know how they'll have the kids try to be in a trench coat to act like an adult.
Okay, yeah.
They pretty much do that, but without the trench coat, and allows you to go.
I see that on the cover of the game.
Yeah, and they mainly do it so you can go across thin platforms with all 3 Eds.
Okay.
And also grab things from high up. And the dumb one, which is Ed, he can he can dig things up, and he can his special is the batter Ed, where he just starts running full force, and he can just break things with his head. He's the stupid guy.
Batter Ed.
Yeah, he's the stupid one.
He's the
like, if you
one,
like
right?
puns, you'll love the series, because every episode is a pun on with the Ed name in it.
And
it's a really good series.
The dumb one you're talking about, he's the tall one that actually wears a trench coat, right?
The unibrow.
Yeah.
He is actually the strongest character in the series. It's just that he's so lovable that he doesn't really use it against people. But he could actually beat every character in the series if he actually cared. Because there was one episode where he was super mad, and I won't spoil the episode, but everyone that would normally beat up the Eds, when he was this mad, anyone that would try to beat him up normally, actually just like, okay, I need to get away from him because he will kill me. There was also one of my favorite episodes is referenced in this game because there's 2 bonus levels, and they're based on and you pick up costumes throughout the levels, and when you complete a costume, you can unlock a bonus level.
Okay.
And this one's kind of based on my favorite episode, which is where they decide to dress up the dumb one as a monster so that he can do some things for them to scam the rest of the crew or rest of the kids in the cul-de-sac. But because he's so into like the sci-fi and horror movies, he actually just becomes the monster and actually just terrorizes the town for like the first episode where it's like the entire block instead of a half block like most cartoons like that era was. You know how like they have like one episode is technically 2 episodes during that era.
Okay.
So this was like one of the only ones where the entire block was 1 episode. And they did it so well because you didn't actually see what he looked like until the end of the episode.
He went full method acting.
Yes. And what was hilarious is every time he captured the kid, he would take him to his room. He would chomp up their cereal called Chunky Puffs, and then he would spit the Chunky Puffs on them, and so they would stick on the wall. And a couple of the kids, the way they were stuck, it was hilarious.
Okay, so Ed, and Eddy, it was a GameCube 3D platformer with 25 achievements. It looks like it was
also on PS2. I don't know if it was on Xbox.
Okay.
And the PS2 set it also has a set.
It does.
But they're essentially the same games, just I think the GameCube plays a little bit better.
Yeah, and there was also a Game Boy Advance version that also has an achievement set.
I need to eventually go through that version, but it's probably not going to be as good as the GameCube and PS2 versions.
But it looks like it was a pretty simple completion, 25 achievements, and it looks like he did it in about 4.5 hours.
Yeah, that's about right. I think I even grabbed some dinner that night too, so it was more like a 3.5 hour game.
Okay. Anything particularly difficult about that one, or are they all pretty simple?
It's just pretty simple game. It's just good fun.
Another one of those like palate cleanser between your giant games.
Yeah. It's an enjoyable one.
Okay.
If you like Ed and Eddy, definitely play through it. If you want to know if you like Ed and Eddy, it might be a good idea to play through it.
I closed your tab. I didn't want to do that. Let me go back here. All right. So
I do actually have the entire Ed and Eddy series on DVD though.
How many seasons did it run for?
I think around 4 or 5. I'd have to check.
Okay.
But the last season they did something different where they changed the art style a little bit, and this is the first time they actually went to school because like the entire series was them in summertime, and it's like kids just being kids in summertime.
Gotcha. It's like the opposite of Recess.
Yeah, but then like what's funny is the very first episode of that season where they finally go to school. The first episode was actually Eddy trying to convince the entire cul-de-sac that that summer's not over yet because he actually like he found a way to make it look like it was still summer when it was fall. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. And so everyone started panicking like, wait, I need to actually get stuff for school now.
It's like, no, school's not starting yet. I can totally understand that because I did not want to go back to school. All right. Any last thoughts on Ed, and Eddy?
Nope, just watch the show. It's great. It even has a great ending with the movie.
Oh, they tied up in a movie?
They tied it up in a 1-hour movie.
Ah, okay. Similar thing with the
what's funny is the smart kid brought out a sextant, and they made a joke about it being called a sextant.
Of course.
They brought out a little bit of an adult joke there.
So. All right. Then I will continue
I mean,
on here.
Ed and Eddy actually was created by an adult animation team, and it was only made because the head of the team was dared to make a kid show, and it ended up being their most well known show.
Interesting. Did not know that.
It was also one of the last series to do the cells style of animation. You know
Oh,
where
that
they had
style of
where
animation.
yeah, that style of animation where they had like the backgrounds already pre-made, and they just drew over them for the characters.
Hmm.
I think it was the last series that actually did that.
Another interesting little tidbit of information. So, all right. Well, then I will go ahead and continue on with the rest of my July Xbox stuff. One other thing I wanted to mention on Tony Hawk, since I didn't touch on it. So it has 32 achievements, and I have 25 of them. So I have 7 more to go, and I have 710 out of the 1,000 gamer score. So obviously the one I'm working on the most is the one for completing every solo tour, which is beat the entire game with every character.
Just as a heads up, I have 5 games left, although that includes the game I started yesterday after finishing another game.
Okay. Then that should be perfect then. I'll break up the rest my July into 2 sections, which were Xbox into 2 sections and my retro achievements into 2 sections. And then perfect. So but yeah, Tony Hawk, I have to score 10 million in any park in under 2 minutes, which it sounds difficult, but it's not really that difficult.
Especially once you have a maxed character.
Well, it's because there's a creative. You can create your own parks, and there's lots of people who have created parks specifically for some of these achievements. So you can just go in and get the achievement super easy. I just haven't done it for that one. I'm going to try to do it legit, but we'll see.
I mean, to be honest, just give me a half pipe, and I'd probably be able to get it pretty quickly.
I do like, Vert is always my favorite in the Tony Hawk games, but I don't know if they adjusted it in this one, but you lose your momentum really quickly. Like after you do 3 vert tricks back to back, all in one combo, you almost come to a complete stop. So then you would need to transfer into park tricks with grinds and stuff.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm the same way. I can just keep doing vert tricks forever, but you lose a lot of momentum very quickly. I got to complete a speed run without bailing, which is completing all of the goals in a map, all back to back in one go without bailing. So that shouldn't be too difficult.
Just do the first level. That probably be the best way to do it.
It'll be a little bit of a challenge, but it shouldn't be too bad. Complete every skater challenge. That's not too bad. And then complete every challenge in Tony Hawk 3 is one achievement, and complete every challenge in Tony Hawk 4 is another achievement. Not too difficult, but a little bit of a grind, pun intended. And then complete every expert challenge, and some of those can be a bit tricky. So I've got most of it, and I do plan to get the completion in it eventually. So, but all right, back on to stuff I hadn't talked about. Another Game Pass game that was leaving Game Pass, and I had to knock out really quick, and it had I think it said a 5 to 6 hour completion. I think that was a little low. I think it took me about 8 to 10 hours, but I completed that before it left Game Pass, and that was Turnip Boy Robs the Bank. I did Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion. That was their first game, and that one left Game Pass sometime last year. And
Turnip Boy sounds like the most base person ever.
So he kind of just ends up in these wacky situations at no fault of his own. So it's got a very funny sense of humor. Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion. That was the first game. Basically plays kind of like a Zelda game. It's like an adventure hack and slash sort of thing. Turnip Boy Robs a Bank is a roguelite. And it could have used a little bit more direction because I was like, I feel like I should be progressing, but I'm not progressing anywhere. I'm just going through the roguelite. So you basically can rob this bank as many times as you want, and you have a minute and a half before all the cops start showing up. But you can eventually, with the more money you acquire, you can buy upgrades, and some of them are increasing the amount of time you have before the cops come, so you can explore more of the bank. But it didn't make it exactly clear on where the main bosses are in order to progress the story. So once I figured that out, I was able to get through the rest of the game quite quickly. But I was stuck in basically phase 2 after I beat the first boss for a lot longer than I should have been. But it was a cute game. Like my one gripe is I found out that the developers that make this game are like super ultra mega like alphabet people, and it's kind of hidden at first, but then you start seeing it everywhere, and there's the alphabet flags like all over the game. And I went to the developer's website, and it's like plastered all over the website. I'm like, wow, these guys are, they got a few screws loose. But at least the game itself is fun. It's not too intrusive. But
it's only once you start seeing it, you're like, oh.
Yeah, I took a clip of, because one of the main collectibles are hats, all these different various hats you get for Turnip Boy, and there's like 60 of them, and like half of these hats you collect are for all the different freaking like 89 different genders. And I'm not joking either. I could show you the clip as like, wow, these guys are. It's like you don't have to cram that stuff in a game that looks like it's meant for kids, because it's very bright and colorful and has a very cute, kid-friendly aesthetic.
Well, to be honest, every kid should know how to commit tax evasion.
That's true, but that I didn't see any in the first game, but this one, the second one, robs a bank. It was like once you get like a quarter of the way into the game, it's like all over the place. It's like, really, did you really have to do that? I don't know if it's out yet, but there's a third game called Turnip Boy either delivers the mail or steals the mail, something with mail. I'm assuming it'll probably come to Game Pass at some point, and I'll probably play that one too. But yeah, so it was a cute game and not terribly long. So I was like, I'll knock this one out before it leaves Game Pass. So Turnip Boy robs a bank. I started the game challenge that I'm in. Like I said earlier, multiple bonus points for playing multiple games in a franchise. I have not yet played Doom Dark Ages other than getting the first achievement for the dive. So I was like, I want to get a bunch of I still got some older of the Doom games to play. So I was like, and Doom 1+2 came out not that long ago. So I started Doom 1+2. I've probably played the first act of Doom 1, but I'm planning on playing through Doom 1 and Doom 2. I still haven't decided whether I'm going to play through Doom 3 or not, just because I don't have any desire to play Doom 3. We'll see. And
Doom
then
3 is my favorite, though.
I know it's your favorite. It's just I'm not a fan of. I've played about 8 hours of it so far. Fortunately, it's not as scary as I thought it was going to be. It's just I have zero desire to keep playing it. But I know how much you love it. So I don't know if I'm going to do Doom 3 or not.
I hope we do Dude 3. I hope I get to do Dude 3 with James, like how we did Dude Souls.
Oh, okay. That would be great. I'm planning on doing Doom 64. Since I've already done the Xbox version of Doom 64, I'm going to do Doom 64, the N64 retro achievement set. And then I'm also going to do, when I get up to Doom 2016, since I already have 100% on Xbox, I bought it on Steam when it was on sale for a couple $, so I can play through it again and still get achievements.
Doom achievements, I think the only one I haven't started is the Doom 2 re-release and the Doom 1 and 2. And that's just because of the Doom 2 requiring you to do it in co-op.
Oh,
difficulty.
And it doesn't have online co-op. It's co-op. It's local co-op only.
Yeah.
Yeah. I played that one, but I probably will never get that achievement, because not only is it beat in co-op, I think you have to do it on nightmare difficulty as well.
Yeah.
If I remember
That's the
correctly.
one where every enemy will respawn.
Oh, yeah. So I
did it. I was able to do it on the first game because you only had to do like the first episode. You didn't have to do all of the levels throughout the entire game. But because Doom 2 is entirely one episode, and it's like 30 levels, you're kind of like screwed because you got to go through all 30 levels on Nightmare with a dead controller.
Yeah. Yeah, I've played the Doom 1993, the Xbox One version. I have 17 out of 19 achievements. Doom 2, I have 15 out of 19. I don't know if I'll ever get the remaining achievements in those two, because those are tough.
I'm just glad that the Xbox One version of Doom 3 didn't have the online multiplayer achievements.
That's true. Yeah.
Even though it's not that complicated because you just need 3 people.
Okay. Yeah, I've never.
And as soon as you get the 3 people, it's really easy. But I've done it on both 360 and PS3.
I didn't even know it had a multiplayer. I know it had co-op because that's why I originally bought it on original Xbox, but I didn't know it had multiplayer.
Hey, if they ever add it, whenever they add Xbox, would you do a Doom 3 co-op campaign with me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I've never played through the co-op campaign.
Yeah. Is it possible to play the Doom 3? Well, because I tried. The reason why
I'm pretty sure on emulator you can, and that's and I'm pretty sure they'll whenever Xbox gets supported on retro achievements, Doom 3 will have both a normal set and a multiplayer set because that co-op is an entire new campaign.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
Because you know how in Doom 3 you're supposed to be chasing after Delta team for the first couple levels.
If you say so. I don't remember the story.
In Doom 3's co-op campaign, you're supposed to be Delta team.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
So that's the reason why they changed up the story a little bit in the Xbox original version. But they also had to change up the Xbox version because the Xbox couldn't handle the size of the levels from the PC version.
Oh, interesting. Okay. But yeah, I originally got Doom 3 on Xbox because my buddy in college, he's like, hey, I'll get it and you get it. We'll play through the campaign together. The lag was so bad we literally couldn't get past like the opening cutscene. So I never actually played through like the first level of Doom 3 until I played it on the Xbox One version. And I started that one. Let's see when I got the first achievement in Doom 3 was March of 2020. So, a little over 5 years ago. And to this day, I still only have 5 out of the 44 achievements because I've not played through it yet because I really have no desire to. But yeah, if there's a way we can play a co-op, I would definitely do that with you.
Oh, okay. There's Doom Eternal on Windows for Xbox achievements.
Yes, I'm going to be getting to that. But so Doom 3, I'm not sure what I'm going to do.
There's only three games I haven't completed in the entire Doom on Xbox, and that is the Doom 2 re-release, the Doom Eternal on Windows, and Doom 1 and 2.
Okay. Yeah, because there's quite a few versions of Doom in the Xbox ecosystem.
Yeah, there's the original 360 versions on Doom and Doom 2, and of course a 360 version of Doom 3. And then you had the re-release of Doom 1, 2, and 3 on Xbox One with Doom 64. Then you had Doom 2016, Doom Eternal Windows, Doom 1 and 2, and then Dark Ages.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you can do a lot of that on PlayStation as well.
Yeah.
And then there's all the re-releases of Doom and Doom 2 on all these consoles that Retro Achievements support.
Yes.
So there are so many ways to play Doom.
Yeah. So I don't know if I'm going to play through Doom 3 or not yet. We'll see. But then when I get to Doom 2016, I bought it on Steam when it was on super steep sale so I could play it because I already have the achievements on Xbox. That way I can play it and still get achievements for it, even if it's not in the Xbox ecosystem. So I'll be playing through Doom 2016 again on Steam. And then Doom Eternal, I already have 100% on Xbox, but I just recently dived the Doom Eternal on Windows. So I'll be able to play that on the Windows version, still get, Xbox ecosystem achievements for it, and then I'll play Doom Dark Ages for the first time. So but so far I've only done like the first act of Doom 1, so I've not made a whole lot of progress, but fortunately Doom 1 and 2 are pretty short, so once I get back to it, I should be able to get through it pretty quickly. Another one of the games that after I dived I played most of it pretty quickly is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition. It only has 11 achievements. I've played it 3 hours and I already have 7 out of the 11. So I have 4 achievements left. One is I just have to get these 6 collectibles. Another one is complete the game in under 4 minutes and 22 seconds. I made an attempt at it. I wasn't using a timer, so I don't know exactly how long it was, but I think I just barely missed it. If you're playing speed running it, and then the achievement is called speed run. Obviously, it's a short game, but
there's kind of like that Gone Home game where you know where you're going. It's pretty fast.
I've not played that game, so I don't know, but I do know that Gone Home has an achievement for like beating it in like 10 seconds or something.
It's not a hard achievement either.
So yeah, but it's a very comical game because there's so many different outcomes and you can do so many different things, and there's constantly a narrator kind of telling you what to do, and
Yep.
depending on what you do will decide what the narrator says, and sometimes they'll like chastise you and he'll make changes to the game.
Isn't there an achievement in that game where you had to come back like 4 years later?
I'm getting to that in just a second. And that's but yeah, so it's a very comical game. And there's an achievement for play the Stanley Parable for the entirety of a Tuesday. So it doesn't have to be all at once. How exactly it's tracked, I don't exactly know. Is it like you have to play for every hour for 24 hours in a day on a Tuesday, or is it every minute? I'm not exactly sure. Or is it you just have to play for a total of 24 hours on a Tuesday? I don't know, but it's not cumulative. So you could do some of it one Tuesday, some of it another Tuesday. I'll probably find out next Tuesday because I left the game running 2 days ago Tuesday for probably about 20 hours of the Tuesday. So I'm going to try it again next Tuesday and see how it goes, and hopefully I'll get the achievement. And then the main reason why I play after I close my dive, this is one of the first games I played, is because there's an achievement for not playing the game for 10 years. Most people obviously cheese the achievement by going and manipulating the system clock to get the achievement. And the devs know that's what most people are going to do. So they actually have it programmed in where the narrator's like, oh, I see that you changed the clock to get this achievement, and he chastises you for it. I'm going to do it legit. So that's why I did this game as one of my first games, so that I can get all but that achievement and then not play it for 10 years and then get the achievement legit 10 years from now. So,
and see if he actually chastises you for doing it.
Yeah, I want to find out what happens because the game.
You better be recording whenever you do that.
That is a good point. I'm going to try to remember that. The game only came out in 2022 on Xbox, so no one can legitimately get this achievement until April of 2032. So obviously, I won't get it until 2025, but not 2025, 2035. But I do plan to do that achievement legit, so that'll be fun.
If we haven't all been banned from the internet.
Assuming that giant meteor hasn't wiped us all out yet.
I'm talking about more the government doesn't come in and just require all the ID.
Yeah, there's that too. So Stanley Parable, and then another game. So just recently, a bunch of games that weren't on Xbox or are difficult to find because they've been delisted, although they're available physically. Have come. So I was like, you know what? I'm not going to bother with trying to track them down and pay exorbitant prices for them on the 360 version. So I'm just going to buy them on Steam for a couple $. This has happened to me like on 6 games in the last 2 months. And they're like, oh, hey, this game is coming to Xbox One or getting a remaster. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? So all that to say is not long ago, I bought Space Marine 1 on Steam because the 360 version, the digital version's delisted. So the only way to get it is the physical version. And
you can't even get the DLC anymore.
You can't get the DLC.
I did buy the DLC before the store shut down.
It's got a bunch of multiplayer achievements that are now basically unobtainable.
Unless you know people that actually have them.
Exactly. So I was like, I'll buy it on Steam for like $5 or whatever. And then before I even played it, they shadow dropped the Space Marine 1 remaster. I forget what it's called, but it came to Game Pass day one. Let me pull it up here. It is Warhammer 40K Space Marine Master Crafted Edition. So I started playing that. I'm just a little bummed that I didn't know about that, because if I knew it was coming, I wouldn't have bought it on Steam.
Well, it's like $5, so.
Yeah, it wasn't much, but anyway, so I started playing that. I've beaten about half of it. I haven't played it in a couple weeks. I need to get back to it. And the main reason why is because me and my good buddy IRL, he played it. I think, he played through it as well, because, this one has a co-op mode, but not a co-op campaign. But Space Marine 2, you can actually play in co-op. So once I beat this one, we're going to play Space Marine 2 in co-op. So that's why I pushed this kind of the front of the list, because he's kind of antsy to play Space Marine 2, and he's waiting for me to complete it for us to play Space Marine 2 together. But so far, I only have 15 out of the 60 achievements. So I still have a lot of work to do. And I do plan to get all the achievements in it. One of the achievements just for getting, like, seriously 2.0, but a lot more lenient. It's for, Space Marine 40,000. So you have to get 40,000 kills. Easy, just time consuming. That's most likely going to be the last achievement. But I started that. I'm about half the way through the game.
Seriously,
or so.
2.0 was the easiest one, though.
Yeah. I still plan to get Seriously 2.0. It's just, it'll be a while till I get back to
You should go for that Seriously 1.0.
Never going to happen, ever. And absolutely never, ever going to get Seriously 3.0. That's for sure.
Seriously 1.0, 4 or 5 months of just straight grinding.
And
two,
you've
2 to 4 hours a weeknight just running at each other, grenade tagging each other.
Yeah. I used to have the time for that. I don't anymore with how many games I want to play.
If I was doing that, I would probably be playing a retro achievement game on another device while I'm doing that.
At the same time. Yeah.
Like probably Pokemon.
You've only done Seriously 1.0 one time though, right? Because there's like 3 or 4 different stacks.
I've only done it once.
Okay, because there's the Windows version, there's the Ultimate Edition, and
I think the Ultimate Edition is still easier though because you can do it in the
private games. It doesn't have to be ranked.
Yeah, and also it's easier, I think, because it does count against bots, doesn't it?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it. Even though I've played
the Ultimate
Edition,
I'm pretty sure the King of the Hill kills also count.
That could be.
So that makes it easier. That alone makes it easier.
Yes, that makes it much easier because then you don't like hit a certain like kill cap, so you can like get a lot of kills. But
no, it's not even that. It's the fact that you don't just have 1 life per round.
That too. So I'm never going to get it on the Ultimate Edition either, so I haven't even looked at the achievement. But there's the 360. There's the games for Windows. There's the 360, the original Gears on 360. There's the games for Windows Live version. There's the Windows version, I believe. There's the Ultimate Edition. And then there's the Gears Reloaded, which is coming out next week. And I'm sure that'll probably have another Seriously 1.0 on it as well. But the only version I played is the original 360 version. No, that's not true. I played Gears Ultimate Edition has a Xbox One version and a Windows stack as well. So there's like 6 stacks of Gears 1. But Snap is dropping in chat saying hello, dropping by and checking things out. Good evening, Snap. Good to see you as always. Hope you are doing well tonight. So anyways, where was I going with that? We got sidetracked from Space Marine. I will be doing Gears. I will be playing Gears Reloaded, but if it's got a Seriously achievement, I'm not going for it. Probably won't go for any of the multiplayer achievements either because I despise Gears multiplayer. I love the co-op, but I hate Gears multiplayer with a passion. So the place I left off, there was like a big plot twist, and you basically unleash like the Flood, whatever, I don't know what they're called, but like the Warhammer 40K's version of the Flood. I basically just unleashed it because I got tricked into unleashing it, and that's where I am in the story right now. So if you've played it, you probably know what I'm talking about. That's where I am in the game. So I feel like I'm about halfway through the game. Another game that was a Metroidvania, and it was leaving Game Pass. So I was like, oh, I got to get it knocked out. I played it for a couple hours, and I just did not like it at all. So I abandoned it, and I only have like 4 achievements in it, and it's left Game Pass. So I was like, I'll just wait till it goes on a steep sale eventually and pick it up and play it somewhere down the line. And that is Magical Delicacy, which is a 2D platforming Metroidvania cooking game where you acquire ingredients and you have to cook things for people. So it was way there, and there was no walkthrough or guide out there for it, which would have helped immensely because there's like nothing indicating like where you're supposed to go and what you're supposed to do in order to progress the game. And that, like I mentioned last night, that is one of my biggest pet peeves is when like the game is like just like wasting your time. It's like, just give me some sort of indicator of where the direction, even just tell me what direction I'm supposed to go. There's nothing. So I just did not like the game. So I abandoned it after like 4 achievements. And then lastly, I've only put a couple hours into it. I think I only have like 2 achievements so far, but Carl and I committed to starting and beating Anthem before the servers get shut down in January. So we played a little bit. We're going to make that a regular thing going forward. So I played a little bit of Anthem and not much yet, but I will get the completion of that before the server shut down. The thing that is super dumb is that, they just announced not that long ago that the servers are shutting down in January. And then like a week or 2 ago, they announced that, it's leave because it's already been delisted so you can't buy it digitally. The only way to play it digitally is via EA Play, and they're even removing it from EA Play like today or tomorrow. So the only way to continue playing it is with a physical copy. It's like, if it's shutting down in 6 months, why not just leave it on EA Play until it shuts down? Super retarded. But fortunately, I do have a physical copy of it because shout out to Snap. He was in town a couple weeks ago, and he took me to a couple of his favorite retro game shops from when he used to live here in Sacramento. And I found Anthem that day for like $5. So I just picked it up, and I was planning on keeping it as a sealed copy. But now I'm going to have to open it. But I just, because that was before it got announced that it was going to get removed from EA Play. I already knew that it was going to get shut down in January, but they hadn't announced that it was going to get removed from EA Play. So it was very fortuitous that I just saw it for like $5 and happened to buy it that day. So I do have a physical copy of it.
What sucks is one of the games that got wet was an unopened copy of Battleborn.
Oh, Battleborn. That was Cliffy B's game that got destroyed by Overwatch.
Yep. I had an unopened I had a factory sealed copy, and it got wet, so I had to open it. And
bummer. So even though it was factory sealed, it wasn't able to keep the water out?
Nope.
Bummer.
What's crazy is that the Kingdom Hearts game I had for 3DS was factory sealed, and it was able to keep the water out.
Oh, at least there's that.
Which is funny with all the Kingdom Hearts talk with Kay. Here's the thing, though. I'm actually getting her to play it to try and get her to enjoy it. Everyone else is making her play games so that she can get mad at it.
To each their own. But yeah, so that was fun. And the day I went out retro shopping, I did pick up a couple of things. I just bought Anthem kind of as a joke, but it turned out to be perfect that I did buy it. So then I can keep playing it even after it gets removed from EA Play. I wanted to keep
it a bad game, but it's grindy.
Yeah, it's very mid.
From a Warframe player.
It is very mid. It had so much more potential. It's disappointing that it wasn't a better game because it looked like it was going to be awesome. So maybe I'll go and find another copy sealed so I can have a sealed copy for.
I would have just gone out and gone on eBay and bought a copy that was already opened.
I haven't opened it yet, so I could still do that.
Because I'm pretty sure they're still $5.
Probably. I might do that. I might keep the one I have sealed and then buy a cheaper, already open copy. We'll see. But anyways, when we went out that day, I did end up buying 3 things. One was Anthem as a joke, essentially.
Yeah, the first one I see is literally $7.
Okay.
$2.
$2? Oh, okay. I'll have to go put a bid.
But then that's like $5. $5 for the
shipping.
Yeah.
Yeah, they always get you that stupid.
The $6 and the $7 ones are the ones that don't have anything on shipping, so they just included it. There's one. Oh, there's one with just the disc for $4.45.
Ooh. Maybe I'll do that. We'll see. But anyways, when we went out retro shopping that day, I picked up Anthem. I picked up Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 on Game Boy Color, and I also picked up Mega Man X. The original one. So I now have X and X3. X3 is right there because that's my favorite Mega Man.
I have X and X2. I actually have 2 copies of X.
Oh, okay.
Because I have the regular version and the player's choice version.
If you have a copy of X2, I'll buy it from you because I still need X2. And I did see a copy of X2 that day, and it was like $90 or something. It was pretty pricey.
Yeah, well, X3 is even more expensive, and that's the one I need.
I asked him about it, and he's like, yeah, that goes for like $400 or $500. I'm like, holy crap, I had no idea. So I didn't know it until that day, but my copy of Mega Man X3 is probably the most valuable thing in my small physical game collection. And I bought it from GameStop one day, probably when it was about 10 years old, just in GameStop, and I found it. I'm like, oh, I love this game. So I ended up buying it for $40. So it's, if I was to sell it, it would, basically made 10 times its income, but I'm not going to sell it. But I now have X and X3. I just need to get X2. But probably once I have some income coming again, probably the first physical game I'm gonna buy, and I saw multiple copies of it while I was out there. It's just also kind of pricey. It was about $90 as well. Is Super Metroid. That's like top of the list since I don't own a physical copy of it. So
you need to own a physical copy.
I need to own a physical copy of it, even though it's not my favorite Metroid. It is, most people's favorite. I do plan because so when I went out retro shopping with Snap that day, it kind of gave me the retro collecting bug. So I created this. You might remember, I think it was that night I messaged you and I was like, hey, what do you use to keep track of your collection? Do you use like an app or a spreadsheet? It was because of that. But anyways, I created a spreadsheet with a column for each platform and all the physical games I want to collect and which ones I currently have. So I now have a big list of games that once I have money coming in again, I'm going to start collecting. Number one on the list is Super Metroid. Just that's where I was going with that. Is I first and foremost is I'm going to collect the entirety of the Metroid franchise. So for all the ones
that's not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad since there's not.
Although the trilogy is kind of expensive.
Yeah.
Although I do have both copies of the trilogy, and luckily
copies?
They were, because there was the original release and the re-release.
I didn't know there was a re-release. What's
the original release is actually, I think, in one of those the metal cases.
That's right. There was a steelbook for it, wasn't there?
Yeah. And then the re-release was a GameStop re-release where they just used the plastic,
the white plastic case. I forgot about the steelbook. Ooh, I want to get the steelbook.
There was that GameStop re-release for the Metroid Prime trilogy and the Xenoblade Chronicles, and they were both they both were sold for like $80 in store because GameStop knew they could sell it for that price.
Yeah. When I start acquiring my physical collection, the trilogy version, I want to get the steelbook. So, gosh, freaking stupid browser. Stop.
I do actually own both copies, but that one's complete with manual and mint condition is $125. Although there are a couple of random Metroid Prime variants out there. Like one with the Prime 2 demo disc. There's another one that was supposed to have come with a Wavebird from Kmart.
Okay. Yeah, did a quick Google search. I'm seeing the steelbook one for around $100. Not too bad.
Sealed is $250.
Yeah, I don't care about it being sealed. I just want a copy of it. So I'm glad that you mentioned that because I forgot there was a steelbook version. So when I get it, I want to get the steelbook version. But anyways, so. But yeah, started Anthem. I played a tiny bit. Like I think I put maybe about 2 hours into it so far, and I have a lot to do in that one. So,
I think the most expensive Metroid game is probably the Metroid Prime 1 with Wind Waker.
I didn't even know there was a combo.
Yeah, that's going for $550 right now.
Wow. I would assume it's rare since I didn't even know it existed.
Well, no, wait, $550 for the first one. There's $600, $650, $680, $750, $1,000, $730. That's the most expensive Metroid property, and it's because it's packaged with Wind Waker.
And it's probably super rare.
It is.
So, all right. I got a lot to say about this one. So, why don't you go ahead and give us another one? And then I'll do this one.
Okay. I decided I wanted to play some N64 games after I was done with Ed and Eddy because I'd watched some Imp Black Belt streams because he's been playing a bunch of random N64 games.
Okay.
So I ended up playing Banjo Kazooie.
I thought that's where you're going with that.
So
I just recently dived Banjo Kazooie and Banjo Tooie, but I have not played them in their entirety yet. And I don't remember if I ever actually played them back in the day either. But I'm basically planning on doing both the Xbox Live Arcade versions and the Retro Achievement versions as well.
To be honest, the Retro Achievements version for Banjo Kazooie is not that bad outside of one achievement.
Okay, I'm sure you'll tell me about which one that is.
It is the beat Gruntilda without getting hit once, and that's the final boss.
No,
it's the only
pretty difficult?
Game like that though. Because she is like the one boss in the game.
Is she pretty tough?
Yeah, she's got like 4 or 5 phases.
Okay.
She's got 5 phases. And let's just say that the 3rd phase is a pain in the butt because of the way the flight controls are. And 4th phase can actually bug out because of the version of the ROM they use. Because the 4th phase, they spawn a bunch of statues that you're supposed to shoot eggs into. Sometimes one of the hit boxes for the statue you're supposed to hit the eggs at doesn't spawn whenever the statue spawns in.
Oh,
So because of
fun.
that, you actually get locked out of the boss fight. You can't continue the boss fight.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Luckily, that only happened to me once, but I've seen people saying it happened to them like 6 or 7 times.
I have the game that I was about to talk to, but I'll talk about next. I have a very similar situation, so I'll talk.
Yeah. But besides
talk
that,
about that.
the achievement list was pretty much just beat the game and 100% the game. Although there was one other achievement that was missable, that was beat the game without increasing your health.
Oh, I
So-
did see that achievement. I glanced through the achievement set.
It's not complicated. Just make sure you don't get 6 of the honeycomb pieces to level up your health.
So,
But that's the reason why I have all the. That's why I have all the 100% after I've beat the final boss.
Okay, let me pull it up
Because I did everything in one playthrough.
Okay, yeah. So it had 60 achievements. You mastered it. It says in 28 hours.
I would have done it in two days less if it wasn't for that Gruntilda achievement. I was literally running that every for like 3 nights in a row, trying to get that achievement.
The game I'm about to talk about, I have a very similar thing. So yeah, it says Banjo Kazooie 28 hours over the course of 4 days. So should have been 2 less days. But would you say that the almost 30 hours is about accurate?
Only because of the Gruntilda, I would say about 20 hours.
Okay.
If you're going for everything but the Gruntilda achievement, just to let you know, the Gruntilda you can only fight once per playthrough. So if you want to get that achievement and not have to play through the game twice, you have to do it on the first try.
But I'm assuming if you like get hit, you can quit and like reload.
You can just fall off the arena because it's on a tower.
Okay,
So
but if you beat it, then you can't do it again. You have to play through the whole game again to get to it.
Yep.
That's
once it saves.
That's not good.
And of course, since it's an N64 game, you don't know when it saves.
That's a good point. So, because I'm planning on doing that as well, would you recommend? What do you think is a better way to play it? Play through it once and get everything, and then do the like no health upgrade achievement, or should you just do that the first time through and then go back and get all the health upgrades?
I would just say do it the latter way.
Basically, do it in one playthrough.
Yeah, do it in one playthrough.
And then just go
because of the way the game works, you pretty much have to collect every note anyways, like, over and again. Because I think to beat the game, you have to have 860 of the notes, and there's 900 in the game. So it's like, might as well just do it in one playthrough, because you'll have to do almost a 100% run again anyways.
Gotcha. So I'm assuming there's an achievement for maxing out your health, right?
Yes, there is.
Okay. So basically beat the game. Oh, so you said that you only have one attempt for beating Gruntilda, but if you beat her, can you then resume your save, or do you have to start?
You can resume your save.
Okay, so then how is it you beat her and then resume your save to go pick up any missed collectibles that you can't fight her again?
It's just because her fight is just not available after you beat her.
Oh, okay. So, all right. Well, then when I do it, I will wait till after I beat the game to get it, upgrade my health, and then I'll go.
It's not like the upgraded health would help you in the final boss, anyways.
Since you need to beat it without taking damage.
Yep.
Yeah. So,
and you'll know what I mean by the flight controls whenever you start using them.
Okay. So I'll do that and then go back and pick up any collectibles I missed. So, all right. Well, thank you for that advice. So,
but it's a typical N64 collectathon. It's kind of, some people consider it the pinnacle, although I'm more of a DK64 kind of guy.
Yeah, I like DK64. I only played it once way back in the day. It's very soon on my to replay list, so I'll be playing again very soon. And I played a little bit of Banjo Kazooie back in the day, but I never beat it because I think I just rented it for a couple days.
I didn't play it back in the day. The first time I played it was when I finally got the rare replay.
Okay. But yeah, there is a 100% achievement for collecting all Jiggy's notes and hollow honeycombs in each of the different worlds.
Yeah,
there's an achievement for all of it. So, yep, I see. Beat Grundy without taking damage, and it's a missable achievement called Witch Exterminator.
One positive thing about the rare
points.
replay is that one really good positive thing about the rare replay. All the games are on the disc, except for like 2 or 3.
Nice.
So,
but yeah, it is listed as a 3D platform and collectathon as its genre. So I think I'm gonna enjoy the Banjo Kazooie and Banjo Tooie games.
yep. I haven't played Tooie yet, but one of these days I need to.
I also I'll probably kind of put these all together. I'll probably play Banjo Kazooie, Banjo Tooie, and then probably Conquer because I've never played Conquer before. I know everyone love the Conquer games. So,
I've actually played Conquer more than I played Banjo Kazooie.
Okay.
Just so you know, there are 4 missable achievements. One of them is about collectibles.
In Conquer?
No, in Banjo Kazooie.
Oh, Banjo Kazooie. Okay.
One of them is for opening up a Jiggy without going up for air.
Oh yeah, release flanker without breathing or using.
It's not actually that hard, but you're probably guaranteed to die when you actually get the achievement. It's not that big of a deal. But of course, defeating Gruntilda and beating the game without extending your life bar are definitely missables. Yeah. And there is one Mumbo token in the entire game that you can't get again if you collect a certain Jiggy before you collect it.
Okay. Because yeah, see, collect all Mumbo tokens. That seems like it wouldn't be missable, but that's dumb. When like all of them are not missable except for one. That's so
here's
dumb.
The thing though, you don't need all Mumbo tokens because you use them to unlock transformations from Mumbo. Okay. But you don't need all of them to actually unlock all the transformations.
Yeah, you just need to get all of them for the achievements.
Yeah, it's like the banana coins in Donkey Kong 64. They have way more than they actually need.
Okay. So, all right. Are you? For Banjo Tooie, is that on your list to play soon-ish?
Eventually. I don't know if it's soonish, but I know it'll eventually be a game I need to play.
Yeah, I'll play it eventually as well. I just don't know when. But I will probably do both of them kind of back to back is the plan. Unless I get burned out from doing Banjo Kazooie and Tooie on Xbox and on Retro Achievements. We'll see. But I think the achievements for Banjo Kazooie and Tooie are a little bit easier on Xbox than they are on Retro Achievements.
Yeah, it's mainly because of the Xbox version, just to ask you to complete it, doesn't really have any crazy achievements. That's because they were released as arcade titles, so they could only have 12.
Yeah. I haven't actually looked at the achievement set, so I'm just assuming that they're easier.
They are easier.
They typically are anyways than Retro Achievements. So, all right. Other than the Gruntilda without damage, did you enjoy the game?
Yeah. Besides that achievement, I was enjoying the game.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing those whenever I get around to them. So, all right. Then the last Xbox game I will talk about for July is one of the games I've put the most time into lately. And there are only 61 people who are tracked on True Achievements with this game. And I looked up, there's no way to track that on Steam, but it also has a very small player count on Steam. And the game is called Exophobia. Have you heard of this game?
I have not.
Okay. I didn't think so because there's so few people who even played it, much less, or much less played it, much less heard of it. So on True Achievement, it is only listed as a first-person shooter. But the reason why this game came on my radar is because on Steam, they're a little more lenient with what genres they apply to games. And on Steam, it also has the genre of Metroidvania. And I have put in a request on True Achievements to say, hey, this game is a Metroidvania. You should add the Metroidvania tag to it now that I've played through and beaten it. But anyways, Exophobia has 45 achievements. I have 42 of them. And so I started it. Actually, I dived it when I did my dive in June. So I got my first achievement in June 12th, but I didn't play it again until my next achievement wasn't until July 25th. And then I got basically all the achievements from July 25th to August 2nd, essentially. So I played it a lot over the course of a week. And it's It's basically, it looks and plays like classic Doom, but it is a first-person shooter Metroidvania, and it's not demons, it's aliens. So how the game plays is you basically just wake up and there's no story, no direction or anything, but there's you get to this suit of power armor from this guy who's dead. I think he's probably like the captain of the spaceship that crashed. You're on the spaceship that crashed, and you're like the only survivor, and it's infested with aliens. But like there's a guy in front of you who's dead, and he has a power suit of armor. So you pick up the power suit of armor, and then one door is locked, so you can't go that way. So you have to go through the other door, and you get a gun, and then the gun lets you be able to shoot things and break boxes and stuff, so you can progress to new areas. You get key cards that allow you to reach new areas. You get a number of upgrades to your gun that allow you to then progress farther into the spaceship. Like you get a charge shot, which allows you to destroy certain panels that you can't destroy regularly with your gun. Then you get a shockwave attack that allows you to destroy certain types of enemies that you couldn't kill before. You get a teleport ability, where you shoot and then you hit, you click in one of your joysticks, and then wherever your little laser was is a spawn point, and you click the other joystick to teleport to that spot. And I feel like, and then there's one other upgrade, and you do a charge shot, and then when you hit the right bumper, it basically detonates your shot and does like a blast wave attack. And each one of those abilities allows you to reach new areas of the ship that you couldn't before. So it absolutely qualifies as a Metroidvania. And I often talk about, being a huge fan of Metroidvanias, I often talk about how few first-person Metroidvanias there are. And the amount of first-person Metroidvanias I can basically count on one hand. So it's great to see I can add another one to that list. So basically, there are
three of them are Metroid. Technically, actually, 4 of them are Metroid.
Yeah, so most of the first-person Metroidvania games are Metroid games, with Metroid Primes 1, 2, and 3, and the fourth one, as you mentioned, Metroid Prime Hunters, the DS game. There is Journey to the Savage Planet. Unfortunately, not Revenge of the Savage Planet, because that's a third-person game, so that kind of falls more in the category of like Arkham Asylum is a third-person Metroidvania. So there's Journey to the Savage Planet, and then there's the 2 Supraland games. There's Supraland and that's the first one, and there's Supraland 6 Inches Under, which is the second one. They're working on a third one called Supra World, but it's not out yet. But now I can add Exophobia to that list. So now essentially there's almost 10. I can almost say there's I need more than 2 hands to count them. But
Prime 4 is coming out, so that'll help out.
Prime 4 will add to it. That'll make it 10. So if we get one more than that, then I can finally say there's more. I'll need more than 2 hands to count all the first-person Metroidvanias. But anyways, it looks and plays like classic Doom. It's got a very old-school aesthetic. One of the things I've been mentioning is because anytime I get an idea for a video game or an invention or a software or an app for like 15-plus years, I write it down on my list, because I've got all sorts of crazy ideas of, the goal someday, I want to open a video game studio, and I want to make a bunch of Metroidvanias that I have in my head, but I don't have the programming skills, so I need money to hire people who can do it. Anyways, one of the ideas I had was like, what if you took classic Doom and made it a Metroidvania? And then like within like a couple of weeks of me having that idea, I came across this game, and I'm like, oh my God, I just had the idea for this game, and now I find that it already exists. So that was kind of exciting. Anyways, my main issue with the game is it's a little too open-ended, just kind of like what I was talking about earlier with Magical Delicacy. There's nothing indicating exactly where you're supposed to go to progress the story. And it's got a pretty
some people like that.
Some people do. You don't have to hold my hand and tell me like exactly where to go, but if you just kind of gently nudge me in the right direction, be like, that's all I really want, so I know I'm not completely wasting my time. That's one of my biggest gripes with Hollow Knight. So because Exophobia has a decent sized map, so like I said, you're in this spaceship, and it's got 4 floors, and you get to there's a couple of different elevators all over the place, and you can go to any floor at any time. and there's no indicator of which floor you need to go to. So the only way I was able to figure out like where I would need to go next is I found, like I said, there's almost no people who play this game. So there's very little information on it, whether it's like a walkthrough or a guide. I did find one or two like speed runs of the game because there is a speed run achievement, which I'll talk about in a minute. But I was able to find a speed run guide. So I kind of, not followed it, but once I like got like an upgrade, I'm like, okay, where do I need to go next? And usually he would go to the elevator, and then he would go to the next floor he needed to. And so I would go to the elevator, I would pause the video there, go to the elevator, go to that floor, and then continue exploring on myself. So at least I knew I was on the right floor, because you can go and explore, floor 3, and you can get pretty far, but you can't get to where you need to go. But you have no way of knowing, is floor 3 where I'm supposed to be? Do I get an upgrade that I need to explore floor 3 right now? Or do I need to go to floor 2, get an upgrade, and then come back to floor 3? So if there was just something on the elevator with a thing saying, this is the floor you need to be on, it would have greatly improved my enjoyment of the game without having to rely on a guide. But anyways, I followed that to just figure out exactly which floor I'm supposed to be on. And then once I explored the floor and either got the item or I got stuck, because sometimes you have to go to a floor to do something, but you don't get an upgrade, but you activate something and then you need to go to another floor to continue the story. So I would be like stuck on this floor for a long time. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do here? So then I'd go look back to the guide, and he goes and does this thing and then goes to the next floor without getting an upgrade. I'm like, oh, okay. So I need to go to the next floor after doing this thing. So that's kind of how I use the speedrun as a guide, to just make sure I'm not completely wasting my time and I'm at least going in the right direction. So most of the achievements you'll get from playing through the game, you get an upgrade for each of the ability upgrades. There's one thing that's nice is there's quite a few collectibles in the game, and a couple of different types of collectibles as well. And there's an achievement for collecting all of each of the collectible types. There's no videos. There's a video for one or two of the collectible types on where they all are, but some of the other collectible types there's no videos on. I had to revert to a Steam text guide in order to find what I was looking for.
I kind of prefer text guides sometimes, because because it still makes you so you have to find it yourself.
Yeah, if it depends on the game. Sometimes I like a video guide, sometimes I like a text guide. But anyways, I did go through and I got all the collectibles, and because there are like basically no collectible guides, next week I'm gonna go and record my own videos. And I'm gonna put them up so they'll be out there for all the different collectible types. So I'm gonna do that myself. I was going to do it this week, but I just got too busy. But anyway, so there's some achievements for like getting 10 kills with one shot, kill 20 enemies with a little drone. So most of the stuff you'll get just automatically playing through the game. There's an achievement for beating each of the bosses. A lot of the stuff isn't too bad, except for, like I said, the collectibles. There's not a lot of information out there on where they all are. So I'm going to go and do that myself. Next week is the plan. So the difficult achievements. So there's an achievement there's two different endings to the game, and you don't even know that at first. You just beat the game and you think, oh yeah, I beat the game. The true ending, the good ending, you have to go and collect 4 of these like hidden gems. They look like a big ruby. They're red, and most of the wall panels and stuff that you can either like break open, they're like a different shade, so they're different than all the ones around them. So you obviously know, oh, that's one that I need to break open, but I might not have the ability to get into it now. These 4 hidden gems, like I said, there's 4 floors on the spaceship. There's 1 hidden gem on each floor. The places that they're hidden, there's absolutely zero indication at all that there's a secret hidden behind it. There's absolutely no way you would ever know they're there without going and looking up a guide. So once you get those 4 gems and you go and beat the game again, because you can just, whenever you beat it, when you restore your reload your save, you're just right before the final boss fight. So you can do the final boss fight over and over and over again, however many times you want. But what the difference is that once you beat what was the end of the game previously, there's one more boss fight after that against the Alien King. And just like you were saying on the I think there was a Gruntilda fight, there is a bug in the Xbox version of the game, because I messaged the developer. I've been in contact with him, and he did not even know that there was this bug on the Xbox version. Because on Steam, because the game came out July of last year, so it just hit its first year anniversary a couple weeks ago. He released an anniversary patch on Steam, but there's still been no update for the game on Xbox. So I messaged him like, hey, do you know about this bug? Hopefully when you release the patch on Xbox, you can fix that. He's like, no, I didn't know about it. So what it is it's basically a coin flip on whether it's going to happen. But during the Alien King fight, it's just a random, arbitrarily, the game will crash. So sometimes you can beat it. It's a super easy fight. It's not difficult at all. The main thing is, will the game not crash, or will it crash on whether you will, beat the game and get the achievement for getting the good ending. So
that sucks.
And I would say it probably crashes about 75% of the time. So it took me probably 3 or 4 attempts to actually beat him without the game crashing. But once I did, the achievement unlocked, no problem. Let's see here. Where's that achievement? Defeated the Alien King. I'm now one of 3 people that have that achievement. Because like I said, there's only 61 people who have even played it on Xbox, or at least who are on true achievements. And once you beat the Alien King, it unlocks boss rush mode. And he is in the boss rush mode, and he's the last boss. And same thing. Once you get to him, it's a coin flip on whether the game is going to crash or not. So it took probably 5 or 6 attempts to get through the boss rush and actually be able to beat it without the game crashing on the final fight, which really sucks because it's the last one and you may have to do the whole thing over again. So fortunately, I got, for another achievement I'm about to talk about, I got really good at the boss rush, but still, it probably takes about 15 minutes to get through the boss rush on a good run. But getting all the way to the end and then having it crash was a real pain in the butt. And I've done it probably between 20 and 30 attempts now, and I'll tell you why in just a moment. But I did beat boss rush, and now I'm one of 2 people who have that achievement. And beating boss rush mode, either beating the Alien King and getting the good ending, or beating boss rush, one of the 2 unlocks infinity mode, which is basically it keeps going on and on and on. You just see how far you can get before you die, and it gets consecutively more difficult. And there's an achievement for completing one mode, which is beating I didn't count it, but it's like 6 or 8 waves, and that's one loop essentially. And I am one of 4 people who have that achievement. There's an achievement for scoring 100,000 points in that infinity mode, and I think the first attempt I made, I got like 80 or 90, so I got really close. But then on my second attempt, I figured out a little bit of a loophole, which I don't even want to let the developer know because it makes the game easier. But I'll talk about that in a moment. And but I was able to get about 250,000 points on my second attempt. So I was able to get the 100,000 point achievement. I'm one of 2 people that have that achievement.
You never want to let the developer know about the good ones.
Exactly. Because I'm sure he doesn't know about this, but I doubt he'll watch this, but who knows. But I will tell you in just a moment what that little loophole is. So then there's the achievements for finding all of each of the collectible types. So one of the collectible types you get are color filters that change the color of the game. So I didn't like any of them. I just like sticking to the default color filter, but you get a whole bunch of them that make it look like a Game Boy game. One that makes it look like everything is red or all blue or all different shades of green. So there's a bunch of different ones. There's like 20 or 30 of them. I am one of 2 people that have that achievement. And that's one of the ones I'm going to make a collectible guide for and put it on my channel. Complete the game without dying. I am one of 2 people that have that achievement. Like I was saying earlier, fortunately, this game it's easy to do that. I did die a few times, but there's a reason for that, because there's also an achievement for beating the game without upgrading your health, because you start with 3 health points. You can upgrade that to a maximum of 11. But obviously, just like the honeycomb one in Banjo Kazooie,
so it goes to 11.
It does go to 11. But just like the honeycomb one, you have to beat the game without collecting any of the health upgrades. So I did both of those in the same playthrough. and that's why I died, because I didn't get any of the health upgrades. It's not too difficult. Fortunately, it does have like 5 or 6 different difficulty settings, and none of the achievements are difficulty related. So I just played it on the easiest difficulty, and I had fun. I
Well, if
probably
the
wouldn't
anniversary
have.
mode adds an achievement for beating the game on the hardest difficulty.
I would go for it if they did that. I don't believe they added any achievements on the Steam version after it got the anniversary update, so I don't think that's going to happen on Xbox
You better
whenever
do
it
that.
gets a patch. But maybe it will. If it does, I will attempt it. But I had fun just playing on the relaxed difficulty. But even on relax, especially once you get the final upgrade, it's called the blast upgrade. You can easily kill yourself with it, because, like I said, you shoot a charge shot and you hit right bumper to detonate it. If you're too close to it, it does 5 hits of 5 points of damage. So if you only have 3 points of health, you'll one shot yourself. And some enemies also have this ability as well, so they can one shot you if you only have 3 points of health. So that was kind of annoying, having only 3 points of health, because you get one shot at late in the game. But fortunately, as long as you don't continue your game when you die, if you just force close the game and reload it, you can resume from your last save point, and you can essentially save scum it. So it's not very difficult to beat without dying and doing the 3 health point achievement at the same time. So when I beat that, I am now one of only 2 people who have the game for have the achievement for beating the game without dying and beating it with only 3 health points. The infinity mode I was talking about, there's an achievement for completing 4 runs. And that's, I got that achievement the same time I got the 250,000 points. And I'm one of 2 people who have that achievement. And there's an achievement for reaching a 10 times combo multiplier, which you have to do, like if you get hit, then you lose your multiplier, it goes back down to 1. But what's kind of annoying is that you go into a room and you have a battle, and then you move on to the next room. But each room, the multiplier resets. So you can't do really good and then carry that multiplier into the next room. So you have to get kind of far into the infinity mode to even have a room that has enough enemies to get to a times 10 multiplier. But I am one of 2 people that have that achievement. And then, so I have one more achievement to talk about. But before I do that, I'll go ahead and mention the little bit of a loophole I found. So the teleport upgrade, like I said, you shoot, and then you click one of your joysticks and it sets a teleport point, and then you click the other joystick. I don't remember which one it is, but L3 and R3. I want to say L3 is the one that sets the teleport point, and then R3 is the one that teleports you to it. So once you get that
Should
upgrade,
be left stick and right stick, because you're playing on Xbox.
Yeah, it is. It's just I usually refer to it as L3 and R3 for simplicity's sake, because most people know what you're talking about. Most people gaming wise know what you're talking about when you say L3 and R3. But it is left stick and right stick.
You betray your Xbox roots.
But once you get that upgrade, that's like the 3rd upgrade, so it's about midway through the game, because I think there's 5 upgrades that you get. That was in the other thing. So not only does it not really tell you anywhere where you need to go, my other biggest complaint about the game is there are so many one-way doors that you can't go back, and you have to go like all the way around. There's even one place where once you go through a door, there's literally no way to get back through it on this floor. You have to go to a different floor, go across to a different elevator, then come back up, and now you're back on the other side of the door you were on before. So that really annoyed the bejesus out of me. So a lot less one-way doors would be nicer, especially when you're
or at least give us a way to open the doors on the other side.
Yeah, or a way to open
kind of like how you have the spacer beam in Metroid, where you can use that to shoot through walls, and it allows you to shoot through the one ways on both sides.
So that's kind of where I'm going with it. But when you're trying to, map up the collectibles, it's annoying when you go through a door and you can't go back the way you came. So a lot less one-way doors would have been nice for mopping up the collectibles. But I discovered, and I'm pretty sure the dev does not know about this, on most doors, I found it works on probably about 80% of the doors that are one-way doors. And it's not one-way doors in that you can pass through them. There's a button that you hit, and then the door opens. As soon as you walk through the door shuts. Sometimes they'll have a button on the other side. You hit it and it opens, and you can go back through. But a lot of doors don't, so you have to find another way around. So while I was trying to mop up the rest of the collectibles, I was like, I wonder if I can use the teleport ability to teleport through these doors. So this works on about 80% of the doors. For some reason, it doesn't work on all of these one-way doors, but most of them. And it's different every time on each door. You have to find the right distance from the door and the right angle to shoot the door. But sometimes, because most of the time when you shoot a door, you'll see your little laser shot disappear and you'll hear it tink. It'll hear a tink sound, so you know it hit the door, and the door will shake a tiny bit, so you know it hit the door. However, if you get the right distance and the right angle, you can shoot your little bullet and it'll go right through the door. And if you then use your teleport, it'll set a teleport on the other side of the door, and then you can teleport to it. So that works most of the time, but not always. So that made mopping up the collectibles a lot easier. However, sometimes it took a couple minutes to find the right angle to get it through.
To be honest, that should be kept just because of speedrun tech.
Exactly. So it was nice for collectibles that you can teleport through a lot of the doors. Not all of them, though. And the loophole I mentioned on infinity mode is after every, like I said, like every 6 or 8 waves, that's considered like one loop. And so there's an achievement for getting through one loop, and there's an achievement for getting through 4 loops. At the end of each of those loops, it gives you 1 key card, and there's 3 doors, and there's a window next to each one. So you can see what's in that room, and you can use that key card on whichever door you want to either get a couple, restore your health a little bit, or one of the rooms has an armor piece, which adds 2 additional points to your health, but you can't restore them. Once you take damage, they're gone forever unless you pick up another armor piece. Or the third door is a drone, which follows you around and shoots at enemies for you. So what I found is that using that trick, I was able to get into all 3 of those rooms and get the health, the drone, and the armor at each one of those loops, which made getting through getting the 100,000 points and getting the loop 4.
Okay, I think he might take it out of the infinity mode, but he probably will leave it in the main game.
Yes, that's what I would suggest. Like, I don't want to mention it because I want it to stay there, but if you were, I would say leave it in the main game, but I wouldn't begrudge him if he took it out of infinity mode. But I was able to get all 3 of those upgrades each time I made it through a loop, which made the infinity mode much easier. Speaking of the infinity mode, like there's points, there is a leaderboard, but there's no online leaderboard. So the only people you have to compete against are other people who have played on your own profile. It's like, why is there no online leaderboard? I want to see how I can stack up to the other 120 people in the world who have played this game. That's combining Steam and Xbox. So I'm assuming I have the #1 score in infinity mode on this game, but I have no way of verifying that because there's no online leaderboard. What's the point of a leaderboard if you can't see other people's scores?
Well, you'll be probably the #1 that didn't cheat. Cheat in
with
a way
an asterisk.
Yeah,
I exploited
cheat
things that are in the game, but I didn't use any external sources to cheat, which is, I think, what you kind of meant by that. So, all right. So, last achievement that I have to. Last achievement I have to talk about of this game that I've earned so far. I am the only person in the world that has this achievement, at least on Xbox. I think 1 or 2 people have it on Steam, but on Xbox, I'm the only one. I'm the first person to get this achievement, which is pretty awesome. So it has a 7.8 ratio because I'm the one person out of the 61 people who played it who have this achievement. And that is
still not the highest. Still not as high as my highest.
No, well, that's not even my highest achievement either. I have higher achievements than that as well. But anyways, this achievement is for beating boss rush mode without taking damage. So that's why I've played boss rush mode like 20 or 30 times. So I've gotten really good at all the bosses, with the exception of one boss.
The one that keeps breaking the game?
No. So there's one boss that is actually quite difficult to beat without taking damage. All the other bosses, once you get their attack patterns down, they're quite easy to beat without taking damage. And I'd say there's probably 8 bosses in the boss rush. Just going off the top of my head, I haven't played it in a couple days, but I kept it in quick resume, and I was making 1 or 2 attempts like every day for a couple weeks. I'm like, I'm going to be the first one to get this achievement because this game has been out over a year and no one has it yet. So anyways, not only do I have to beat the whole boss rush without taking damage, and there's one boss that it's actually quite difficult. That's the worm boss, which is the second to last boss, because this one, there's just tons of stuff all over the place, whereas all the other bosses, it's basically a one-on-one fight, you and the boss, so it's a lot more easy. There's not as much stuff to keep track of. This one boss, there's stuff all over the place, so it's quite difficult to beat without taking damage. So that is hurdle number one. Hurdle number two is the last boss fight, is the Alien King. Like I said, he's very easy to fight without taking damage. The problem is the game crashing. So that's why I took so many attempts to do this. It was first of all, I had to get through the game, get to him without taking damage, which was a challenge in and of itself because of the worm boss right before him. And then once I did get to him, I had to hope to God that the game didn't crash. So I think I got to him without taking damage probably about 4 times, and the game crashed. It was probably the 5th time that I finally made it to him without taking damage that I was able to beat him without the game crashing. So what I found is on the Alien King fight, after the fight starts, if it's going to crash, it'll crash in about 10 seconds. So I have beaten him in under 10 seconds before, because if you do it right, you can beat him like super fast. I think I probably beat him in 5 seconds one time. But if you get to about 10 seconds and it doesn't crash, then you're good. It won't crash after that, as far as I can tell. Because after I got through 10 seconds, every time that I fought him and it didn't crash after 10 seconds, I was able to basically take my time and it didn't crash. So after many, many attempts, I finally got to him without taking damage, and I beat him without the game crashing. So I now am the only person on Xbox that has this achievement. And that's called Can't Touch This. And it's worth 100 points. And since it has a 7.8 ratio, it's worth 780 TA score. So I'm very proud of that as one of my number one achievements of all time, because I'm the first person to get that achievement. So I have... Like I said, I currently have 42 out of 45 achievements. The last 3 achievements I have, one is for just acquiring 10 items at a time. Like I said, there's a bunch of different collectibles. And so one of the collectibles is you find CDs, and they add just more lore to your codex, essentially. So I haven't actually read any of them. But every time, so you can go and pick up them, and you'll see them in your bottom right bar. It'll show you all the items you're currently holding. But if you go to a save point, you insert all the CDs. So you have to basically collect a whole bunch of them without going to the save station. Otherwise, you'll have to start over from scratch. So
that doesn't sound complicated.
There's a bunch of them. But it is essentially missable, because if you pick up too many CDs, there won't be enough left to get 10 at one time.
Yeah.
But like I said, I did a second playthrough where I did it with only 3 points of health and not dying. I didn't pick up a single collectible at all. And I'm going to use that save game for when I make the collectible guides, because all the collectibles are still available in the game. And so I'm going to get that achievement at that time when I'm going to go pick up a bunch of collectibles at once and get that achievement. So not difficult. I just haven't done it yet. Second to last achievement I don't have is shout out to the old meme, because the achievement is called All My Base Are Belong to Us. And so the aliens are called Zarkonians, which there's no spoken dialogue in the game. So the only way you know they're called Zarkonians is by looking at the achievement set. There's an achievement for killing,
and probably looking at the lore.
Yeah, and looking at the lore in game. I'm sure it says it in there. I didn't read any of it though. So, but they're called Zarkonians, and this achievement is for killing every unique enemy in the game at least once. I've scoured the map, and I can't find any more enemies that I haven't killed, and they don't respawn. So once they're dead, they're gone. So I've scoured like all 4 floors, and I cannot find any more enemies to kill. So there's got to be some out there. I just don't know where they are. So that one's not difficult if I can just find the last few enemies that I'm missing. And there's no indicator anywhere of where they might be. So, one other big gripe I have with the game is that the map in the game, you bring it up by holding the back button, and it's just like classic Doom, where it'll show it, kind of overlay it, so you can still move around and stuff, and the map will move with you. The issue is the map.
Yeah, I'll be right back. You can continue. I'll just take you with me.
Okay.
But I can't talk.
No worries. Okay. My issue is no other game I've seen has done this, that your map overlay has a battery. And as the battery gets lower from having it on too long, it'll fade and you'll no longer be able to see it. And so you'll have to kind of blindly find your way through the level because the only way to recharge it is by going to a save station. The save station will recharge your map. So that was a really stupid mechanic. There's zero reason for that. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever that you shouldn't be able to look at your map as much as you want. So I hated that mechanic. That's something that could go. And I would say, hey, tweak it, get rid of the map battery, and just let you use the map as much as you want. That was really dumb. So that's my biggest gripe with the game. But the one caveat to that is that when you go to the save station, there is a tab you can go over to and you can see the map and you can move it around and stuff, because when you're out walking around in the world, the map only moves when you move. So you can't like pan the map to see like up in the top right area. You can only see the little bit of area that's around you. If you want to see the whole map, you have to go to the save station. Then you can pan the map and look at other floors and stuff. Whereas when you're playing the game, you can only see the floor you're on and a little bit of the area that's around you. You can't see the whole map. So I had a big gripe with the overlay map having a battery, but at least you can go into the save station and you can look at the full map. So anyways, so the last thing is the last achievement that I don't have, and no one has this achievement yet. I'm hoping to be the first one to get it, and I'm also hoping to be the very first person to get all the achievements in this game. However, that achievement is called Speedrunner, and it's the speedrun achievement. So you have to beat the game in under 2 hours. I started making an attempt for it last week, and I got screwed on a couple things, and I don't think I'm going to make it. I'm probably at about 50% of the way through the game right now, and I'm already at like an hour 15, so I don't think I'm going to make it at under 2 hours. So I'm probably gonna have to start over, and I got screwed and the clock kept counting even though it should have reset back to my last save. So I'll probably need to make another attempt at it. And I was on track up until about 45 minutes, and then I got one-shotted by a bunch of by like this one enemy encounter like a bunch of times, and instead of it reverting back to the time I was at on when I last saved, it kept the timer going. So instead of still being at 45 minutes, I'm now at like 55 minutes because I just spent 15 minutes and then died. So, however, there is the one guy that also has all of the other achievements except for the boss rush without taking damage. I'm the only one that has that achievement. He has all the other achievements in the game except for the speedrun. He's done it. He's the guy that I follow. He put his speedrun video on YouTube, and his video is the one that I'm following. He's done it in like an hour and 10, and the achievement didn't unlock. So supposedly the achievement is glitched, and that's why he doesn't have it. However, I've also been in contact with him on Discord, and I asked him, hey, when was the last time you attempted it? The last time he attempted it was last August, so he hasn't even tried it in a year. So it may work, because just like the boss rush one, as long as I could get through the final boss without it crashing, I was pretty sure the achievement was going to unlock, and it did. I have a feeling that if I can complete the requirements, the achievement will unlock. So I'm going to make another attempt at it next week. But he said it was glitched. He hasn't made another attempt at it, but I'm going to attempt it myself because I want to make sure that it doesn't work for myself. I'm not just going to take his word for it, because it has been a year since he tried it, because I really want to be the first person to get this achievement as well. And if I can probably be the first person to complete the game and get all the achievements. And I'm not going to say them because I want to, play my cards close to my chest, but I have a couple ideas of things that I can attempt that will potentially cause the achievement to trigger. That he says he's tried everything. I didn't ask him what that entailed, but I have some ideas of things that I want to try that may get the achievement to pop if it doesn't pop when I meet the requirements. So I'm going to try it myself, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to get the achievement to pop. But we'll see. So I'm planning on doing all that next week. So probably next month's Achievement Chasers, I'll be able to tell you whether it worked or not, and whether I have be the first one to complete this game or not. So, but yeah, that's like I said, I had a lot to say about Exophobia, but that is Exophobia in a kind of a big nutshell. So I currently have 36 hours in the game, and I still have 3 more achievements left. So I would probably say a completion estimate would probably be around 45 to 50 hours. Going in blind. If I knew everything I knew now, I could probably cut that down quite a bit. But for an average, I would say probably
And also,
40
if
to 50
the
hours.
crashing gets fixed.
If the crashing gets fixed, that would save a lot of time as well. So, but yeah, so that is the last thing I wanted to talk about on Xbox for July. I did, although a couple of those last achievements, let's see here. The boss rush one I got on August 7th, so I got it just last week. I got about 6 of these achievements in August, but like I did most of the work in this game in July. So, yeah, that's everything I have to say about Exophobia. And despite my gripes, I would recommend it. I liked it, and I hope he does another one in the future.
Hopefully, he fixed everything.
So, all right. What about you? What else do you got to talk about?
I'm going to talk about the next N64 game I played, and that was Quest 64, one of the few RPGs. And it had
on
the
N64?
It had the unlucky time of, I think, releasing around the time Final Fantasy VII came out. And it was like, because this is like one of the few RPGs on the N64, it got roasted because it was being compared to Final Fantasy VII when it was never intended to be competing with it.
I've heard of the game Quest 64, and I know a lot of people like it. I'm not sure if it's like just a meme or not, or whether it's actually a decent game. It's not.
It's a half decent game. It's enjoyable. It has a more active turn-based system, like that you might actually enjoy.
Okay.
But the entire purpose is that you're a magician. Your father went out to the world to stop something from happening, and he hasn't been heard from in a while. So now it's your turn to go find your father and fix the world. Pretty much, you go to each new town, you find out that there's an issue there, and you help solve that issue, and they let you continue on to the next place.
So you're Reacher,
kind of, but like the first place, a guy broke into the castle and stole the Earth Orb. You then defeat the guy, and you take the Earth Orb back, and they're like, okay, you can keep it. And pretty much they do that with every gem, based on all the 4 elements, which is earth, fire, water, and wind.
I am Captain Oh wait, we forgot heart.
There is no heart here.
Then he's the
you
Avatar.
Can keep that propaganda out of this off this stream.
Then he's the Avatar. Did the Fire Nation attack?
No.
So
Fire Nation was actually preparing for defense.
Oh, was there a Fire Nation in this game?
Yeah, technically, yeah.
So okay, yeah, not up my alley, but I have heard about it. But it seems like
if you're going to try any turn-based game, this one wouldn't be too bad of a choice. It's also meant to be someone's first RPG type of game.
Yeah, you completed it. It says you mastered it in only 34 hours, so it's not a terribly
long
RPG
2 playthroughs
either.
Too.
That's 2 playthroughs, so it's a pretty short game then.
Yeah, and it is because there isn't the reason why there's 2 playthroughs is there's an achievement for beating the game without actually leveling up and putting a level up into each of the elements. So I pretty much made a playthrough where I went through with only 2 elements in each game. It's just that I reversed which elements there were.
Oh, so there's an achievement for each element for not upgrading it. So do 2 on one playthrough and 2 on another.
Yep.
Gotcha. You technically could do it all in one playthrough, right?
No, because every time you level up, you're required to level up.
Oh, you have to put points into it.
Yeah, so the best you could do is maybe only do 1.
Gotcha. But if you're gonna do 2 playthroughs anyways, might as well split it 2 and 2.
Yep. But the first playthrough I did was Earth and Fire, which was very painful for the early game, but it became much easier later because Earth becomes overpowered when you get a move called Avalanche, where it just drops a ton of rocks around you. So you can hit enemies like multiple times per cast, but it's random. So sometimes you'll hit them like 5 times in one go, but then other times you'll hit them none.
Okay. So not quite that RNG, but it sounds like my favorite attack in South Park: Stick of Truth, which was my favorite character class was Jew, because of the Plagues of Egypt attack. That is easily the best attack in the game, but there's a RNG on exactly how much damage it does. But it's between like 2 and like 5 hits, so you're going to hit the enemy. It's just how many times you hit them, you don't know, and how much damage over time it's going to do. So it sounds kind of like that, but a
and
little more
because of the way
RNG.
this game is, you have an octagon around you that you can move around in, and the enemies can also move in their own octagons whenever it's their turn. So whenever they attack, sometimes you can actually move out of the way of their attacks.
Okay, so it's in a 3D space then.
Yes, it is a 3D space.
Ah, okay.
And the battles actually take place on the same part of the world that you're moving on. So there is no like transition.
And there's no random encounters.
It is random encounters, but it's actually whenever the battle starts, it starts immediately in the spot that you're on.
Okay, so there are random encounters, so you won't necessarily see the enemies, but it doesn't like fade out, go to black, and then go to a new screen and you're in combat. It's like it's immediately right into what you were already doing.
Yep.
Gotcha.
And they did actually do something really clever where whenever your character Brian does his victory jump, he actually turns back to the direction that he was facing before the battle start. So you know which way you're going after the battle.
Oh, nice. So you don't get turned around.
Yeah. So there's little details like that makes this game much charming. It's just that you can definitely tell it was rushed because of the way how basic the storyline is and all the NPCs.
Okay.
Because there's literally no economy. You literally just walk into the bakery and they give you a piece of bread if you have no bread for
nice
healing.
of them.
And the ends are completely free.
Yeah, so it sounds like they probably had more intentions of doing stuff with that, but then they didn't have time.
Yeah, but you can definitely still tell that the game is still pretty good, and I think almost every magic has its overpowered part. Like again, Earth, but I think Earth doubles over Fire because I barely use Fire after I got Avalanche, and then eventually with Earth, there's another ability called Magic Barrier that literally makes it so every enemy's magic attack does not do damage to you for a couple of turns.
Nice.
And they do something interesting in this game where most of the enemy attacks are same as your attacks. So if you know which attack the enemy is going to use, you can actually try and dodge it or try and get away from it.
Okay. Nice.
But so with Avalanche and Magic Barrier, it's very easy to beat the game with those two attacks. But the way that you level up everything other than your attack and your elements is that you have to. It's like Final Fantasy 2, where you have to pretty much use that ability. So for like HP and defense, you actually increase by taking damage.
Gotcha.
You increase your MP, your MP stat, which is just how many magic points you have to be able to attack with your magic. You increase that by hitting enemies with spells, and every time you hit them with a spell, it counts as one experience, pretty much. So like if you have a spell that hits like 3 times, that's going to be three experience
XP essentially. Okay. Yeah. So you don't actually put points into it; you level it up by using it.
And agility is weird because you can actually level. That's the only one you can level up outside of combat. I think I did this in my first playthrough, but you can just walk around in a circle. So that's probably where some of my extra time was.
It's kind of like the acrobatic skill in Oblivion.
Because I was working from home and I started playing for a little bit during my lunch break, and I'm like, okay, I need to get back to work. So then I rubber banded my controller and just and triple speeded the game.
That's great. One of the games I have to talk about.
It did help out a lot for later in the game.
I have a very similar thing. But yeah, it sounds like acrobatics in Oblivion, because in Oblivion to level up, you basically have to use all your skills in combat. Except for acrobatics, you need to run around and just keep jumping, and you'll get your acrobatics skill up.
Yeah, but that is the slowest way to do it because it's actually faster to level up to walk around in a circle in an area where enemies can spawn. because it actually increases your agility faster whenever
That makes
enemies can
sense.
spawn there. And then, of course, you can also increase your agility by moving as far as you can in the octagon whenever you're in
So
battle.
just keep running around circles while in combat.
Not like that. You have to actually like take an action. But
Oh, okay.
It gives you the most points whenever you go the furthest away from the center.
Gotcha.
And so that first playthrough was pretty much, it was only painful because you had no healing spells, which is in water. So you had to rely on items that you picked up throughout the game to heal. But
Okay.
this game has a weird mechanic where as you walk around in the outside of battle, you actually regain your MP set because almost everything in this game is magic. They kind of made it so if you don't get into a battle constantly, you can actually regain your entire MP by just walking.
Okay. Oh, okay. So looks like you said based on your achievements, you did no wind and no water on your first playthrough.
Yeah.
So, and you said at the beginning was tough. When you did the no earth and no fire on your second playthrough, was it easier to get through the beginning since you had access?
It was
to
much
wind and
easier
water?
because you had the healing. Because being able to heal meant that you couldn't. Eventually, I got to a point in the earth and fire run to just start running away from fights when I finally wanted to go try to fight the boss, because like you're just gonna keep on wasting health, but beating each enemy. Because most of the enemies you still have to hit. You might take 2 or 3 turns to kill.
Gotcha.
And since you're not healing throughout that entire thing, and you're not really gaining much in HP and defense. So
Okay.
you're trying to avoid getting hit as much as possible in that playthrough.
Gotcha.
Because the only way you can heal is by items, and once you run out, you can only get one. So like during certain bosses, you might want more than just one bread.
So you can't go buy more than one. You can only find
There's
more
no
than
economy.
One. Oh, that's
no. It's not that you can find one. You go get one at the bakery when you have no more left.
Oh, so anytime you have none, the bakery will give you one, but if you have one, they won't give you another.
Yes.
Okay.
But the wind and water one was pretty easy because once you get Wind Cutter 3, which is like the level 3 version of the starting wind attack, you can start increasing your MP stat like crazy because it hits 7 times. And it almost guarantees at hitting at least one enemy with those.
So you can level it levels up pretty quick.
It does level up pretty quick because I had way more MP during that run than I did during the other run, even though I had Avalanche at the end.
Okay. So the second playthrough sounds like it's not like it was the opposite where it was easier at the beginning and harder at the end. It was definitely overall much easier than the first playthrough.
Yes. And it's because of the being able to heal in the wind is actually gets pretty overpowered pretty quickly because of that. That Wind Cutter level 3 is actually pretty early. Because usually the level 3 is gained by the time you get to level 15 or level 20 in there, and your max level is 50 for each of the elements. And there's an interesting way that they did the level up system in this game, where you could level up 98 times just by experience from battling, but there's 98 spirits in the entire game, which are just random things you can find, which are just these little things you can find randomly in the world. They place them directly in those spots. So each time you play the game, they're going to be in that spot, but once you pick it up, it's no longer going to be there. Okay. And it levels up an element immediately.
Okay.
But if you get every single spirit on the overworld and level up enough times, you can get every skill to 50. Just you don't need to do that.
He'd be way overpowered.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you got all 32 achievements for 300 points in about 34 and a half hours. The one thing I've not seen such a low effort achievement art before. A bunch of these are just a question mark. It's like, what do you know what the deal is with that?
Why it's because it's because that's what they did. That's what the spirits look like.
Oh, okay.
No, wait, that's not what the spirits look like. That's what the icon looks like whenever you actually find one over your head.
Oh, okay. So it's not that they were just being lazy. That's actually what it basically just took it straight from the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
They probably should have made pictures to make it look like the area that they were based on, because each one is for a different area.
Maybe they will, because I know often I'll see achievements. They'll get their achievement art updated at some point.
Yeah.
So never know. Let's see here. Oh, it looks like there was a quest, Brian's Journey on Game Boy Color, and there is a subset. Actually, it's a ROM hack for Quest 64 called Hard Mode.
Yeah, because many people say that the game is easy.
It sounds like it's not too difficult. Let's see
It's
here.
not a difficult game, but like I said, it's kind of meant to be like your first. Hey, I was the 99th person to
I
master
was
the game.
just about to say that you were completion number 99.
I was the last one in double digits.
Yep. So let's see here. The first one. Oh, so it's been the first mastery was in 2017 of June. So it's been around for a while. I'll have to go and look and see how long. That's one thing I wish I could see is when the achievement set was initially published. So the closest thing I can go to is either the people who got the easiest achievement, when the oldest one is, or how long ago was the first completion.
Usually, you can find it by just looking at which one was earned the most.
Yeah. So, all right.
But very nice and simple game. It, like I said, it got unfairly compared to Final Fantasy VII just because it was the N64 RPG, because N64 did not get them.
Yeah, it's kind of like Titanfall didn't do, or maybe it was Titanfall 2 didn't do so well because it came out against two juggernauts like within like a week or two of
Battlefield and Call of Duty.
Battlefield and Call of Duty. I want to say a Metal Gear game came out around that time as well.
And what sucks is that Battlefield is published by the same company as Titanfall 2.
Yeah, they're both EA. It's like, what were you thinking putting two similar games out right next to each other?
Like literal weeks away from each other.
Yeah. So, all right. Let's see here. How many more do you have?
2 more that I finished, and 1 more that I started.
Okay. I'll do 2 more segments of games. So I'll do another segment, you do a game, I'll do a segment, you do a game, and then we'll kind of wrap up.
Hopefully not as long as that previous game you were talking about, because it's like it took like 30 minutes on just that game.
Yeah, I talked about Exophobia for about 30 minutes. So no, this will go much quicker.
I had to go use the bathroom during it.
So, all right. So then my next segment of games is 2 of them are the same game, just on different platforms. But one of them was an achievement set that you wrote and is also in my top 5 Zelda games, and that was Link's Awakening. So I played through the Game Boy version, which that's the achievement set that you wrote. And
it was actually my first achievement set that I wrote.
That's right. I remember you telling me that a while back. So I
think that's part of the reason why Moby has added anything to it, and also because it has the DX version.
Yeah,
it's almost like my original set is kind of like, this is a legacy set that actually was groundbreaking for its time, because most people were just making like very basic just beat the game achievements before then. I was the first one to actually start making like the beat the boss without getting hit achievements.
Yeah. So yeah, your very first achievement set. Now the very first achievement set that you've written that I've mastered, because I played, like you did some of the Donkey Kong Country ones, but I haven't mastered any of those yet. But I have now mastered it. It was my 10th completion or mastery, but I say that with an asterisk. It's more like my, let's see here. If I take some of these out, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've taken 4. It was essentially my 5th mastery, but I'll talk about that here in a couple minutes. But I mastered Link's Awakening on Game Boy. It was great playing through it again, because I played the Link's Awakening remastered on Switch last year for the first time, but I hadn't played classic Link's Awakening in many, many, many years. And that's the game that got me into Zelda. That was my first Zelda game that I owned. The first Zelda game I played, technically the first Zelda I played was the original NES Zelda when I was like 4 at like a distant cousin's house, and it was for like 10 minutes. And I was like, I didn't like it at all. So I still have not yet gone back and played it, but my plan is to play original Zelda 1 and 2, which I've never played before in their entirety. I've never played 1 second of Zelda 2, but kind of like I went back and played Metroid 1 and 2, which I'd never done before. I'm going to do the same thing for Zelda because I'm a big fan of Zelda. I'm like, I got to go back and play the classics. But so technically the first Zelda I ever played was Zelda 1, but technically, or usually when I say the first Zelda I ever played is Ocarina of Time, because I played that over at a friend's house for a couple hours, and I wasn't a huge fan of it. But not long after that, I got Link's Awakening DX with my Game Boy Color for my birthday, and then I fell in love with Zelda, and then I gave Ocarina of Time another shot, and I fell in love with it. And by then I had my own N64, and I asked for Ocarina of Time. But anyways, I'll say Link's Awakening, I think it was my number 5 when we did top 5 Zelda games. I think that was like our 3rd episode of top 5. So that was, early last year.
I think Link's Awakening was also my number 5 as well.
I could pull it up here since I always.
You gotta remember, I always mess with Kay saying I have 5 Zeldas that are above Wind Waker.
Yeah, Wind Waker's not very high on my list. But
you want to know the craziest thing about Link's Awakening with me is that the first time I played it was when I was making this achievement set.
Interesting. I did not know that.
And here's to be honest, you have to admit, I actually did a pretty comprehensive achievement set at the time.
Yeah, no, it was a great set.
Because you got to remember, at the time,
it was early.
Yeah, because at the time they were trying to make it so it's like Xbox, where you standardize it to a specific point value, and it used to be like 400 points for every achievement set.
Oh, okay.
So that's the reason why I didn't make any more achievements than what's there. Is because I felt like this was a good achievement set for 400 points.
Yeah,
but now that they standardized how achievements are supposed to be pointed, and of course now there's no limit to how many points you can put on an achievement. It's a different era, but I think that the reason why they've kept it without making any changes is because there's a DX version.
Yeah, probably.
And because it's kind of legacy.
So I pulled up top 5. That was our 3rd episode of top 5 with Zelda games, and that was March 19th of last year. And Link's Awakening, I put that at my number 4, and you had it at your number 5. So we both had it on our list. But yeah, so it was great playing through that for the first time in a very long time. Mastered it, got all 30 achievements. It's worth 297 points. But I don't know if that's changed at all since you published it. Did you change any of the point values?
I did not, but someone else did come back and change the values whenever they changed how points are supposed to work.
Okay, so originally had more points, but they kind of standardized the point values.
Yeah.
Okay, so my mastery time was 12 and a half hours. And yeah, so basically the only thing you really got to make, go out of your way for in order to get the mastery is, as for each boss fight, you have to beat it without taking damage. So obviously, if you take damage, you need to die and start it over again. Otherwise, if you beat them, then it's missed, and you have to do another playthrough to get back to the boss. So I did that on my first playthrough. The only one I had any real trouble with was the hookshot boss. That one was kind of a pain.
Oh yeah, the slime eel.
Yeah, the slime eel. Oh, and the next one, the facade. The face on the ground you have to put bombs on, doing that without getting hit because there's so much crap flying over all over the screen. Those ones were annoying. It took me quite a few tries to get those ones, but they weren't too bad. So and you get an achievement for basically getting all of the items.
And there is the achievement for beating the game without dying.
Yeah, going out of your way, you just have to make sure you beat each boss without taking damage, including the final boss of the game, and beat the game without dying. So those are really the only difficult ones that you kind of need to pay attention to. All the rest are just like getting all the hearts, getting all the items from each dungeon, and then beating each dungeon. So it was a pretty thorough achievement set. So 30 achievements, great set. I did it all in one playthrough. And then I was like, you know what? I'm not done yet. So I went and immediately did Link's Awakening DX, which has 110 achievements. So quite a few more. And I mastered that one as well. So I mastered them back to back. So I started Link's Awakening, the Game Boy version, on June 18th. And I got the mastery on July 18th. And I got the mastery on July 30th. So I did it over the course of about 2 weeks, 11 days and 6 hours, it says. And then, so I finished that on July 30th. And then, let's see here. Oh, it says Well,
Oh yeah, one interesting tidbit is the reason why I called beat each boss without getting hit, bested the name of the boss, is because I recently also played 3D Dot Heroes, and
I
they
don't
have
know that game.
they have trophy that it's a PS3 game, but it's like a NES Zelda game, but
Okay.
top down pretty much. But they had achievements for beating each of the bosses without getting hit, and they were called bested boss name.
Oh, so that's where
So
that
I was
came from.
mimicking what 3D Dot Heroes had.
Gotcha. But anyway, so I finished it on July 30th, and then I got my first achievement in Link's Awakening DX, the Game Boy Color version, about 5 hours later. So I basically went right into Link's Awakening DX, and I mastered that one as well. And that is now my mastered game with the most achievements in. It's at the top of the list because I have 110 achievements. On the Game Boy version, the original, I am completion number 590. So a lot of people have mastered it, and there are 5 more people who have mastered it since I did. So there's 595 total now. But anyways, the DX version, which was the Game Boy Color version, which is the one that I had growing up, has basically all the same achievements as you have, plus a whole lot more. Nothing too, basically beating it without dying and beating each boss without taking damage is mainly the only thing you really have to go out of your way for. The one pain in the butt achievement is there's an achievement for getting all 26 secret seashells, whereas in your set there is, I think, one achievement for getting your first one, and then there's an achievement for getting the level 2 sword, which you get by collecting 20 of the 26 secret seashells.
Yeah, it's because I think in the original game they made it so that once you collect the sword, you can't collect any more seashells.
They kept that in DX, so there's an achievement for getting all 26 seashells. However, if you get 20 seashells and then get the sword, you cannot get the rest of the seashells because they all disappear.
Yeah, so it's missable.
So it's missable.
I was trying to keep everything besides the bosses not missable. That was why I did it that way.
Yeah. So fortunately, I knew about that going into it. However, what I didn't know is there are 3 seashells that are missable, the seashells themselves. So when you go to the Seashell Mansion, there's a little bar that raises, and when it hits a certain amount, it'll give you a reward. And one of them is when you have 5 seashells, it'll give you a 6th one. What I didn't realize is that I thought it was anytime you had 5 or more, it'll give you a seashell. And then there's another one for 10. I thought if you had 10 or more, it would give you both of them. It will only give you the seashell if you have exactly 5 and exactly 10. So if you get 6, you can't get that bonus seashell. So there's 2 missable. So once you have 5 seashells, you have to go to the Seashell Mansion.
So that's why that's the last achievement on yours.
Exactly. So I had to do a second playthrough to get that specific achievement. Fortunately, you don't have to go through the whole game. Once you get the hook shot, you basically have everything you need to get all the seashells. But once you get 5, you have to go to the mansion and get your reward immediately before you get any more seashells. Same thing when you have 10. You have 10 exactly, and then it'll give you 11. If you pick up 11, it won't give you another seashell. So that's 2 of the 3 missable seashells. The third missable seashell is there's one gap that's impossible to get over any other way other than having reviving the chicken that can fly. So if you go past the point of having the chicken that can fly, you miss that one as well. So you have to go to this secret Seashell Mansion at 5 and at 10, and then you have to get that one by flying over the gap. It's right in front of the castle where you get the 5 golden leaves. It's right in front of that to the left. There's like 5 empty holes, and there's no like hook shot target. The only way to get across it was with the flying rooster. So once you get the flying rooster, and that's what I did, is I didn't pick up any seashells. I went and got the flying rooster, and then I collected all 26 in a matter of like 30 minutes or something. So but I did have to do a second playthrough to get that one. But yeah, there's a lot of other achievements, but most of it's all, just there's a lot of missables. There's like a set of achievements called Date Night, and it's where there's a part where Marin follows you around, and you have to go take her to the animal village to sing to the walrus to get him to move out of the way so you can go into the desert. There's about 5 or 6 achievements where you have to go and do stuff with her in order, and each one of those has like a 1-point achievement, but they're all missable because as soon as you don't have Marin and following you around anymore, you can't get them. So you have to make sure you get all of those. Actually, there's one other missable seashell is after you beat level 4 or 5, there's a ghost that starts following you around. It's kind of hard to miss it because unless you go and do the next dungeon, he'll keep following you around. So you have to go into this little house by the beach, and he'll look at his house and then ask you to take him to his gravestone. So as long as you do that, then you can get one of the seashells. But if you go into the next dungeon and beat it without doing that, then he'll disappear and you'll miss that seashell. So that's another missable one. And then there was one other missable thing that I wanted to mention. Oh, the photographs. They added photographs because the photograph guy wasn't in the game initially. They added him into DX version, and there's 12 photographs, although technically there's 13. And the first one is right at the beginning. He'll ask you, hey, can I take your picture? There's one achievement for saying yes, and there's another achievement for saying no like 6 or 7 times in a row. So what you want to do is you want to save, go in, and then do one, and then reload your save, and then do the other. So you don't have to do another playthrough. Although you only have to beat like the first dungeon or 2 to get back to him. Yeah. But then you would have to play through most of the game to fill out your photo book if you didn't get all the photos. Because most of the
they added those photos for the Game Boy printer.
The Game Boy printer and So
I do own one of those.
I don't have the printer, but I do have the Game Boy camera. But
there was someone who actually used the Game Boy camera as a webcam.
I remember you mentioning that. But a lot of the photos
worked surprisingly well for the tech at the time.
But most of the photos that you take, there's 12 photos. A good chunk of them are missable, so you have to make sure you go and there's one, at least 2 of them are when you have Marin following you around. So make sure you not miss those. One of the pictures is when you have the ghost following you. So there's a couple missable photos. So you want to make sure you get those, so you don't have to do a whole another playthrough to get all the photos again. So I got that one on the first playthrough. But yeah, since I was already well versed with the game, having just played through it, I was able to do most of the bosses without taking damage on the first try. The most painful achievement in the game, that's not the seashell one, is with the color dungeon. The boss of the color dungeon, obviously that wasn't in the original one since there was no color. This one they added a dungeon. That's all the puzzles are based on color. Yeah. Couldn't have done that if you don't have color on your device.
Although if you do the color dungeon earlier, it makes some of the other bosses easier because you can take the offensive tunic and be able to do double damage.
That's what I always did back then. That's what I did on this playthrough as well, as I got the red tunic so that I could do more damage and I could beat the bosses quicker. But anyways, they're like all the other bosses, there's an achievement for beating it without taking damage. And this boss without taking damage is traditionally fighting him is nearly impossible because every time you hit him, you bounce off and it bounces you quite a bit far back. So you have to run towards him again to hit him again. And he's shooting at you pretty rapidly. So it's very easy to get hit and you bounce off of him. So really the only way the one strategy is to get trapped in a corner so you can't get bounced away and you just keep slashing him and hope you don't get hit. That didn't work for me. And the other thing is that every time you hit him, if you don't hit him again within like another second, literally a second, he regains his health. So you have to hit him up really quickly, really repetitively, but you bounce off every time. And you have to beat him without taking damage, which is a huge pain in the butt. Screw that stupid boss. So I tried it a bunch of times and I gave up. I'm like, fine, I'm cheesing this boss. So I went to the store and I stole the bow because it normally it's 980 rupees. So if you're going to buy it, there's an achievement for buying it too. And you usually don't have enough rupees to buy it until, about halfway through the game. So without saving, because you can steal, and that's actually one of the photos. And that was the last photo I got because I got the achievement for the photos and then I reloaded my save. So I didn't steal so that I could go back in the store. Because if you steal something, you come back to the store owner will kill you. I think it was an achievement for that as well. But anyways, It's supremely overpriced bow, so I stole that, went back to the color dungeon, and I used the bomb arrows, and I beat him first try, got the achievement. I then reloaded my save so that I didn't have the bomb arrows, but I still had the achievement, and then I went and fought him and beat him, but I didn't beat him without taking damage, but I'd already had the achievement. So screw the stupid color dungeon boss. He is really, really freaking dumb. And then last thing I want to say is there was another achievement that should have been a royal pain in the butt, because there's a dungeon 4 or 5. There's a Stalfo you have to fight, I think 4 or 5 times in various different rooms. And after the first fight, you have to fight him in all of the other 3 or 4 rooms without taking damage. But not only do you have to not take damage when you're fighting him, you can't take damage in between going from one room to the other. And they're spread out all over this dungeon. So if you take damage from any of the just random enemies in the dungeon, that'll void the achievement. You got to, reload your save and start over again. I got super freaking lucky, because beating the Stalfo without taking damage is a piece of cake. But getting between the rooms without taking damage can be a pain. I got super lucky because after I beat the first encounter where it starts triggering the achievement and you see it show up in the bottom right after I left his room, the next enemy I killed dropped a Guardian Acorn, which makes you take half damage. And if a damage only takes half health rather than a full heart, you won't take any damage because there's no quarter hearts in this game. Yeah. So even if you get hit, as long as you don't lose health, it doesn't void the achievement. I got hit twice, but I didn't lose any health, so it didn't void the achievement. So I was able to get this achievement on my first try, despite getting hit 2 times when going from one room to another. So that was very fortuitous.
Yeah, because they probably used the fact that the achievement code to say, "Hey, did your health go down?" Exactly. Not the sound whenever you get hit.
Yeah, they used your health, so I was able to get that achievement on first try. I thought that one was going to be a pain, and I got it first try. So, and then there were a couple achievements that I missed that I had to go back and get, but they were early on in the game. So since I had to go through the game anyways to get all the seashells, I wrapped up those achievements as well. So I started it on July 30th.
Seashells by the seashore.
Seashells by the seashore.
You know, I had to make that achievement name for that.
Is that? Oh, it's not. It's just called Shell Collection.
Well, I called it seashells by the seashore. Mine.
Oh yeah, for getting the level 2 sword, you did do that. She sells seashells by the seashore. That is great. On the DX version, it's called Shell Collection, though, so yours is a much better name.
And also the achievement for getting all the hearts is Awaken My Heart.
Oh, I did not notice that. Yep, that's a good one. So, but anyway, so I started.
I think people actually agreed that I did make good achievement names.
Yeah, because I played, Donkey Kong Country, and I think I played 1 or 2 of your other achievement sets, like Metroid and Metroid 2.
Yeah,
you had some great achievement names, but this is the first one I've mastered. So I do plan to go and master Metroid 2, because the only achievement I have left is for beating it under whatever the shortest time frame is, and I almost got that on my first playthrough without even trying.
It's not a very hard one, and that's actually the one that's built into the game.
Yeah, it's not. So, but anyways, I started the DX version on the 30th of July, and I mastered it on the 6th. So I burned through that one pretty quick, got all 110 achievements in 6 days, 11 hours with a playtime of 13, just under 14 hours. So I only had like another hour on top of the original version for the DX version, which had like 3 times the amount of achievements. So
it's just that the original version, it's a bit more spread out.
Yeah, but even though I played them basically back to back, once I was done with DX, I was kind of sad, because I'm like, I want to play more. I want more achievements for this.
Well,
but
there is another version of Link's Awakening that could eventually get achievements.
Yeah, Link's Awakening Remastered eventually, and once it gets retro achievements, I will absolutely play it for retro achievements again.
Definitely.
So, and then 2 more I'll kind of touch on briefly are games that I started and I haven't been able to beat either one. Like I said, for our challenge, multiple games in a franchise get you bonus points. And I'm a huge fan of Mega Man. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to start with the original classic Mega Man. I've beaten Mega Man's 1 through 10 in the Mega Man Legacy collection on Xbox One. I've never played the original NES versions. So I started Mega Man 1 on NES. It wouldn't be so bad if there was literally any way to continue your progress. There's no saves, there's no passwords, nothing. When you shut down the game, you have to start from scratch. I left the game running overnight so I could continue my progress, and it's arbitrary. Sometimes it'll close my game and sometimes it doesn't. I have no idea why. I've turned every setting on here that I can to say keep the game running no matter what. And sometimes
I've never had that issue, but then again, I'm on Linux.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't. Because this
that could just be Windows being Windows.
Well, this is running on Android.
Oh, never mind then.
So I played through it, and I got probably about halfway through the Robot Masters, and I closed it, and I picked it up the next day. 12 hours later or whatever, and I was right where I left off because I didn't close the game, and I made it up to the second last boss in the game, and then I closed it. And then I came back literally 5 minutes later and it had closed. So I am super pissed at Mega Man 1 because it wasn't until Mega Man 2 that they added a password system. So I have to start, even though I played through 90% of the game, I have to start from scratch. And the game is pretty freaking hard. So I'm really pissed at Mega Man because I don't know. I might
Sounds like you need to get good.
I've beaten it before. I have the achievements on Xbox to prove it. But I'm mad at Mega Man 1, and I might just.
You knew it had to be said from someone.
Yeah. So and that was literally just like 2 days ago. So it's very fresh. Actually, I didn't even have that written down here because I actually started that in August. But if you go and look at my profile, I have like 21 out of the. Let's see here. I have 21 out of the 50 achievements, and every time you boot it up, you have to start from scratch. So I may not actually do this one because that pisses me off that you have to get through it. And the boss I was on is like, are you kidding me? How the heck is this how am I supposed to beat this? This is trash. And once you run out of lives, you have to start the whole level over again. So I'm not happy with Mega Man 1. But actually, yeah, I started that on August 9th. So I probably actually shouldn't have talked about that until later. But the reason I talk about it is because there was another game I did play in July, and it was a ROM hack of Mega Man X because I'm a huge fan of Mega Man X, and that's a Mega Man X Proto Edition. And it's the exact same game. Nothing has changed except you play as Proto Man instead of Mega Man X. And his blaster is more powerful. The only change is you take a crap load more damage than X does. So I've gotten to the final fight with Sigma, and I cannot beat the final boss fight. So I'm like this close to beating the story. I can't do it because you take so much damage. You have to fight. First, you have to fight Sigma's dog. Then you have to fight the first form of Sigma where he's got his lightsaber. And then you got to fight the floating hand version of Sigma where he's shooting down lightning at you. All back to back. All three of those fights, even though I've gotten all the upgrades in the game, you take so much damage that any hit from any one of those bosses, any of the three versions of the bosses, you can only take 2 hits before you die. If you take a third hit, it will kill you. So you have, even though I have 4 full energy tanks, the sub tanks, that's not enough to get through all 3.
Sounds like whenever I did the one achievement for Mega Man X, in the main game.
Is it for beating all 3 without taking damage?
No, it's beating the game without getting any upgrades.
Oh, essentially, yeah, it's like that. So I've gotten to the final form of Sigma multiple times, but I haven't been able to beat him because by that time I probably only have 2 energy tanks left, which means I can only get hit 4 times. And he's got a crap load of health. So I do plan to still beat Proto Edition since I'm this close to it. Unfortunately, I don't have to start from the beginning of the game like Mega Man 1. I just have to do the Sigma Fortress over again, which isn't too bad. But yeah, the amount of damage you take is stupid. So I haven't beaten that one yet either. So yeah, I now have 2 additional games on my retro achievement tag that I have started but have not beaten. And I still have not made any progress on Super Mario All-Stars because I have 0 desire to play that. I did also, after I beat Link's Awakening DX, I did start Oracle of Ages, but I've only got 2 achievements. And because I'm going to do Oracle of Ages.
We'll need to play through each of those games twice because of the way those games work.
I have, someone wrote a retro achievement walkthrough guide for all the achievements. So I have that saved. So I'm going do that once I get to it. But I'm going to be doing Oracle
I also
Ages,
did those
Oracle
on stream
Seasons.
too. So
I'm going to do Oracle Ages and Oracle Seasons. I don't know. I'm probably going to take a little break from it for now and come back to it later. But those are next up on the Zelda agenda. It'll probably be a little while till I get back to them. So I now have 6 games that I've started on Retro Achievements that I have not beaten the story for. So, all right, I have one more batch of games, but I will go ahead and let you go next.
Gotcha. Because the next game I'm going to be talking about is the one game I alluded to you earlier this week. Might be the worst game I've played for Achievement Chasers, and that is Hercules: The Legendary Journeys for the N64.
I mean, I saw that while I was going through your profile earlier, but I have not heard you mention that one.
Yeah,
there was a Hercules game on N64. I didn't even know that.
It was based on the Kevin Sorbo series.
Oh, not the Disney show or movie.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hercules, and so this was a pretty bad one.
It was pretty bad, but you could definitely tell that if it had a little bit longer to cook, it probably would have been a good game. But the fact is that the combat is very basic. You just punch, and that's it. You can and when an enemy gets knocked on their ass, you could just when they get up and they're dizzy, you can then pick them up and just throw them and they instantly die. And you can also throw them at another enemy and that enemy also dies. But I think this is a problem with how I had my emulator at the beginning, because whenever I got to the final boss, I changed something else, and all of a sudden, for some reason, I could start actually dealing with enemies, more than one enemy at a time. I don't know why, but why that setting changed it. But most of the enemies feel the same, and then they only have like a couple of bosses, because like they had the Cyclops boss at the very beginning of the game. He's meant to be easy, okay, fine. There's an achievement beating him without getting hit. Took me a couple tries, and for some reason, the first time I did it, it didn't actually pop, so I had to do it again. But it wasn't too bad, because there's literally a save right outside of his where he's sitting, so it didn't take long for me to retry. So once I was able to get that done, this is a game I actually had as a kid, because my mom really loved the Kevin Sorbo series and Xena.
Okay.
So
I remember seeing them on TV. I never actually watched them, but I remember them being on TV.
What's funny is because I was playing through this game, I was just trying to see if I was doing something wrong. I watched a video on this game, and apparently there was an episode of Hercules where Hercules is playing Kevin Sorbo playing Hercules.
That's super meta.
Yeah, it was like Hercules and some of the gods were in our time, and it was just Hercules playing as Kevin Sorbo playing Hercules. So it's Kevin Sorbo playing Hercules playing Kevin Sorbo playing Hercules.
That's so meta.
That tells you how seriously they took the show.
Yeah.
But other than that, the next 3 boss fights after the Cyclops was literally just Minotaurs, where you just beat them up and then throw them into lava. It's just the only difference between the 3 fights is how much health they had before you could throw them, and how the lava was going to come into the arena. Because in the first fight, it's just there in the middle. The second fight, you have to hit 3 gongs, and then the pool of lava is in the middle again. There was an achievement for beating the second Minotaur with only using the gongs once. So pretty much the trick for me was just lower the Minotaur's health down to where I just need to hit him with one more combo. And then I just hit 3 gongs and then got him close to the lava and then threw him into the lava the first try.
Okay.
And then the third one was you had to break a jar, and then it would cause a lava waterfall to come out. For some stupid reason, I could not beat this Minotaur for forever, and each Minotaur is behind a labyrinth. So
that makes sense.
The what's crazy is I actually have, if you actually look at the leaderboard for Herc Speedy Herc 2, I'm actually number 1 on that list right now, on that leaderboard right now.
Nice.
and there's an achievement for beating that labyrinth in under 3 minutes. So me getting to it almost 2 minutes, that shows you how much time you really have how much time you have to spare.
Okay.
And luckily that labyrinth doesn't have a lot of combat. It's mostly just getting through traps to get keys to open doors. And you can actually skip over all the fights. So it wasn't too bad, but just for some reason I could not beat that Minotaur, even though it was the same attack patterns as the previous one, and all I had to do was just beat up the jar first. So then I had the waterfall of lava right there, so I could then pick them up and finally throw them in there. And another bad thing about this entire game is that there are no ways to heal yourself outside of breaking barrels open and getting food out of them.
Oh,
so
yep. It's like that was one of my biggest complaints about Too Human is there's no consumables. The only way to get health is if enemies happen to drop it when you kill them. It's like, and there's achievements for beating each level without dying. It's like, well, it's nearly impossible since you never drop health, and then I die, and then every single enemy drops health. It's like, are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah, and then of course, every time you get to a new town, you kind of have to do a bunch of trading sequences to get to the next part. And as long as you're paying attention to what people are saying, you can get past those pretty quickly. But the next two boss fights after that Minotaur fight, you don't even use Hercules or even his sidekick from the series, Aeolus. You actually use a girl centaur called Golden Hind. I don't remember her from the show, but she must have been there for like 1 or 2 episodes. But she uses a bow and arrow, which is fine for the outer world, but the first boss fight she has is a royal pain in the ass, because you're fighting a fire titan that is in the center of the arena in lava, and you have to hit targets on the other side of the map. Well, you can't use the first person mode to hit those targets. You have to hold the B button and then hold back the control stick in just the right spot. By the way, this is the N64.
Right.
So modern control sticks are not going to be able to handle this in the same way that N64 controller is supposed to.
That's what I keep hearing, but I haven't played any retro achievement N64 games yet, so I don't.
You start feeling it under these type of circumstances. Like Super Mario 64, you can definitely feel it, but you can still kind of get through the game without it. It's just that once you start doing some of the more advanced movements, you can definitely tell. But like this is one of those moments where it's like, yeah, I wish I had the original N64 controller, and I actually need to send you the adapter, not the controllers I sent you.
Yeah, I saw you sent me the link to an N64
because there's actually an adapter I still have. It never worked on Linux.
Oh, okay.
But it works on Windows, so I'll send you a link to that.
Okay.
So then you can use an actual N64 controller on your computer.
Okay.
So if you're not using the portable, you can use an actual N64 controller. It feels so much nicer that way.
Yeah. But, I tried mapping when I started DK64 because I launched it. I didn't realize I was getting an achievement just for sitting on the screen and watching the whole DK rep. I unlocked an achievement. I'm like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. And then I started the game. And
of course, there has to be one for that.
And then I ran around just for a couple minutes, and the camera's flipping out. I was trying to figure out.
It's probably because your control stick actually has drift on it.
I don't think so.
No, because here's the thing: the Xbox will have a dead zone on that controller, but the way that RetroArch and your computer might be handling that dead zone might be a little bit different, to the point where it thinks that you're pressing one of those C buttons just because of that slight amount of drift.
Possibly.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally see what you're saying.
Because it could be just like 1 or 2 on the 100 scale.
Yeah.
But like most consoles will not treat 1 or 2 as any input, because they think it'll be inside the dead zone.
Right. But yeah, I was trying to map the controls. I'm like, how exactly do I map the controls best? So,
with Donkey Kong 64 and that being camera controls, it's fine to be on the control stick, but maybe just change how the dead zone is. You can actually do that in the emulator too. So before you actually have to, just go into core options, and there's something in core options that you can actually change the dead zone.
Okay.
But
yeah, I've played for a couple minutes, and then I removed the game from my profile until I'm actually ready to play the game.
Yeah. And then after the next boss after that one, by the way, that was a fire titan, and you're hitting the target so you can spray water on them.
Okay.
It's the idea of it is not too terrible. And also one crazy thing is I found this out after I've been spending way too much time on the boss, is that apparently if you stand to the closest to the wall, 2 of his attacks can't hit you. Only when he does his slowest attack where he throws a rock at you, he hit you. None of his fire spewing attacks can actually hit you.
Nice.
When you're the first away. So you can just start spamming the arrows until you can finally get the 3 hits on the targets.
Oh, so you have to hit the target multiple times?
Yeah, you have to hit it multiple times. You have to hit 6 of them.
Oh, okay.
And you can only hit a specific one each time. Although luckily the specific one they note, you can tell by the bar that shows you how the angle you're gonna go by having the guide for where it needs to be. Whenever you get behind the one that you need to hit.
Okay, so it kind of has an indicator.
Yeah, so it has an indicator, so it's not too terrible. And then of course the next fight is just against a random dragon. They fight with her, and you can use the free aim for that. And I beat it the first try. Still felt kind of
janky.
And of course the final fight is against Ares, but he's literally the exact same AI as normal enemies and throughout the entire game, because he's just a guy with a sword.
So yeah,
and there's an achievement for beating the final part of that fight, because he has three. He creates 2 illusions of himself, and then he fights you 3-on-1. And there's an achievement for beating only the real one. And I had to read this fight so many times that I ended up just taking the barrels that are supposed to be for your health, and I started walking away from him and just going up to a barrel, turning around, and then throwing the barrel. And because they just run at you in a straight line because their AI is kind of dumb. I was thinking about saying another word, but we're on YouTube. But so they usually get hit by the barrel. The one I ended up killing was the one that was a real one.
Yeah, and there's no indicator which one the real one is.
There was really no, even though the guy who created the achievement says that there's a way to find out, I could not see it.
Gotcha. So yeah, it sounds like this is a real pretty bad game.
It is, but if it had like a couple more months, it probably could have been better.
Could have ironed it out.
Yeah, but of course it is the same publisher as Superman 64.
Oh, I did not know that.
Don't know if it's the same developer though.
It developed by Player One, published by Titus Software.
So I'm going to go over to Superman 64 because I know that there's an achievement list for that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there is. I remember you mentioning that. So, yeah, so you have all 23 achievements in Hercules, the Legendary Journeys, for 165 points, and mastered in 18 hours and 41 minutes over 3 days.
It's not. It's actually that one was developed in-house by Titus.
Superman 64?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But like both games probably could have been better if they just had a little bit more time to cook.
All right. Hercules. Yeah, I had no idea that game even existed, and that's probably a good thing. Not that I probably would have ever played it anyway, since I'd never actually seen the
Hercules
I said, show.
I didn't mind the story. It was kind of basic, but it was still enjoyable. And if you knew the series, you'd see, hey, it's that character. Like they had Aphrodite for a moment, and they had Hephaestus was kind of pivotal to it, because he would give you the runes to unlock each of the Minotaur fights.
Okay.
And then he was the one, and then he would take the heart of the Titan to make the last thing that allows you to go to Mount Olympus.
That makes sense, given his lore, which I learned a lot about Hephaestus because last year when I played Immortals Phoenix Rising.
Yep, he was made by Zeus, if I remember correctly. No wait,
Yeah.
he was made. He was made by Hera.
I forget about that, but he was always like crafting stuff on his anvil.
Yeah, and he was Zeus was so mad about that he threw him off Mount Olympus, and that's why he in most depictions of him he looks disabled because he was thrown off of Mount Olympus when he was a child.
They did not. I don't think they portrayed that.
In the Hercules TV
Immortals.
show, they didn't do that because they were still cruel gods, but they weren't that cruel.
Gotcha. All right. Any last words on Hercules?
Good. It's a decent show. Don't play the game.
Don't play the game. All right. And then my last batch of games were all a bunch of Metroid ROM hacks that I've been wanting to play, and I just knocked them all out.
Samus goes to the fridge for a glass of milk.
Yeah. So let me go to.
Did you just want to play them just because they sound stupid?
And they're just, I can get some achievements for more Metroid games. So let me pull them up here specifically. So let me go more progress. Wait, what? Why is it only showing me one? I've played like 5 of them. Oh, it's because I'm searching for Metroid and they don't all have the word Metroid in them. Dang it. All right. Some of them have Metroid and some of them have Samus. I can't get them all in one list by searching by title. So let's see here. But yeah, so there were 1, 2, 3, 4 little ROM hacks that I played through. They were all about 30 minutes each. I started with Samus. I played, not that it really is that big of a deal, but I played them out of order. I played them in oldest game to newest game, but the actual correct order. So because the first one in the series is Samus goes to the fridge to get a glass of milk, which is a ROM hack of Metroid Fusion. I played Samus goes to the fridge to get a glass of milk 2 first because that's a ROM hack of Metroid 2 from Game Boy. So I should have played them in the opposite order. But yeah, they're just goofy little, tiny little ROM hacks. It's just a tiny little bite-sized bit of the game. Like Samus goes to the fridge to get a glass of milk, has 7 achievements for, let's see here. Obtain 4 energy tanks, which you get immediately. Basically, as soon as you start the game, it gives you 4 of them. Get the milk, finish the game, and get a glass of milk. Finish the hack in under 2 minutes. Reach the energy room without pressing B. Reach the energy room without taking damage, and then defeat the Omega Metroid without taking damage. So I got all 7 of those achievements in 19 minutes. Samus goes to the fridge to get a glass of milk 2, which was the one of the Metroid 2 on Game Boy. There are 12 achievements, and it basically so one for obtain the spider ball, obtain the bomb, obtain the various suit, obtain an energy tank, get the space jump, obtain Mr. Milk, obtain the milk and finish the game. Finish the game without jumping more than 3 times. Start and reach the boss, because there's only one enemy in the game and it's the boss, without taking damage and without leaving the game. I don't know why they needed to specify that. So you can't, because there is a save point, and so you could save if you got hit. You could, but because even though there's only one enemy, there are a couple of like spike hazards, so you could take damage. So technically, you could take damage, save, quit, reload, and then fight the boss, and without taking damage.
They wanted no save scumming involved,
but they wanted to avoid that, so they said without leaving the game. So finish the game within 5 minutes. Finish the game without any with the minimal number of upgrades, and beat the damage, beat the boss without taking damage. That one took me a few tries, but mastered all 12 of those achievements in 56 minutes. And then there was Metroid Juicy Mission Light, which is a let's see here. Wait. Yeah, so Samus goes to the fridge to get a glass of milk, which was actually the first one. That was a Metroid Fusion hack. Juicy Mission Light, I think this was a 0 mission. It was a 0 mission hack. And this one had 8 achievements for obtain 3 energy tanks, and it basically gives them all to you right at the beginning, because all you do is pick up a bunch of these items and then go fight the Metal Ridley. So obtains 3 super missile tanks, destroy the orange juice powered Ridley, reach Ridley without grabbing any items, climb the escape room without falling, finish Juicy Mission Light and escape the orange planet. Basically, after you beat Metal Ridley, there's an escape sequence. You have to beat it without running out of time. Finish Juicy Mission Light within 3 minutes, and then defeat the orange juice powered Ridley without taking damage. So, very, very short. Each one of those runs only takes a couple minutes. It took a few attempts to beat it without taking damage, but I mastered all 8 of those achievements in 31 minutes. And then there was Samus Goes to the Fridge to Get a Glass of Milk 3D, which is a ROM hack of Metroid Prime. And it's basically the prologue when you're in the spaceship or the space station, essentially. And that
Frigate Orpheon.
Yeah, Frigate Orpheon. There's 10 achievements for obtain the charge beam, obtain the milk. Basically, what you have to do is you go through it to the point where the room right before you open and fight the Parasite Queen. And you get, there's that room to right before that. To the left, there's the save station. The save station is blocked off, but that little where you go into a ball mode and the door opens, the door doesn't open, but you go into ball mode and that's where the milk is. And so then you have to trek back to your ship. So it's very short. Finish the game with minimal upgrades, which is like, I think the only upgrade you need is the charge shot in order to blow open the debris in order to progress. But there's a couple other upgrades you can get. But finish the game and deliver Adam his desired milk. Obtain the plasma beam. Obtain the Frigate Orpheon map. Collect the milk in ball form and roll back to the ship without leaving morph ball mode. Finish the game without jumping. Finish the game within 6 minutes. And finish the game and deliver Adam his desired milk without taking damage. So none of those were too difficult, and I mastered that one in 33 minutes as well. So I just wanted an excuse to play some Metroid and get some achievements. So did all of those in a matter of about 2.5 hours. So that was fun.
I think the only ROM hack that actually might entice me to go for is the Super Smash Bros. 64 one called Smash 64 Remix.
Ooh.
Where they add a bunch of characters and add a bunch of modes.
That's pretty cool. I have Smash 64 on my retro achievement list to play, but
it's a separate list.
I haven't played it yet.
But
yeah, it sounds like that's a separate.
They add a ton of characters, and they do really cool trailers. I think I posted them in the Melee Games Discord every now and then. The most recent update they added Peach and Lanky Kong.
That's cool. I'll have to check that out then.
It's actually crazy how long it took them to add Peach, because they added Bowser, Gandorf, Falco, and a bunch of other characters that were in Melee long before. They even added Mewtwo. They even added the horror piano from Super Mario 64 as a playable character. My brother got mad at me the one time we played the ROM hack when I played as a piano, because I just completely demolished him. Because the piano has very weird
attack patterns.
Yeah.
It has its own 201 achievements. So, all right. I did not know.
I think they recently added the new content as well. Oh, and they also added Crash Bandicoot.
Nice. I'm glad you mentioned that. I did not know about this, so I will put this on my list to play eventually as well. Because I've got a list of, because I've added basically every ROM hack for every Metroid game that has an achievement set, and there's a lot of them, as well as basically every Zelda that has a ROM hack, and there's a lot of them. So I have like 80 or 90 ROM hacks.
Just be happy you're not doing Super Mario World ROM hacks.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
There are way too many of those.
Plus, I have basically every ROM hack for Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3 as well. So I've got about 80 or 90 ROM hacks in my to play list.
Yeah, I'm trying not to do ROM hacks, because it's mainly because I want to play the main games.
Yeah. So I've only played with the 4 that I just mentioned. I think I've only played about 6 or 7 now. And I've beaten all but the Proto Man one that I mentioned earlier. But I've got a bunch that I want to play eventually. I just don't know when I'm going to get around to it. But yeah, so last thing about that is earlier when I said Link's Awakening is technically my 9th mastery, but really my 5th, because I got all 4 of those Samus Goes to the Fridge to get a glass of milk. So that's 4 right there. So I don't really consider those since they're all super easy. So technically Link's Awakening and Link's Awakening DX were Masteries 9 and 10, but I consider them to be Masteries 5 and 6. So, but yeah, so that about wraps up everything I've done. I have one other quick thing to mention, but I'll go ahead and let you finish up, and then we'll wrap up the stream.
I got one more game that I completed, and it took me a longer time than I thought it was going to, and that is another N64 game called Cruis'n USA. It is an arcade style racing game because it did actually come out in arcades, but in the arcade machine was based on the N64.
Yeah, I like that game. I never played the N64 version, but I played in the arcade once or twice.
It's pretty much the arcade version, but with some more enhancements. Like and if you do the cruising mode, if you play on easy and you beat it with each car, you unlock a second car, and then you go ahead and beat it on the third difficulty. With that car, you then get another faster car, and then of course whenever you beat it on difficulty 5, you get the fastest car. And pretty much the way the rubber banding and all that works is that you kind of need the highest car you can get before you can go to the next difficulty.
Okay.
So that's why I was saying earlier. Yeah, I kind of played a game where you had to unlock each difficulty.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But the thing is that you had to do it 7 times.
Expert, easy expert, medium, easy, medium, easy, expert, medium, medium. Yeah. So that makes sense. Totally fair.
It was pretty much I had to do it 7 times because there's 4 main cars, and then there's 3 hidden cars that you have to press 3 of the C buttons. Now, luckily, I had a controller that treats that it's C because I have a USB N64 controller that I sent you. My Linux does treat those C buttons as buttons, not like a control stick like Windows usually does.
Okay.
So once I got the settings right, I could finally actually use those hidden cars, but it took some finagling to get that right.
Okay, because so it's got 43 achievements. You mastered it, got all 285 points. It says 60 hours. Does that sound right, or did you leave it running?
I did leave it running, but there was one achievement that it took me all weekend to finally get, and that's because of the way the game is because it's pretty much beat the entire game on the hardest difficulty without losing a single race.
Oh.
And there's 14 races. By the way, it's called Cruis'n USA. There's 14 races, and 7 of them are in California.
You say some of them or
7?
7. Oh, half of them.
7. Literally half of them are all in California.
It's funny. Real quickly, as I mentioned earlier with Tony Hawk 3+4, there's like 8 different in Tony Hawk 4. There's like 8 or 9 different maps, and about 6 of them are in California. Whereas all the other Tony Hawks, all the maps are all over the world.
Yeah. But
so it doesn't look like any of them are missable, because it would sound like that one would be considered a missable achievement, because if you don't.
Yeah, but the way the game works is that you just restart the entire campaign, and it's 7 races. Each one will take you about less than 30 minutes.
It's just that each playthrough, so it's not terribly long.
Yeah, so it's not terribly long. It's only 7 races, and each one takes less than 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
It's 14 races, so each one takes less than 2 minutes. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that one's only difficult because of the way the rubber banding works. I hate
rubber banding.
It's because it's the arcade game, and it feels like it's still the arcade game, where there's always 1 or 2 cars that are leading the pack, and they're the same cars every time, and usually it'll allow you to pass them, but like as you get closer to them, they start being closer to your speed, and then once you get past them to just barely, sometimes they'll speed up a little bit faster than you, sometimes they'll stay at the same speed, so they're always right behind you unless they crash into traffic.
Yeah, I hate rubber banding.
So it's an interesting type of rubber banding compared to other games, but it also sometimes helps you in your favor, because sometimes when you're farther away, they don't drive as fast. So if you have issues towards the beginning of the race or the middle of the race, you can still try kind of catch up. So that helped but to me, that kind of added to my frustration, because I could feel like I could actually beat beat them in this race, even with the failures, or even with the crashes I had, because it could always crash, or I could always catch up. So sometimes there were some times where I was like, I knew I was going to fail this race, but then at the last turn they decided to crash into a civilian car. So then I got like, it felt like I just won by luck.
Yeah.
And I literally, once I got, the first time I got through most of the races, on the second to last race, I crashed into a civilian car on the last turn and I couldn't pass the car again.
Oh, that sucks.
I was kind of pissed. Then the next day, the literal first try, I got to the final race, crashed into a car on the literal last turn, which is right after that hard right turn is the finish line. And by the way, the run that I finally got the achievement, there was 2 cars in front of me. They decided to get into a crash right on that last turn, and I ended up being part of that crash, but they went backwards. I went forwards, which was just enough for me to be able to continue. Once we were all done wiping out, I was able to actually able to cross the finish line first. So I still won by pure luck.
That's, yeah. The last experience I had with that was when I played Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, the 360 version.
Mm-hmm.
There's, I think I might have talked about it before on Achievement Chasers way back, but there's an achievement. Most of the game wasn't too bad, but there was one achievement for, there was this one race late in the game that basically goes around the entire map. So it's literally like a 15-minute race, and you have to get first place. And it took me 5 or 6 tries just because the rubber banding is so trash. I'd be like literally like 30 seconds or more ahead of second place. And then in the last 15 seconds, I would get past. It's like, how is that possible? So finally, when I had a similar thing, I think on the time when I finally got the achievement, they rubber banded past me and they like crashed or something. And then I got to go past them and cross the finish line first. So it's like completely arbitrary on whether you get the achievement, or, get first place and get the achievement or not. So I hate rubber banding.
Yeah. So that's pretty much it. It's pretty much the same. It's enjoyable for what it is. It's just, I was pretty much done with it by the time I was halfway through it, because it's just the same 14 tracks, just 20 something times.
Yeah.
I think the best I got thing is, though, on the leaderboards, I think I got a 10th place on one of the races. And there's like
out of all leaderboards?
Out of the leaderboards on the website, and there's a couple hundred people that have played the game.
Nice.
Actually, it says there's 1,000 people that have played the game. There's over 1,000 people, or 600 have beaten the first race on hardcore mode. So about 600 people have gotten that first leaderboard.
Oh,
so I'm in the top. I'm usually in the top 50 on most of the tracks by now.
Nice.
That's just because of all the runs I had to do for that freaking no continues run.
Yeah.
Because you're pretty much using the fastest car and you're trying not to crash at all.
Yeah. So, something I forgot to mention earlier. So Hercules, you are now the 5th person to master it. So you're forever immortalized in the top 10.
Yep.
Quest 64, you are you're 99, so you're the last person in the double digits. And 2 more people have completed it since you, for 100 and 101. And then Cruis'n USA, you are the most recent completion at 49th place.
I'm in the top 50.
Top 50, nice.
I'm on the first page permanently.
Yep.
But pretty much that's about it. The next game I started like the next day was Gauntlet Legends for PS1.
I've played through almost that game in its entirety on an arcade machine because we went to a birthday party and they had all the machines set to like infinite, so you didn't need any coins. We played through the whole game. So that's the only time I ever played a Gauntlet game.
Just to let you know, this version of Gauntlet is probably the worst one for this era.
Oh no!
So play the N64 version. I'm just playing this one for the achievements.
Yeah, I'm not planning on playing any Gauntlet game, but I just remember playing that with
If you play Gauntlet Legends, play it on N64.
Okay.
And if you want a better experience, just play Gauntlet Dark Legacy because
Okay.
it has more levels and more characters. Although the characters really don't matter at the end. The only difference is their super moves.
Okay.
Because once you get to level 99, if you were smart enough, you would actually level up your stats as well by using gold. Although in the PS1 version, you can't upgrade your stats by gold. But in the N64 and all the Dark Legacy ones, you can buy your stats with a bunch of gold. And that's the only way you can get to like max level, max stats on every character. And you have to do it before you get to level 99 because if you don't do it, you might not actually get to 99 for all stats.
Oh, okay.
Because if you're at 995 and you try to buy the +5, it'll say you can't because you have too much. Because it won't just say, oh, you had 995, we'll just make you 999. No, it's like you're going to 1,000, you can't go that high. So it's one of those things you can kind of miss out on, but not the biggest deal.
As long as you know what you're doing, it shouldn't be a problem.
But because of that, every character at the end game actually feels exactly the same, besides their super moves.
Gotcha.
Which is better, for better or for worse. But that's what happens when you have an ARPG that has no equipment sets.
Yep. So, all right. So, last thing, I was gonna pull up just real quickly, briefly touch on what I've been playing in the last few days, but like True Achievements is like broken. I went to Is It Down right now, and it says it's fine, but I can't get it to load on 4 browsers.
I think it might be time to start wrapping it up. It's like 2 a.m. for me.
Okay, here we go. So last thing real quick, speaking of Metroid and ROM hacks, there was a big one just released a couple days ago called Metroid X Fusion. It's a Super Metroid ROM hack, and someone's already working on an achievement set for it. So that's why it's the most recent thing on my profile, but no achievements yet. And the main thing I've been playing through is Atlas Fallen because it's about to leave Game Pass, supposedly. So I need to get that finished up here in the next couple days. So, but yeah, that is about everything. Yeah, it's definitely by far the longest True Achievement Chase we've had because we had a double episode. Any last words, anything you want to mention before we say goodnight?
Not really. I mean, I'm just playing it by ear by what games I'm playing right now. I'll eventually finish Sapphire and I'll continue playing through Gauntlet Legends. It's just a normal romp through a game right now, and its achievement list seems to be pretty basic.
Okay, so all right. Yep. Well, that will do it for the longest episode of Achievement Chasers ever. But I hope next month it shouldn't be as long.
Luckily, I don't have to drive into work tomorrow.
Yeah, that too. So, all right. Well, that will do it for episode 21. I'm glad we were. Thanks for hanging around so long and doing 5 hours of Achievement Chasers. So, well, you have a good night, dude. Anyone who came and hung out in chat, thanks for hanging out.
Oh, don't forget you could raid the melees.
That's right. Assuming that they're still live.
They usually go for a while, so they'll probably still be up.
I'm going there right now. So shout out to Melee Games. They're still live on their Melee Madness. So I will post the link in chat.
I'll probably listen to them over work tomorrow.
So there is the link because I can't raid them because I'm not monetized. But go raid Melee Madness.
You can raid them on Rumble.
That's true. If we even have any views on Rumble,
doesn't matter. I still like to rate it just because.
So, let's see here. /raid Melee. Oh,
sometimes it doesn't work the first time, but it'll work the second time. You got to make sure it's the Rumble URL as well.
Oh, I was just about to raid the YouTube live stream.
Because I saw the YouTube pop up on both sides.
Yeah, because I put it in Restream and it goes to all the platforms. So, but yeah, if you're still here, go raid Melee Madness. That's where I will be going here in just a moment. So, but yeah,
after we do our wrap up behind the scenes.
let's see. Let me go grab. I have to go grab the link. There we go. Grab that and put that there. All right. So that will do it. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us while we talk to you for 5 hours. You guys all have a good night. We will see you later. And as always, in the meantime, game on.